Welcome back to the OCA Podcast. If my lips look like they've been burned by hot lava, it's because I've made a horrible mistake before the stream. But first, let me introduce you to my co-host who has not made a mistake except for being in Santa Face too early.
Hello. What's wrong with Santa Face?
and also Reese.
He might not have made a mistake, but he is a mistake.
Oof. All right. Yeah, so
Reese.
Oh, you guys remember
show myself out, I suppose.
You guys remember last podcast how I got that? Oh, hold on. Sorry. As evidenced by the fact I can't even select the right microphone. There we go. You guys remember last podcast how I got that hot sauce?
I think you just switched mic.
I did. To the good mic.
It sounds worse.
That sounds worse.
Maybe if I bring it slightly closer. How about now?
Sounds better.
Okay, cool. Do you guys remember last podcast how I got that hot sauce?
Yes.
Yes. So hot sauce like that, when you go, haha, it's like, just kidding. You don't get any. Not even a little bit. You have to shake it vigorously with your finger on the top to even taste it. Well, tonight, turns out there were an army of legionnaires in there going, "Hold, brothers!" And as soon as I tried to put a drop in here, it's like, "Release hell!" And it's now almost the entire bottle in here, and I am in absolute agony. But the show must go on. So, with that in mind,
get yourself a glass of milk.
Maybe some eggnog. If you guys would like to support the OCA Podcast, you can head over to patreon.com/OCA Podcast and fund us. That'd be nice. I'd like that. I'd like that very much. Also, you can do patreon.com/anime collector for non-podcast related content. Or you can head over to ocapodcast.com/support where you can donate to us directly via PayPal. Or you can fund us via many what are these called? Affiliates. One of which is the wonderful Tenga. You get a pleasure point bonanza where you enjoy 4 times pleasure points on every dollar spent. Yeah.
And an advent calendar.
You could get your dick hard just from spending money before you even get the thing in the
You can get the advent calendar for December after celebrating not November.
Yeah.
You have Destroy Dick December.
Destroy Dick December with this advent calendar.
With advent calendar.
Just remember you use this link and not the one that shows up there. God damn, that's spicy. Holy fuck. Oh! Kill me! Fucking
water doesn't work. Water just spreads it around. It doesn't pick it up and take it with it.
There is a legitimate possibility that I may vomit in the middle of this stream. All right. Let's get right into this. Let's talk about the pressing matters of the day. You guys ready? There it is. Russia has fined Google 2.5 decillion over YouTube bans. Damn. Russia about to become the wealthiest country in the world.
Is decillion, is that like 10?
Yeah,
like
I guess it
billion,
would be.
Billion is 2, is like, million is like 1, billion is 2, trillion is 3. Decillion is like
quadrillion
9,
is
10.
4. Quintillion is 5. Hexatillion is 6.
Sextillion, septillion, octillion, nontillion, and dectillion.
Decillion, yeah.
Jesus.
That's a lot of money.
Do you think Google is ever going to be able to pay it off?
What's the quote? It's like when I can't remember if it was from a movie or what, but it was like if you owe a little bit of money, that's your problem. If you owe a lot of money, that's their problem.
Is there even a trillionaire? I don't think there's even a trillionaire. Is there?
Well, on paper, no.
On paper now.
There might not be someone who has $1 trillion cash sitting around, but there probably is someone who, in theory, could be considered a trillionaire.
At a certain point, wealth is not measured in dollars.
Yeah.
It's measured in assets.
Right.
And it's hard to quantify the value of those assets.
I don't know.
Because, for example,
like I almost feel like combining all the available resources would not even get.
There's not enough money in circulation, printed dollar bills, to pay off the debt.
Like worldwide.
Yeah. I love it when there's those memes of like, there's this much debt. The Earth has this much debt, and people's response is, "Who do they owe it to? The fucking moon?" Like,
yeah.
How you doing, Green Line?
We owe it to the sun.
Doing pretty good. I was finishing eating. I could have sworn I.
Well, I wish I could have
sworn as well.
I have made a grave mistake of accidentally emptying most of that hot sauce from last podcast into this bowl of goulash.
Oops. So I agree with you. I don't know where this lawsuit's going to go. I doubt it's going to go anywhere, but
it almost seems like a guarantee that YouTube will never be available in Russia again. Or right. what if the threat is you owe us $2.5 dekillion, or reinstate all the accounts? We'll let it slide this time. All right. So, it's been updated with the Kremlin's comments. Yes. Google racked up some 2 undekillion rubles, or $2.5 dekillion worth of fines in Russia after years of refusing to restore the accounts of pro-Kremlin and state-run media outlets. The RBC News website reported Tuesday, citing an anonymous source familiar with court rulings against the tech company. I just like the idea that legitimately, in a Russian court, they are using the word dekillion. Right? Like, Google owes us $2.5 dekillion. Imagine that. Like, imagine writing that. Like, 1 million is already a bunch of zeros, right? When you get to a billion, you're like, it's getting a little ridiculous. Trillion, like, it's not even a real number anymore, right? Like, dekillion.
I want to see the itemized list of everything that adds up to that
36 zeros.
36. That's comical. That is fun. You think that they just write it like 10 times, like 36 zeros or whatever, that scientific writing of E in the corner with 0.10 times.
It wouldn't be E, but it would be 10 to the power of 6, probably.
Yes.
Whatever.
All right. So Google is racking
maybe 10 to the power of 10. Anyway,
undekillion rubles. I already read this. According to RBC sources, Google began accumulating daily penalties of 100,000 rubles in 2020 after the pro-government media outlets Tsargrad and RIA Fan won lawsuits against the company for blocking their YouTube channels.
No, it would be 10 to the power of 36. I'm sorry for my math.
10 to the power of 36.
If you won 100,000 rubles a day in the ruling, how many days do you think would have to go by before you started to realize that you aren't getting a cent from Google? Like, you're like, yes, we won. Oh, God, we're going to be so fucking rich. Right. 10 days go by, they're like, woo, buy more champagne.
Have you ever won something because, like an online game or something?
Because nobody else bid?
Well, I guess, yeah. But I was going to say, I guess it would also happen with bidding wars. But I was going to say, if you're playing an online game and the other person times out, that happened to me recently with the new Pokemon TCG game. I was fighting someone, and I didn't. It's not like ranked or anything, but I just needed a number of wins to get an achievement. And the player had played something, and I was like, okay, it's going to be annoying, but like he's timed out right now. Like I guess they switched to apps. And I'm like just waiting for the timer to go down, and it was like, yeah, okay, he loses because he timed out.
Mhm.
That's the way I feel like that they would. Pardon?
That turns out you're the one who timed out.
No,
That's how I felt when Podcast 94 got blocked worldwide, and I issued a counter claim or whatever. Like, I appealed it, and like they waited until the literal last day to reject my appeal.
Yeah. Similar feeling there. Although in that case you lost.
When I throw up on stream, take note of the actual fire that comes out of my mouth.
I'll be sure that you have a bucket.
Whoa! What's up?
You have a bucket.
You have a bucket.
I don't. I'm gonna
Safety bucket.
We should go get that right now.
What do I have that I could jam it? This plate. I'll jam this plate in here, and now when I need to throw up, it'll be like like that. Yeah. Good
You're
idea.
enjoying this throwing up too much.
I can't wait for it to happen, and then you know how like it goes up your nose, and now your nose is gonna be on science.
You're just gonna. I'm gonna turn back, and it's gonna be like a torch, like Endeavor. We're just like out of my nose. All right.
To finish what I was saying, hold on, just to finish what I was saying. So that feeling,
I'll just be over here vomiting.
Okay, that feeling of like, oh, I just got in on the wire, is like what they feel when Google never responds, and so they win by default, like in the courts, and they're like, yeah, we got the money, and it's like you're not getting that.
And then all of a sudden, Russia owes Google.
So the podcast tonight is the theme of it is nature is healing, and part of it is we're just going to throw a shit ton of articles in here that we're only going to read the headlines for to just kind of clear the slate before next year. And but there are legitimately a bunch of things happening where Donald Trump was elected president, and he's not even in the office yet, and already so many sectors of the world are making themselves great again, such as women are stopping their being whores in response. Like they just know, I know it, I gotta get in line, no more sex with men. Right?
I saw there was someone made the comment that it's like people are afraid to have children now. It's like that makes no sense. You like abortions don't prevent you from having children unless you want it, right? Like you just
they're literally saying like, ladies, it's time to delete your period tracking apps because the government's going to come and find you when they notice you're late. The government's going to come and kill you before you can abort that baby.
They've literally worked themselves up into a delusion that the world is going to turn into a Handmaid's Tale. That's
unbelievable. Wild. What delusion? It's like they think porn's going to be banned or something. Whoo! Anyway, so yeah, I was going somewhere with that. So the concept is that, nature is healing. Things are being made great again without even us having to do anything yet. And I was gonna cycle that back to something Footnum said, and I forgot. So I'm just going back to the article here. Oh God! They won the lawsuit against the company for blocking their YouTube channels. Those daily penalties have doubled each week, leading to the current overall fine of around 2 undecillion rubles. What is undecillion? How many zeros on that number?
Negative.
I was going to say. Undecillion is a number equal to 1, like followed by 36 zeros. What the fuck?
Undecillion has 36 zeros. Decillion has 33.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You led us astray.
I'm sorry.
Are rubles like a microcent or something? Are they a Dogecoin? Like.
Yeah, so undecillion is a number equal to 1 followed by 36 zeros, or 1 trillion trillions. Google, whose parent company Alphabet reported revenue more than $307 billion in 2023, is unlikely ever to pay the incredibly high fine, as it far exceeds the total amount of money on Earth.
I was gonna say, I don't think Google's ever made that much money like throughout their entire career, so I don't know
Not
how
even
that
close.
damage.
Not even that many pennies. Like a total of 17 Russian TV channels have filed legal claims against Google, according to one of RBC's sources. Among them are the state-run Channel 1, the military-affiliated Zvezda broadcaster, and a company representing RT editor-in-chief Margarita Simonian. Oh. YouTube, which is owned by Google, blocked several Russian state-run media outlets over the support of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Authorities in Moscow retaliated with fines, but stopped short of blocking the website. Why? Block the fucking website. On Thursday, the Kremlin called the fine against Google symbolic. This is the update. It's symbolic, which is
Send
to
a
say,
message.
we don't expect them to even acknowledge it. Although it is a concretely formulated sum, I cannot even pronounce this number. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov told reporters at a daily briefing. Rather, it is filled with symbolism. In fact, this should be a reason for Google's management to pay attention to this and fix the situation. This is the best that the company can do. Google's Russian...
It's all symbolism. Google just writes 2.5.
They send him a check that just says like Little Tykes Play Bank Set. Yeah.
Monopoly money.
The deck of $1 billion.
It's all about the symbolism.
Yeah, just remember that this number doubles every day. So that means that if this article is from October 29th, fuck, man, Google, you better get writing. Like, as they're writing the check, the amount keeps going up. Wait, it's in the mail. Oh, sorry, it's taking a long time to get here.
Just writing all the zeros and triples.
Yeah. Google's Russian subsidiary filed for bankruptcy in the summer of 2022 and was officially declared bankrupt last fall. Alphabet Inc.'s Google had earlier halted advertising in Russia to comply with Western sanctions over the war in Ukraine. Huh. Damn. Wait, is there more? No. Nobody cares about Ukraine. I can't. You know how I'm going to make Ukraine great again? By wiping it off the face of the earth. Whoa. Okay. You guys ready for some pickups?
You want to go over comments?
I'd like to go over comments. Go ahead. I don't know why I did that. There
Nice
you go.
hair.
My browser
It is pretty good. All right, I'll do it. Don't worry. John Ringo, Get Woke or Broke 2018. Who's John Ringo?
Some guy named John Ringo.
Huh. Any juicy news? Yes. Turns out Random 11 runs Crunchyroll.
I don't run it. I just have a good.
I just have
deal.
sway.
Hey, you have to have feet to run.
You sent me a PM. Oh, let me check. I don't see it. Oh, what have I done? Maybe I should check the actual Discord and not. I don't see it, buddy.
Uh-oh.
Did you send it? So you didn't send me a PM. You tagged me here. Oh.
Maybe
Okay.
by PM he meant public message.
Ask and you shall receive. Okay. A spicy calendar ENR? What? ASMR? Oh, spicy calendar entry time. Yeah. It's the hair, isn't it? Russia might end up with a tech boom. Can you guys turn that down? Holy cow. We got our living room finally set up. There is a enormous TV in there. Fucking enormous. It's like 100 inches. I mean, it's goddamn massive.
You need to stand right next to it and show us.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Julie! Yeah, later.
Can you please turn off the 100-inch TV with 8K Ultra HD Dolby Atmos built in?
Russia might end up with a tech boom. Oh no, Randy. Okay. All the women that are shaving their heads are saying it's to make them look ugly, are being idiots and assholes to women dealing with alopecia and cancer. Yeah. That's like when what's that guy that you hate, Alex Stein? When he told women, like women say that Lizzo is beautiful, so he told them that they looked like Lizzo and they took it as an insult.
I don't think that was Alex Stein, but yeah.
Then it was what's his name? The flat earther who's kind of racist. Oh God. He's the same guy who said the year that they gave the Woman of the Year award to Caitlyn Jenner, and she hadn't even been a woman for a full year. What is that guy's name?
I'll say this. At the very least, if they're doing that as some sort of trend or whatever, they're at least giving a warning sign to the people that don't want to interact with them. It's kind of like the pronouns, you know? It's like you see them, you're like, all right, see you later, buddy.
A man returned his wife's Woman of the Year award after Caitlyn Jenner received one. God, why can't I remember this guy's name? It'll come to me. Anyway, did I see the Blue Sky report rate? I forgot to post it in Discord. Yeah, Randy was telling me about it. Apparently, now that everybody has fleed Twitter in response to Trump's election and them removing the ability to block people the same way or whatever, people have moved on to Blue Sky. And at Blue Sky, they have been such Karens that they have reported so much content that now they've eclipsed the total number of the past 10 years or whatever combined. Is that what the report was, Randy?
No, it was. I posted it in the Discord somewhere. Anyway, it was like it wasn't quite the full year. It was like, yeah, here we go. In the past 24 hours, we've received more than 42,000 reports, an all-time high for one day. We were receiving about 3,000 reports per hour. To put that in context, in all of 2023, we received 360,000 reports. So per day, they'll eclipse the yearly thing in 6 days? Something like that.
I just think it's funny. Like Elon Musk set out to make Twitter profitable, and he did so by getting all of these Karens wasting resources to fucking leave. You know. All right. In response to whether or not there's juicy news, Mirage said, "Penis news is also juicy news." Yeah, you gave me quite a lot to work from today, huh? I've chosen to be sparing with it, so we don't blow our entire penis news library in one night.
Our entire penis.
Is Mirage responsible for our dedicated penis segment at this point?
Yes, that's quality content.
He is single-handedly responsible for us blowing our load at the end of each podcast.
The penis czar?
Were you talking about Lionel McLoin?
No. He has a short name.
Oh.
Like his name is, he has obviously two names. They're pretty short. Like it's not Gavin McInnes, but it's like Gavin McInnes in terms of like the length of his name.
Lionel McCloin was the guy that went to the women's or the Pride Parade and said like, "Oh, I'm glad you're I'm glad you're a trans woman," or something like that. And they were like, "Well, I'm not a trans woman." It's like, but trans women are women.
I think it's possible that he. I think it's possible that he got banned off of Twitter. Thing. Why can't I remember his name? His name is like Ben or Matt. Oh, God, why can't I remember his goddamn name? Ugh. Okay, we'll get there. Don't worry.
Matt Walsh?
No, not Matt Walsh. No, he's he is a very anti-Semitic these days, and also he's a flat earther these days. And he's super confrontational about it, to the point where like he's made it easy to get away from him.
Damn.
It's under StreamYard guest. Okay, cool. Yeah, I got you. You know what else is 100 inches? A tower of Legos, perv. Oh. Yep. Canadians understand inches?
Yeah. We still build our buildings up here in inches.
Really?
We have a very complicated relationship with
inches,
metric and imperial.
Yeah, you guys are like, how many inches are you?
You basically need
27 centimeters. Like,
does Randy ask for measurements in feet?
Yeah.
What?
Do you avoid using the bigger imperial system because you don't like the feet?
I stick to the chart.
Owen Benjamin. What's hold on.
Owen Benjamin Shapiro.
Is it Owen Benjamin? Yeah, Owen Benjamin. That's what I'm thinking of. Who's the guy?
I don't know. Who is the guy?
Hold on. His Twitter account is All I Do Is Owen. He's the guy who works for InfoWars. Owen Schroyer. I always get him confused. Okay. Yeah, Owen Benjamin is the one I'm thinking of. Thank you. He's the one who said the Caitlyn Jenner joke, and the Lizzo joke, I think, is from Alex Stein, though. Anyway. All right. Thank you, guys. You helped me. Not Greg Gutfield. Definitely not. Can't stand Greg Gutfield.
Wait,
Greg Gutfield is not funny.
What did Luigi the Metal say about Dragon Quest 3? And Dragon Quest 3 the remake has. I don't have this in the doc, but maybe we'll talk about it later. Okay.
You know what? Here, we'll do it now. Randy, give me the link you were just reading about the blue sky thing. This is gonna be whatever excuse I can think of to knock out this shit.
It's in private.
Okay, I'll go in a minute. Okay, we're gonna do this. We're just gonna fucking throw it in now. Got that. We got this. Okay. Here we go. All right. Here's the thing we already covered about Blue Sky. And somebody said, "Hey, Square Enix, I found a bug. I'm trying to equip this armor, but it says it can only be used by women." Leather dress. By the way, this defensive gear can only be equipped by women, right? I chose appearance A. Could you please explain which one is a woman? Thank you, Luigi. I'm glad we got that out of the way.
The actual Blue Sky 2 is, you have to scroll up a little bit.
Oh, thank you.
It's like up the thread.
I see it, yeah. Okay, cool. So, what was I doing it? Oh, God damn it. My boss is calling me. That's not going to happen, buddy. Sorry. All right. What are we at now? We're on to comments, right? We're going to finish comments.
You want to fight Metal Gear.
If trans women are women, that means there should not be a body type 1A, 2B replacing woman. Blue Sky has a Skynet on steroids. Okay. My comment about Dragon Quest is related to the bigotry Pocket Pair did with Pal World. That is what happens when you skip my comments. Okay. Did you see I didn't skip it? All right. Okay, dude, you're really shivering there in that cold, Randy.
I don't know what the hell is going on with that. But whatever.
All right. Okay, here we go.
Is that suit just painted on?
So, pickups. I've got. Well, let's start with this one. This one first.
All right.
Well, actually, no. Let's start with these. Today I went to book off because my
before you start, just to let y'all know, if I sound different, I've been sick for 4 days, so I understand that my voice sounds like shit.
Yeah, we won't hold that against you.
So just to let y'all know. Sorry, go ahead.
Right. Resident Evil Revelations.
Ooh, nice.
That's the one where Jill's super hot in it. Yeah. All right. I also picked up Scum's Wish for $19 and Magicano for $16. I was shocked to see I didn't already own this.
Oh, wow.
Or at least it's not in my cataloging yet. And then I saw for $26, aka a huge ripoff, Heroic Legend of Arslan, released by US Manga Corps. In the thickest boy I've ever seen I didn't know they even made this for this box set. So yeah, it's a two-discer. Yeah.
I had a Crow on DVD set. That was like that special edition.
Well, yeah, I mean, I know that this happens. I mean, Ushio and Tora was released like this, but I just didn't know that Heroic Legend of Arslan got a release like this. So I was like, fuck it, I'll buy it.
Slayers, the one Slayers release I have is like that. Is that I think there's an Arslan that wasn't dubbed, and there's also an Arslan that's like volume 1. But it looks like they at least have 2 discs.
Doesn't matter. Footnum, do you have the original Ushio and Tora?
I have it.
I have the re-release, I believe, because mine has a normal case.
Yeah, because I sent you that picture. I was going to get it for you if you needed it when I was there. But anyway, let me go through these.
Believe it or not, that's how I got my start. That's how I got hooked on it. I bought for cheap on Right Stuff, and I'm like, wait, this is pretty good.
What, the remake of Ushio and Tora?
No, the original Ushio and Tora. I was actually.
It was on Right Stuff.
Liking this, and then
it was on Right Stuff. I bought mine
I don't know if it still is.
dirt cheap on eBay, like back in 2019.
Tamala 2010 arrived. It looks like it is the standard edition. Oh, that's kind of nice. It looks like it is the standard edition inside of the special edition. I'm guessing. I'm guessing that's what that is, right? So kind of glad I didn't go crazy with it.
I'm surprised. Isn't that supposed to have like a release date, like February?
Well, it arrived early, didn't it? They are deaf over there.
In stock?
Maybe they didn't hear when the release date was. Yes, in stock. Yeah. Why don't we ask that now? Audience.
God.
If an item is up for pre-order, do you consider that being in stock? Randy would like to know if
in a casual conversation, would you tell someone that it is in stock if they were looking for something and it went up for pre-order?
I say no. Because
I also say no.
If they run out of the pre-order, I don't think it should be out of stock.
I'm Spartacus.
It's just no longer available. Okay, so I've got probably my 15th one of these. Reincarnated as a sword. You know, the one we talked about last podcast where they translated Lolicon as pedophile.
Why'd you support the bad translation?
Maybe they fixed it on the Blu-ray.
Because the dub doesn't say that.
Oh.
All right. And then there's this big boy. Dear Lord. I'm not answering it, buddy.
He's
Call me
watching
all
you
you
right
want
now.
from Australia.
He's watching the podcast right now.
I can't do it. I'm in the middle of making magic happen here. All right.
Why don't people just leave messages or text?
Seriously. It's not to mention the fact that it's Sunday, and I already did a whole bunch of work today for y'all. All right. Attack on Titan.
Oh my
Final
god.
season. Yeah.
That's a big
Remember
box.
when we talked about how we could do Steins Gate, and by the time we got done with Steins Gate, we would already have this in our possession? It was a planned thing. All right, so there's that.
Although by the time you like get to that part in the anime, if you started watching it, back then,
that's what we actually said. By the time we get to that, and yeah.
By the time we actually get to it, it will have a layer of dust on the shrink wrap.
So
it'll take a year to get through Attack on Titan.
it was my birthday on Friday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
My brother-in-law got me something so wonderful, which is to say he found something on the internet and printed it and stuck it in a frame.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
And
Is that going to go on the wall behind you?
yep. He included a nice note and then wrote a much longer version of it. I like the short one. I haven't even read the long one. When I came across this image, I knew this was the best find anyone possibly ever could have found. An awesome gift, possibly the best gift. May this be an inspiration to be alive. Live the life you want to live. Oh, this one has a lot more Trumpisms, but anyway, I think you get the idea. All right. So, who else has pickups they'd like to share?
I have some, but I don't have to go first. I can go last.
Okay. Well, I imagine they're all going to be in the Discord anyway, right? So, Reese, tell me about your 8686.
I got
Yaoi.
86. Yaoi.
No, what?
Whatever. I got 8686 season 1. And then I also picked up the Afro Samurai and Afro Samurai Resurrection Steelbook. And I double-checked the Blu-ray for the series, and while they did re-author the disc to change the FBI warning and add swap out the Funimation with the Crunchyroll logo,
They did not fix the censored footage?
The line. No, the line. It's the line.
Oh.
And then I also thought to check Crunchyroll's streaming version, and it's also that line.
So, sorry,
So it's
what's
like-
this line?
When we watched Afro Samurai for a Watch Club, we learned that on the DVDs,
On the
there's
DVD, the DVD director's cut and the Blu-ray director's cut have different lines.
have different audio tracks for some of the lines because it was aired on Spike TV or whatever, right?
Yep.
So they had an uncut version, and then they had a version that was aired on Spike TV.
Mm.
And the director's cut Blu-ray has audio from the cut TV version.
What sounds like the cut version, because I think the line for the uncut version was, "I'd put both hands on that sword if I were you, punk ass motherfucker." And then in the
Reese.
And the edited
Why are you
line
using such
was,
language?
The line that's on the Blu-ray is like, "Look at this guy only gonna put one hand on his sword" or something like that. Like very tame, you know.
So that's on the Steelbook?
That's on the Blu-ray that was on the director's cut Blu-ray that was previously released and on this one. Like they didn't fix it.
Is there a non-director's cut Blu-ray?
No.
Okay, so it's on the Blu-ray, I guess.
Yeah.
Including my complete murder session, I guess.
Most likely. I mean, if you want to check it, that'd be great just to find out.
It'd be hilarious if that specific specifically is the one that doesn't have that problem.
Oh, I'd be so pissed. And then I also got the. I always think of it as Planetes or Planetes.
It is Planetes.
Planetes. Is that a line that they say? Like, is that like a term in the series that they?
Yeah,
say?
in the very last episode, in the last minute, they say, "Some might say we live on Planetes." Dun dun, and then it ends. No, I'm making that up. I don't know.
That's what I thought. And then
you had me going there, Putnam.
I'm sorry.
And then I also got Dead Not Death Play Volume 12 manga.
JT Vega picked up the Blu-ray for Full Metal Alchemist. Hey, buddy, show me the back of that Blu-ray because this set has been bootlegged, and I can tell you how to know the difference.
When I looked at the, hold on, go back. Bring that picture up in like full screen, zoom in enhanced mode. Like click on it so it blows it up. Like look at the corner, like the top corner.
It looks to be, what do you call it? Shrink wrapped in the.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, dude, I think you might have the bootleg one.
Because Funimation doesn't do that.
Yeah,
but I didn't want to. Because I didn't. I wanted a second opinion. Because that was.
You called someone out for not having an Nendroid the other week, and now you're gonna hold your tongue on a potential.
Well, I wasn't sure if I was seeing something, thinking that it was a slip. It was in shrink wrap.
Wow.
Who do you call not having an Android? Was it me when I wasn't on the episode?
No.
Somebody had said they got an Android, but it wasn't an Android. It was a different kind of.
I consider an Android a genre of figures at this point, and then other companies.
That's what they said too, but they were wrong. You were wrong too.
We found Footnum's alt.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot we were on a podcast when podcast is for iPods only. Bitch.
You could listen to this on an iPod.
You could.
Everyone
JT Vega says it is shrink wrapped.
Yeah, buddy. So post a picture of the back if you can.
That would be more concerning. I don't think they make them that
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Glossy.
Enriv picked up. You do it because I'm currently trying to message my boss.
Cyber 6.
Saint Seiya movie collections, Tales of Symphonia, Dark Stalkers, and Fatal Fury, the OVA? I can't see it that.
All right, Footnum, you want time to shine?
Well, you see, so Tales of Symphonia was animated by Ufotable, and for the longest time, it never had a release over here. But then Discotech saved us. They saved us all.
Amazing.
Why don't you talk about Cyber 6? Aren't you fond of whatever that is?
Cyber 6 is great, yeah. Opening is awesome. Animation is great.
No.
It's based on an Argentinian comic. What?
Argentina, May? Well, no, I said you just had to stop with the opening comment. You didn't have to go further according to your own specifications.
Oh, yeah, clearly. Everything that has a good opening is automatically good.
100%.
There has never been a bad anime that had a good opening.
Nah. So when you say the OVA, do you mean the Fatal Fury OVA collection?
Yeah.
Cool, man. Yeah. So I'd tell you like verbally right now, if it's like how to know, but the problem
it's a secret, and
no.
He doesn't want.
The problem is that I have witnessed the bootleggers when I explain how to tell. I've watched them then change the tactic for which they do things. So
it is a secret.
I don't want to put out there.
I prefer not to make it like super well known right this moment.
Maybe JT is a bootlegger and he's gonna take your advice.
Did we cover all of these now that I'm back here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Bobby Hill picked up Armitage 3.
We're gonna get a Blu-ray release. Japan has a Blu-ray, and the Blu-ray in
Anime
Japan has
classic,
English.
The original cyberpunk classic. Why does it look like a magazine cover on this disc?
I don't know.
It's pretty forgettable. It is the original cyberpunk anime, but it is also very forgettable. It has to be good, right? All right, Mirage, you picked up Parasite Eve 2.
Parasite Eve 2, yes.
And Final
I
Fantasy
did
9.
have Parasite Eve 1. I owned that one at my local game store like way back in 2014 before PS1 games started creeping in price. I got that one for 40. I think I paid 80 for this one.
Is this the eBay listing or whatever picture, or did you take these?
That's the whatnot listing. That is what it looked like.
I knew it wasn't you.
It was
in the
beautiful.
picture here.
I'm too lazy to actually do that.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I could tell that
2.
wasn't you because the
Parasite
goatee.
Eve 2, if you have not played it, I will not go into spoilers, but it's a lot more action oriented than as opposed to horror, kind of like what they did with Dino Crisis 2. Actually, I think the same studio that worked on. I know it's Capcom, but I'm saying like the same developers that worked on Dino Crisis 2 worked on Parasite Eve 2.
The sequels to horror movies and horror franchises always turn into action because once you've revealed, like for example, in the original Alien movie, you don't even get a glimpse of the alien until the very end of the movie, right? Like that's the point. It's terrifying because you don't see it. Something is hunting them, and you don't even know what it is until the very end. And the thing at the very end is fucking terrifying, right?
Right.
And so Alien 2. Aliens is an action movie. Terminator 1 is a horror movie. Something is hunting the helpless girl, right? Terminator 2 is the action movie, right? We've established this thing is scary. Now how are we going to handle it, right?
Right, yeah.
Resident Evil 1 is more, it's sort of action too, but like it just goes off the rails as the franchise goes on with how much it becomes more and more action. Yeah. And then it had to do a return to horror, right? Anyway, just like a common thing. Good.
What was the correct just sequels to horror movies in general?
Sequels to horror franchises become more action oriented because once you've witnessed the horror aspect, once you see the thing.
So does Saw fit that criteria?
Yeah,
a little bit.
Yeah,
a little bit. It does become more well, and so think about it this way: you see
more expected.
No. Well, with Saw is a little bit different because Saw has a different group of people each time, right? Like the victims it's horrific to them each time, right? But when you follow a protagonist who's dealt with the horror, they're scared at first, they overcome their fear, and now fight or flight becomes now we have to fight. We were flight, now we're fight,
So it's more like more the horror franchises where the characters continue on, the protagonists continue on.
It's not always specifically that the characters continue on, because especially with video games, I think the player remains the same through each game. You have already experienced the horror part, right? And it gets to the point, like for example, when I played Silent Hill 2 Remake, it wasn't scary at all, except for when the mannequins would jump out and you weren't expecting them, and they kick the shit out of you, right? But you would, for the most part, like the game itself is not scary, right? Just stuff is not actually scary, and that's just the natural progression of trying to continue something that was meant to be scary. Is that it over time it loses its scariness, right? So then it becomes, how do I deal with it? And I think it's the fight or flight thing, as I was saying. Like originally you're in the flight response, and then eventually you can only run for so long before it's time to turn around and fight, So anyway, it's just like a natural progression things tend to do. So you also picked up Suikoden.
The first one, yeah. The only downside is So this actually did not follow the picture that well. There was a slight crack in the front of the case, nothing too major. I know that the jewel cases for PS1 are kind of shit.
Is this the crack right here?
I'm not too sure unless you zoom in.
Well, where's the crack on your copy?
It's on like on the front of the cover, like the very bottom, like right.
Yep, that's what I'm pointing at.
Yeah,
I don't see any white powder on there.
Yeah, so
That
anyway.
kind of looks like white powder.
I mean, it's only a little bit.
I
cracked,
actually
but
got
like
a hell of a
heavy
deal on this one. This one was 60 CIB. Usually Suikoden 1 goes anywhere from I think $80 to $100. So yeah, 60 for this was really good. I do plan on playing this and playing the remaster and kind of like comparing the two. It's also on the
Ayukaden or whatever it's called.
Ayuden Chronicles.
That one.
They also have it on the PS3 download store if you're interested for like $5.
Kotuchi
Is the
points out.
PS3? Isn't the PS3 download store like non-functional anymore?
No, it's still up. They haven't shut it down yet. It's not.
Says
it's
dual
not
cases are replaceable.
So,
anyway, back to this. So let's see. Xenogears, nice. Except you got the greatest hits version, which I would.
Oh no, I do have the black label.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Legend of Dragoon.
The black label and the micro resin. So this hasn't arrived yet. But I did get Lunar 2. Again, it was
a pre-pick.
No, I was trying to remember how much I paid for it. I'll have to get back to you on that. But,
nice.
Lunar 1 was really good. I really enjoyed it.
You know what's great about you covering this is it's one more way for me to throw away an extra tab here.
Yeah.
Lunar got a remastered collection
I know.
on
I'm
PS5
happy.
and PS4.
I'm so happy.
Wow, look at that butt. He's got like a turd hanging out of it or some shit.
The only downside from what I
is
heard
that they translated the English songs and it sounds like butt.
all that, but they got rid of the original working designs cast, the English voice cast. So I don't know who they got. I did hear that the PSP version, which I think is called Lunar Silver Star Harmony Complete. I heard that one's actually really good because they added extra cutscenes and they touched up
kind of like the Chrono Trigger PlayStation.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just old school traditional turn-based RPG.
Yeah. So I'll just say that the game, I never played it, but I did watch the trailer for this remake and it looks hella fun.
Yeah, I'm excited.
So I'd love to play it at some point.
Which is great because the second game, I mean, like I said, I think I paid $100 for it. Second game goes anywhere from $200 to like $300, like complete.
Anyway, back to Discord. So you also picked up Shadow of the Colossus PS4. Is that the remake?
Yes, this is the remake. Yes, and it looks beautiful.
Oh.
Like if you, I mean, like you have to remember too, like Shadow of the Colossus came out, the first one, I think it came out 2004, 2005. When you play the remake, I mean, like I don't have a 4K TV, but I'm imagining if you play this on a 4K TV with surround sound, it's like you're in like an IMAX theater.
So you guys know I just mentioned how I've got that huge ass TV now.
It's actually 720p.
Well, we also got couches in today.
You didn't deny it. Oh my!
The couches have speakers built in that are surround sound. So,
nice.
Yeah.
Oh, I did have one quick other pickup that I wanted to show just real quick. I actually wanted to show this on camera. Oh, this is really cool.
Okay, you want me to go? Hold on.
Wait, hold on. Let's switch. So this is called a R36S gaming console.
Where? There it is. Okay. Yeah.
It basically looks like a Game Boy Color, but it's modded. this thing is awesome. This can play PS1 games and N64 games, Game Boy, Game Boy Color, NES, Super Nintendo. It has all the Game Boy Pokemon games. So it has Red, Blue, Yellow, Gold, Silver, Crystal. It has all the Donkey Kong Country games. I've been playing this, playing Pokemon Blue. It has different brightness settings. It also has Nintendo DS games where you can actually set it full screen, or you have like the dual screen, and it has save states. I paid $40 for this thing.
Nice.
I love it. I think it's awesome.
You're gonna like the release news tonight.
I also have a modded PSP that I got for $40 also. And it plays PS1. I think PS1, PS2, PS3, and PSP games. The main reason why I got this, I'm not sure if you guys have heard about this. It does happen with the PSP Slim models. I think they came out like 2008. If you like neglect, like even if you take care of it like I do, if you neglect it and forget about the battery actually swells up. And you have to like pry the damn thing out like a screwdriver. Well, it happened to mine, but yeah, it's called like a bloated battery. It's easy to replace. I basically had to get something to replace my old PSP because the disk drive in it sounded like a freaking garbage disposal. I'm not tech savvy. I don't know how to fix shit, so I just went ahead and got this for $40. So anyway,
Cool.
Nice. All right. So you also picked up Silent Hill Homecoming, the graded 9.8 sealed one?
yes.
So I know it says sealed, but I couldn't help but notice that is not a PS3 case.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. That is a PS3 case.
Does PS3 not have like a thing here that says? Well, hold on, I've got it right there.
That's what the further ones did.
Well, that company's pretty incompetent.
Do you want me to get? I have a.
He's getting his own. He's gonna witness firsthand.
I also have a sealed copy. And you're right. It doesn't. Oh, it just says Blu-ray in the corner. I guess.
Oh, okay.
Oh, nice. Well, fuck, I didn't realize mine was unopened. I can't open this piece of shit.
I may.
Yeah, that might be a 9.9.
I might have a one up on Mirage. If I got that graded, I might find out it's a perfect 10.
I may actually end up selling this for serious buyers. It goes anywhere from I think $145 to $175.
Dang.
How much did you pay for yours, AC?
I don't remember, but I could look it up.
$20.
Also, I also have a. If I can find it real quick, I got a 9.8 Twisted Metal Black Greatest Hits also.
It cost me.
Oh, no, I'm not telling you how much it cost me. Screw that.
$2.50.
Where did I even buy it?
Amazon?
I'm looking at eBay, and I only see Silent Hill Downpour. Where did I buy this?
Oh, I also have Shattered Memories on PS2 also.
Nice.
It's opened. I'm not sure how much it goes for open, but I know sealed.
You can buy Silent Hill Homecoming PlayStation 3 for $23.99 on Amazon new.
Yeah, Homecoming was kind of the black sheep of the franchise, though. It wasn't rated that high.
Yeah,
actually, I consider Silent Hill 4 the black sheep, but
something tells me. Well, first of all, let me go find out how much I spent on Downpour then, because Downpour must be the one you're thinking of that people are selling for a lot of money.
No, I'm thinking of Shattered Memories. Shattered Memories sealed on the PS2 goes for like $400. Now I own a used copy. I don't know how much the used one goes for.
I mean, somebody's trying to sell the Wii version for $130, the PSP version for $150.
That's about right. Yeah.
PS2 for $424. I have the PS2 version.
That's what I have. Is that now the 400? Is that sealed or is that used?
It's open.
It's open. That's the one I have.
Yeah, $424 open.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, I have it right here. And my copy is in this nifty, like almost slightly blue case. I bought this at GameStop, pre-owned. I don't know what the price was, but I definitely didn't spend that much. I've already taken the price tag.
I have my copy right here. Hold on. It might be the same.
This is a great game. The only downside to this game is there's no combat in the game, which is a huge plus. But they threw in these chase sequences where literally, if you know what you're doing, you cannot get caught. It is so fucking easy, and it breaks up the gameplay to a degree that just seems unnecessary. That's the only downside to it. Is just like there's a little bit of whiplash, like funnel, like pacing whiplash, or however you want to phrase it. Anyway, back to pickups here though. So the thing I'm most looking forward to is finding out how. What does your favorite Silent Hill game say?
Reese posted this in the Discord, and it was the funniest shit that I have read.
Yeah.
Weird coincidence. I shared this with him like yesterday.
Yeah,
and
like not even like a second after I posted it, dude. I was dying laughing.
He saw that. I must have seen this as soon as you posted.
Yeah.
Because he replied in our other channel.
Yeah.
Reese post this under Roger's pickup. Quick.
Reese posted this in our like chat for the mods, and said, "What does this say about you, AC?" And I said, "Definitely Silent Hill Homecoming, a game I've never played," because it says, "What does your favorite Silent Hill game say about you?" Silent Hill refuses to listen to any band that came out past 2006. Yep. Silent Hill 2 cries a lot. Silent Hill 3, daddy issues / wanted to be the emo in high school. Silent Hill 4, the super hardcore gamer. Silent Hill Origins thinks The Room is the greatest film ever. Silent Hill Homecoming likes cock and ball torture. Silent Hill Shattered Memories, weeb. Silent Hill Downpour, either genius or schizophrenic. Anyway.
You get to pick up above Rogers.
What's up?
Screw up. Above
yeah.
the...
I missed one? Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry, Sab. One of the best soundtracks ever. Is that the Clanad soundtrack?
Ooh, nice.
You must like the Dongo song a hell of a lot.
Dongo. All right. Are we done?
Yes, that's
sick. All right. So, as I said, nature is healing. Disney refuses to release a Marvel episode with controversial message. Rogue Vigilante uploads it to YouTube anyway. Actually, I don't know if it got on YouTube. It got on it did. Well, no, this isn't the episode. This is the goddamn Disney Channel 9.79 million subscribers Disney Channel. Like anyway, but I do have it. I do have it for you. It's on it's on the Wayback Machine, the Internet Archive. Right. I'm gonna show you. And again, nature is healing. Right. We're making entertainment great again, just by having won the popular vote. Right. Okay. So let me share this with audio so you guys can hear the beginning of this.
Come on, let us out. But we did everything right.
I'm gonna do this so Disney can't.
We didn't.
Disney,
like
no, you can't.
Hologram player said, "Get out. You must follow my rules. I'm trans. My very existence breaks Greer's rules."
Okay. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. That's what Disney said. Nah. Maybe not. Maybe not. By the way, just want to say, from what I understand, this character, Brooklyn, has been a female or presented as female or whatever the entire show until this moment. In the episode, they are deciding to not release.
So it changes literally nothing.
Yeah.
You know what this reminds me of? This doesn't have to do with like a trans thing, but it's something that really, really irked me. So they actually finished in the Power Rangers comics by, I think it's Boom Studios.
Mhm.
they actually like ended them. They have like a true like series finale. And the final panel, it's Rocky, the second Mighty Morphin Red Ranger, and Adam, the second Black Ranger, who was Johnny Young Bosch. Yeah, they just like out of the blue made them like a
couple.
Yeah, a couple.
That seems to be happening a lot.
And I'm like, what the shit?
Right.
Anyway.
All right. So real quick, Homecoming is still new on Amazon. Huh. Oh, Homecoming's the one we were just talking about.
Yeah.
Downpour is the one I was saying is the expensive one, or whatever. I don't know. Anyway, old man says I have a sealed copy of Borderlands 2 on the PS3. It's not worth anything. All right. So anyway, after this, people were saying, I don't know if you noticed, it's Lost Media Busters is who uploaded it originally. This should stay Lost Media forever. I don't want to make my problems yours when the characters' friends are comforting them, right? Yeah, right. LOL. Like, I don't want to make my problems yours. You shouldn't have to suffer for me being trans.
You're making us see. You're making us suffer.
Yeah. Ban criticism of me and participate in my autogynephilia fetish, or I will kill myself. Right. That really do be how it is, huh? All right. Jumping in here in Kickstarter news, we've got the Electronic Gaming Monthly thing is finally over. Anyway, that's all we got to say about it.
Oh, one thing about Kickstarter news that I forgot to mention is supposedly, I know that on Godshard Chronicles there hasn't really been like a whole lot of talk. They are doing a, I believe like a manga, and I think the manga like the one shot book that they did is getting published and sent out.
Nice. So that's the one your friend is the artist for?
Yeah, Hiroshi, yeah.
Nice. So Haruhi Suzumiya's franchise's crowdfunding reaches both goals on day one. So what is this, Reese? Tell me about this.
It was right there in the...
Right here, the byline?
Yeah.
10 and 15 million yen goals reached for new song video with 3D models of Haruhi, Mikuru, and Nagato dancing. Wow, 3D models, my favorite type of animation.
Yeah, that's basically all I know about it.
Wow, glad we covered it. All right.
If it happened in a day, just shows
Oh,
up,
actually, I have some
content.
convention news. I didn't post it in the Discord because I actually heard about it last minute, and it sucks because it's a 5-hour drive. I want to try to make this happen. Kevin Eastman, who was the co-creator of Ninja Turtles, is coming to the Huntsville, Alabama Comic-Con, April 2025.
Nice.
I'm definitely going to try to see if I can go to it.
Right on.
But anyway, go ahead.
I'm going to throw this into convention news just so that I can take it off of the dock, or I can close the tab. Tokyo Disneyland has lost top attendance crown for Japanese theme parks for a second year in a row. Get woke, go broke. I mean, who could compete with this? All right. Anyway, moving past that. My Tiny Senpai live action TV drama slated for January 2025. So, Reese, describe this girl to me.
She is very short and very endowed.
Very tiny, very senpai.
Does this accurately convey?
Not quite, but good enough.
Oh, they really know what to show you. Huh? Oh my God, they're enormous. She's all boob, 90% boob. Right. The Tiny Senpai.
I can't see over your giant pile of stuff.
Can you put my amazing?
Oh, yes. Pushes back.
Yes. Let's do it. Look at it.
Surrounded by cats.
This one was in the big box.
That's awesome.
The final season.
You gonna watch it?
Yeah. Yes.
You're gonna stay in the box and we never watch it?
Yes. All right. Past this, former Marvel showrunner Bo DeMaio claims Disney told him to make X-Men 97 characters, quote, less gay. Once again, I am just merely trying to close some tabs and also illustrate the point. Now, granted, of course, I just want to make it abundantly clear. Not all of these things happened after Trump was elected president. Just so we're clear here. But it is indicative of a trend of nature is healing. All right, Nintendo sues EveryGameGuru for streaming pirated games. Nintendo has filed a lawsuit against streamer Jesse Kean, whatever, known as EveryGameGuru, for illegally streaming pirated games. Titles like The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and Pokemon Scarlet and Violet were reportedly streamed on platforms like Twitch, YouTube, and Kick, according to court documents filed in Colorado on November 6th. Nintendo claims Kean ignored multiple DMCA notices and cease and desist orders, continuing to stream and guide viewers on unauthorized hardware use. The lawsuit alleges that Kean repeatedly created new accounts on various platforms when his streams were removed, even taunting Nintendo by saying, quote, "You can try to stop me, but I'll keep going." I can't wait. I can't wait until they're in the courtroom together. Your Honor, my client didn't know it was illegal. To which point Nintendo's lawyers open up a laptop queued up to this part. You can't stop me. I'm gonna keep going. Right. On October 24th, he reportedly sent a letter to Nintendo boasting, quote, "I have 1,000 burner channels to stream from." He sent a letter to Nintendo. So, not only to the clip, Your Honor, we also have this letter sent by the defendant, quote, "I have 1,000 burner channels to stream from, and I can do this all day." Nintendo argues that Kean's actions foster a culture of infringement harmful to game sales and hardware exclusivity. The company calculates damages at $150,000 per infraction, totaling at least $7.5 million for 50 alleged violations over 2 years. Fucking 50. Did they even release that many games?
No, so this is the where we're getting tricky here.
Are the infractions the streams?
Yes.
Okay.
They're claiming the infractions are per stream, which, to my knowledge, we have never legally determined if a live stream of a video game being played constitutes as a copyright violation. Legally, I don't think that's settled law. Like,
yeah,
certainly if you stream a movie, yes. And if you download if you upload a game and let people download it, that yes. But the idea of copyrighting a performance of a video game, which is essentially a live stream of a video game, that's not legally settled yet.
Saying that you were showing people how to pirate the games?
Yes. So that I don't know if that's also illegal. I'm pretty sure
here's the difference. Is that I'm pretty sure because of the way they worded it, they didn't care that he was playing it early necessarily, because the thing is, I've gotten games like a week early and stuff like that too, but that's kind of on them. That's on the distributor. That's not on the individual. But because he was using it on an emulator, which they've essentially nuked to oblivion, he knows that they know he obtained it illegally or whatever, supposedly.
Incorrect. Well, that your assumption's correct, because obviously, but legally, there's a difference. So if he got the game legally before the release date, right, from a mom and pop shop that broke the street date, that's legally fine for him. And I don't see, as not lawyer, but obviously, but like I don't see any issue in him then streaming that video game. If he legally purchased it, there, I don't think that there's really anything Nintendo could do about that. But
the other aspect is the encryption keys.
Well, I mentioned previously that when I was in school, the college I went to, we had a shared network server that was reset every night, right? So that everything would get wiped off of it, but you could put stuff on it, right? And then, use it throughout the day to store like your renders and stuff, or have a network render going where everybody was rendering to the same drive. And then you could take it from there, put it into After Effects, render it out as a video, that kind of stuff. And we routinely had people uploading pirated content. That's where I got my pirated copy of X-Men Wolverine Origins before the movie came out. So it didn't even have finished CGI, right? Which, believe it or not, made the movie that much worse. Like, if you can believe it.
Before we go down a super tangent here, was there a point? No, nope, no point in that.
So no. So on this network, like, people would constantly share things that were pirated, right?
Yeah.
And one day in one of my 3D classes, somebody had access to the unreleased version of the next in the line of Autodesk 3ds Max.
I remember this story.
Yeah. And the teacher said, hey, like, you need to be really careful about sharing that stuff because it's a felony if you get caught, right? That specifically sharing the software before its street date, he described it as being a felony. Right. So when it comes to streaming the games and stuff, I feel like because he was streaming them before their release date, that dramatically impacts the potential for sales. Right. Because
again, go ahead. I'll finish your point.
Well, I'm just going to say because when you see the game before it comes out, there's and you might decide like, this doesn't look as fun as I thought it would be or whatever. You can cancel your pre-order and whatnot, right? So I think it's more likely with the games that he was guilty of showcasing that it would increase pre-order numbers. But regardless, I'm just saying if there is established law, and again, I'm not a lawyer, but if there is established law that leaking or releasing product details before the official release date or whatever, especially with IP that is, coded, right? Like digital code. If there's already established law that determines that's a felony, then Nintendo would have a ton to stand on when it comes to coming after the guy for that specific category of games. Versus, like, this is going back to you talking about, like, we've never established that streaming gameplay is somehow copyright infringement or whatever, right? So it may not be and it's kind of a dangerous precedent we're setting, because if Nintendo is going to take this into court, there's the potential that they will establish bad law that makes everybody who's ever done a Let's Play on the hook potentially, or able to be taken to court because now there's precedent, right? That's kind of like where we're going with this, right, Randy?
So that could be an issue, although there are enough specific circumstances to this case that could, depending on how the judge, like if it goes to court, I don't think it'll go to court. I think most likely the guy will settle. But if it went to court and a judge ruled on it, depending on what the ruling was, it could say if it went super poorly for everyone else but Nintendo, the judge could rule, yes, obviously streaming a game is copyright infringement, and he streamed the game before the release date, so he gets doubly screwed because yes, doing copyright infringement before the release of a product is worse. I don't know if it would be a felony, but it is worse in terms of like they don't care about it hurts. It cuts against your fair use claim heavily if it's before the release date. At the bare minimum.
It's one thing if you purchase the product and you stream a game that you purchased. It's another thing if you're hijacking its delivery on the truck before it gets to the game station, kind of.
So if you that's why I was saying like we have to separate the streaming from the downloading. Like I think it's obvious because while it's possible that he legally purchased 10 because it was 10 different games, 10 different games a week or two each before the release date, it's possible that happened. And if that's true, he better have fucking receipts because it's a civil court case, so the burden is 50-50. Like Nintendo just has to say it's unlikely he bought all of these games legally beforehand because they weren't for sale. So he would have to then prove like, no, I did.
But were they in stock?
Yeah. And so on that alone, he should get nailed. That's why I think he'll settle. And statutory damages, I think it said is 150,000 up to per.
Would you say this lawsuit is symbolic?
Yeah. So he, and I think it can get worse if it can go above 150,000 per infringement if it's like willingly, and he's very much proven that he's willingly doing this. Yeah. So he might get fucked just on those 10 downloads, right? Because Nintendo is notorious for having ninjas everywhere. So if he's a streamer, I assume he has a Discord. If he has some Discord that's open to any public people, sure he's in that. Nintendo lawyers were in that Discord. If he's bragging, I mean, he's telling people how to download them. So if he did the downloading, like I don't know if telling people how to download stuff is illegal, but downloading it would be illegal. So
I've got another story that really, I don't know, like for example, the concept of telling people how to do something illegal. So I have not seen this thing, and I think I'm hesitant to even entertain the idea that it's real because it's so ludicrous. But when Hillary Clinton was running against Donald Trump, there was the scandal that came out with her emails, right? Now, if you don't recall, what happened is John Podesta's password was the word password, and he apparently logged in on public Wi-Fi on a like tram or subway or something like that, and his email got hacked. The prevailing theory is that a Democrat staffer named Seth Rich had downloaded physically the contents of John Podesta's emails and uploaded them to WikiLeaks through a thumb drive based on the forensic data regarding the speed at which the files were transferring or whatever. That he would have had to physically be in the location. He was later murdered by people that the cops say were robbing him, but they didn't take his phone, his wallet, his keys, his watch, anything, right? Literally just 2 gunshots to the back of the head and left to die, right? Long story short, in those emails, there were a lot of very shady things, including what came out later to be known as Pizzagate and all sorts of these things that were coming out. Allegedly, now this is true, but Hillary. So, in case you aren't familiar, Hillary Clinton's campaign manager was John Podesta. Hillary Clinton's personal aide, like her right-hand woman, is a woman named Huma Abedin. Huma Abedin is married to a man named Anthony Weiner, who got arrested for sexting underage girls, pictures of himself naked and whatnot.
His wiener pics.
Yes, when they confiscated Anthony Weiner's laptop in a very similar manner to like the whole laptop situation with Hunter Biden, allegedly there was a folder on the laptop labeled insurance or life insurance or something like that. And in this folder was a file, a video file that allegedly featured Huma Abedin and Hillary Clinton cutting the face off of a child in a ritual like sex orgy, sex magic scenario. Now,
who's alleging this?
The story that was going around when this story was coming out is that decorated, like long-standing law enforcement in the NYPD literally had to leave the room to throw up. It was so horrifying, this video, right? Now, I'm going somewhere with this. I was watching, this is before the massive purge on YouTube where they got rid of like Alex Jones and all channels even remotely similar in terms of this type of content. There was a guy that I was watching at the time, and he was describing this video and saying, and this video is not only a snuff film, if it exists, but it was also obviously child porn, right? Because it was depicting the rape and murder of a child, right? And he described that if you want to see this video, it's on the dark web. Obviously, I can't give you the video, but I can sell you something we're calling the bundle. And what the bundle was a step-by-step instruction for how to access the dark web using Tor and how to then locate this video on the dark web. And I remember seeing this guy selling access to a training manual to find what is effectively a snuff child porn film and thinking to myself, that has to be illegal. Right? Like, I cannot fucking imagine somebody thinking that was a good idea. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think it's illegal to sell?
I think that was a ridiculously over detailed example, but
I don't think it's real, because if it was real, someone would have downloaded it and uploaded it to the actual internet. So that's
this is my theory as well as to why I thought I'm going to dismiss this. This seems so ludicrous that if it were real, you'd have at least seen an edited clip. For example, during the 2020 election, I watched a clip on like a Chinese like version of YouTube that featured footage from the Hunter Biden laptop that they had censored. Like they put like, on YouTube, how you can select a region to blur, right? They had tried to censor Hunter Biden's dick, but they didn't do a very good job because it kept going outside of the blur, right? And my wife and I watched this clip from the Hunter Biden laptop, and it had at the beginning of it like a Chinese person, like literally from China, like they had hacked access to the laptop, and they had put out a video basically explaining why, like how big of a deal this is and why Biden cannot be allowed to win or whatever, some like major thing at the beginning of it. And then my wife and I are watching what's an actual like sex tape of Hunter Biden, and we're just getting super uncomfortable. Like, honestly, we just assumed eventually it was going to cut back to the Chinese guy. But then like about 3 minutes in, we realized, no, here's the intro with Chinese guy. Here's the entire duration of the video from Hunter Biden's laptop with a little censor bar in the middle that didn't quite do enough of a job. Anyway, so, but yeah, I mean, it's just like, it's coming back to the main point. I think that selling or even giving free access to instructions for illegal activity, I think is tantamount to performing the illegal activity, right? Especially when it proves that in order for you to be able to provide the knowledge necessary to perform the illegal activity, one must have done it previously, right? Like, oh, here's the exact URL you have to go to, and here's the button you need to make sure you click on this one because this one is a fake torrent download that will give you a virus, or you know what I mean? Like these are all things that would indicate, like, if you're going to give somebody the tutorial for how to download something, that you would presumably have done it already, and that's how you can give the authority of explaining, like, here's how you do it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know what you're saying, but at a certain point, wouldn't that basically constitute going into the region of like you could know how to do something that you've never done before. Like, I don't know. Yeah. I have this hammer. I could swing it and bash your skull in. I haven't done that, but I know how to do that.
The point you're trying to make is that there's a realm of this where all of a sudden you drift into a realm of, because you have described accurately how to do the crime, you are now guilty of the crime and we're locking you up. But in the court of law, it would still be argued, and they would have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you did in fact perform the crime. And I think that if you, like, depending on the circumstance, like, obviously, if you fully explain step by step exactly how to do something, and you use phraseology in the explanation that is like, make sure you don't do this because that's going to do this, or if you say, like, when I did it, I accidentally clicked this, you know what I mean? Like, if you use phraseology like that, it's going to be extremely easy to convince a jury of your peers of your guilt. But if you know, I think when
but
the
there's still that
lingering
doubt, like maybe you're just reading off of a script that somebody gave you.
Yeah, the point is that I think that either way, you would be able to argue in court, you know, the situation, and so it's not like, oh, you're automatically thrown in jail because you can describe how to commit a crime that you've never committed. Right? Like saying it would be so easy. Like, I was at the bank the other day and I noticed this exploit. It would be so easy to just walk in and do this, right? Or something like that. You know what I mean?
So easy just to push somebody down the stairs.
Yeah. So anyway.
I quickly looked it up on ChatGPT. Well, I asked ChatGPT and it did say something which was like, okay, which is
you should ask Grok instead.
I don't have Grok.
I have Grok.
I don't care about Grok's answer.
My Grok and
suck my Grok.
there is like this whole thing about aiding and abetting, and I'm okay. Yeah. So I guess.
So it would be aiding if you were to, in the situation of the bundle, if you were to explain and literally sell an instruction booklet for how to access something that is child porn, that is considered aiding and abetting the criminal action.
It could. I don't know. I didn't ask it about the bundle. I asked it about piracy. Okay. So, and I don't know where the line is on how much you can explain. Certainly, like, there are people who make videos on how to download ROMs, and the one thing they leave out to, like, make it, like, legal, quote unquote, which who knows the fuck if it's legal, I guess, but is they don't tell you where to get the ROMs, right? They'll, like, just Google, like, how to get ROMs.
You have to rip your own ROM or whatever type deal.
So, like, maybe there could be a legal case for that. I don't know. And if that's their argument, if their argument is 50 times he went on stream and he promoted people to pirate games, and each one of those would be an infringement, then okay, I suppose. But if their argument is the stream itself was the copyright infringement just because he was reproducing the video game output, I don't know if that is like settled law, and I think that would be a harder fight for them. If they had the right judge that understood what was going on, because just even understanding that, like, a video game isn't a movie and you can't, like, one-to-one compare the two, it's probably above most judges' heads. But like I said, because it's pretty obvious he did download at the bare minimum 10 games before the release date. He's probably going to settle. I can't imagine he goes to try.
I mean, you'd be a fucking retard if you actually think you're going to win in court on this particular thing, and it would do tremendous damage to non-illegal activities right now by giving precedent that they could be pursued in court.
Yeah, like I said, there's enough. Like, he's done so much shit that it's like, if you're doing a fifth of it, it's like really not comparable. But like,
get this.
It does open the door a little bit, right? Next time they might do, like, if he's done 10 things bad, the next guy might only do 7 things bad, and Nintendo will be like, well, let's try going after him too.
Yeah,
right? It does crack even if he settles, it does crack the door open a little bit, right? We've seen the same thing with the emulators, right? Yuzu seemingly did do bad things, like they had Discord chat logs of them saying we're passing around the Breath of the Wild before the release date to different moderators in the chat,
and that's really where, like, doing illegal thing for your own personal use versus selling illegal thing for other people and profiting off of that illegal thing is like for example, if you before drug legalization grew your own pot, you know what I mean? Like the court looks at you way different if you get busted with one single plant, right? Only enough for personal use versus you start selling it. And you start growing enough that you can provide it to customers, right?
Yeah.
Both are considered illegal or were, right? But one of them is looked at dramatically different, right?
For sure.
So they say here that Nintendo argues that Kian's actions foster a culture of infringement harmful to game sales and hardware exclusivity. The company calculates damages at $150,000 per infraction, totaling at least $7.5 million for 50 alleged violations over 2 years. This is the Decillion, right? The lawsuit highlights Kian's unauthorized stream of Mario and Luigi Brothership on October 22nd ahead of its November 7th release. Nintendo's action reflects its broader efforts to combat piracy, aiming to protect its high-profile titles and intellectual property. All right. So I would like to address a bunch of comments here. Going back to pickups, Enriv said, I normally don't like buying sub-only Blu-rays, but Tales of Symphonia and Saint Seiya, I know, will never get dubbed, so I just took the L, LOL. Funimation used, or is that your pathetic attempt at talking to an older girl for prison school is still bad as a tongue twister and not what the female character said. Oh my God. I regret everything. I'm one purchase away from completing my Tales of anime collection. Hey, when you're done, let's do a watch club of Symphonia. Symphonia did get
Fantasia.
Fantasia got dubbed. Tales of Fantasia? Yeah, Tales of Fantasia is the one I'm thinking of. I was asking about To Love Ru specifically. Skipping. One wrong dialogue in To Love Ru is enough for a boycott. Even the mouth flap excuse is a fail since the looping animations ignore the Japanese syllables too. Yes. Legend of Dragoon is awesome. Hello, Lady Phoenix. I would love to see it remastered. It would have been awesome if they did a prequel game about the Dragon campaign. So, ironically, as an adult, now that I've gotten sort of back into gaming, if I were to get to the point where I could, quit my day job and have a lot more time to just fool around or whatever, playing RPGs from my childhood that I never got around to playing, or even replaying ones like Breath of Fire, Beyond the Beyond, all these old games would be really fun. But motherfucker, grinding RPGs as an adult just does not sound fun. I mean, it sounds fun. Don't get me wrong. It sounds like a lot of fun. but I feel like I would be wasting my life to do it as an adult. When you're a kid and you just spend, I'm grinding for 4 hours. As an adult, it's like 18 hours later. Fuck me, I got nothing done today. So I don't know. If I were to play, if I ever went on to play those games, I'd probably use a Game Genie and just level up at a certain point. I know nothing about Lunar, but I'm hyped for the remaster collection. Always down for classic RPGs. Same. I'd love to do them, but we'll see. Game Arts are the developer, and Gung Ho are the publisher for Lunar Remake Collection. Cool. The Lunar games, or Lunar probably, games were collectible shortly after release. Used copies were going for a premium and usually under glass at the game store. Nice. I played Lunar 2 on PS1, and the Sega CD is the original ones. So when I was at Book Off, I noticed on PS4 they're selling the Sega Genesis version of Aladdin and the Lion King game, right? And I was like, damn, I'd fucking love to do that. But I can't remember if it's the Super NES or Sega Genesis version of the Aladdin game that was the fun one. So I didn't buy it. Because back then, anybody who was alive back then remembers, you'd rent the game like, this time I'm going to rent the other one. You're like, oh, this was a mistake. Like, this game sucks.
I personally think that the Sega one.
It was the Sega one that was the good one, right?
Yeah, for both.
For Aladdin?
Definitely for Aladdin, and I'm pretty sure also for the other one, Lion King.
Lion King. I don't think I ever played the original, the Lion King for those games. For the console.
Did Lion King come out for the Super Nintendo?
I don't know, but I'm just saying. I remember specifically Aladdin had 2. I think
Aladdin
the Sega
definitely
Genesis
did.
was the good one. And then I remember renting a Peter Pan game all the time and never getting past the flying level as Tinkerbell or whatever. Just like I just remember so often getting to it and being like, all right, this is where I put the game down. Like every time. I just could not fucking beat it.
The Super Nintendo Aladdin game was the one where you didn't have a sword. And I think the animation was maybe a little better, but the music was better in the Genesis one.
Yeah.
And you had a sword. And I liked the Genesis
legitimately
one
a great game. Like a really great game. Was that Capcom or Konami who released that? It was really good. Yes, can I help you?
Where's Mom?
I have no idea. Oh, she went to Noni's house. She has to help Nono or something.
Can I go over?
No, you cannot. You cannot. You can go upstairs and brush your teeth.
I did.
Great. You can go upstairs and get in bed.
I already did.
Okay. Why don't you go do it again and this time stay there?
I
Come on, go ahead. Yeah.
No, bring me.
Go upstairs.
I'm gonna stay here with
No.
Mom.
Absolutely not.
Fine.
Yeah, thank you. That's how it's done. They remastered Lunar 2 at long last. I had the PSP Lunar game, and it is awesome. Shadow of the Colossus needs a PC release. A remaster must be the same master with optimal quality and glitch fixes. Even the music remasters on CDs are the same as the old music, as they are never re-recordings, okay? Video game companies are lying to all of you about remasters, as they are just ports, okay? PSP can easily be soft modded. No hardware changes needed. Huh. My PSP batteries all swelled, but they were not in the systems. Yeah, my oldest MacBook buckled. Buckled pretty severely.
His avatar. He's
Oh, he did.
a cat now.
He's a cat now. What? How? You're an old cat now. All right. Let's see. Some OG PS3 cases with the Spider-Man font logo have the font on the actual case. Spider-Man font logo?
Where it
That's what
says
the PS3
PlayStation.
logo has
Like,
always
the
originally
Spider,
been.
like the Raimi Spider-Man movies, the logo font.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, okay, so they did sometimes have it on there. Okay. You can open it. Homecoming is pretty common. Though, yeah, after they switched logos, they got rid of that. Homecoming is still new on Amazon, as we showed. Or as we at least mentioned. I have a sealed copy of Borderlands 2. It's worth nothing. Homecoming is still for sale in Steam and Good Old Games. Downpour is rare. Pre-owned is supposed to mean it was just bought but not used.
What? No.
Does it mean it's in stock?
I think he's saying because otherwise you would say you're selling a used copy, not a pre-owned copy.
I feel like pre-owned and used are the same thing.
Yeah, they're the same. Pre-owned is a euphemism for used. That's all.
Reese exposed me, and now everyone knows what Shattered Memories being my favorite means. Yep. Exposed. Hashtag exposed. Disney may hold the episode until months later. Disney should have left those kids and adults alone. Okay. On this again. You are cross? I don't get it. Yep. Trans. All right. Skipping. All right. Happy birthday. Thank you. Gotta watch out for my November bros. Skipping. My Tiny Senpai is a really cute romantic comedy. Nice.
So you were born in No Nut November, eh?
Fortunately, it wasn't No Nut February when I was conceived.
Oh, okay. Damn. What month would
August.
November?
August is 9
August?
months after.
No. Oh, yeah. No. It'd be
Does
July.
it really matter, guys?
11 plus 9 minus 12 would be 8. So yeah, August.
Oh, you got a fence post problem though.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be July.
Why?
December, January.
Let's do it this way: November to December, December to January, January to February, February to March, March to April, April to May, May to June, June to July, July. I can't do it. To August. Haha.
Okay.
Wow, I'm glad we got clarification on that.
Yeah,
it was pressing.
It was. All he needs is a legit copy to win his case, right? Let the record show I own a physical copy of Super Mario Brothers Brotherhood or whatever. Nintendo tracked him through repairs for his Switch system, so beware if you buy anything directly from Nintendo and piss them off, they will find you. Yes, but will they force you into arbitration?
Yeah, I heard they looked up his name in the database of all their repairs, and that's how they got his address.
Yeah. They cross-referenced the letter he sent that said "Come get me, coppers," signed fuckface, and then in the return address they looked that up, right? That's how that works.
Now it is one thing because I don't know if he's actually responded yet. Like we just know the lawsuit is filed.
He's long gone. He is Google to this Russian lawsuit.
Legitimately, he might not live at that address anymore, and if he doesn't, then he might be able to avoid the lawsuit.
I'm gonna need to find another box for these Blu-rays before I ruin that Attack on Titan one. Nintendo should have sent the Pinkertons. He posted online that he had sent his Switch in for repairs, and they found that repair ticket and his address. That way, when they sent him the cease and desist, they know it. Nintendo has one. It's called the Ninja. I like it that they would take his Switch and repair it so that it can't play games before release.
Well, do you know if he posted online that this happened? Because my understanding was that as part of the filing, Nintendo had explained what they did to try and find who he was. Because they were trying to, my understanding was they were trying to justify that they could just mail him the notice because they couldn't actually serve him, right? He was unservable like Jamie Markey. This is my understanding. And so then they were arguing to the judge, like, let us just mail it to them and call it served. And like, these are all the steps we've taken. We know he lives there. Like, just let it be mailed. And then, so as part of that, they were explaining what steps they did to confirm that's his address. And that's where people found out that they looked up the Switch repair thing. But if he admitted to it, that's different. I don't know if he also admitted to it. I don't know.
It'd be funny if he leaked the cease and desist before they even sent it. Nintendo has one. It's called the Ninjas at the Pinkertons, right? And then Nunchuck Ninja says, "Yo, called out. Don't dox me, bro." All right. He used and shared an illegal emulator software that he's using to play the game is the issue. Yep.
No, that's not true.
He should move.
Sorry. The emulator is not illegal at all.
It's the ROM that's illegal.
No, it's the decryption keys that's illegal.
Even that, well, it depends on what he did with sharing the encryption keys could be illegal, although Canada just made it illegal. But the emulator should be legal. There's no reason for me to think that it's illegal. It did get shut down, but that's not making the emulator illegal. Sharing the encryption keys could be illegal, but that would also not make the emulator illegal. Anyway, it might be nitpicking, but I just wanted to confirm. The emulator was not ever made illegal. It just got shut down because the developers were being stupid.
I'm just looking for a specific thumbnail that I definitely... So we sort of talked about this a little bit before. That particular guy next to Adolf Hitler, that's Anthony Weiner taking the photo in the mirror. That's why you can see his phone.
Oh, okay.
He's taking his nude photo. Hey, this was the podcast we covered Adolf Hitler. Ooh, Nona. All right. Okay, back to this. R.I.P. Seth Rich. So Wiener is the least disgusting character in the story. Yep. You can disclaim that you never did it, but here's how it's done. Is she referring to the infinite money glitch? Am I? Is it piracy to use software such as Maya on a live stream? I doubt it. If it is, I'm in trouble because I streamed the rigging of that Crash Bandicoot character for Mr. Nice Guy on Twitch years ago.
If I recall, I think Adobe did try that once to say that making streams were copyright infringement. I think it was Adobe, because they were trying to fight the Photoshop piracy, and then they quickly realized that's a stupid idea to try to do, because everyone on the internet is making Photoshop tutorials, and if they don't have tutorials online, their user base goes in the toilet because no one knows how to fucking use their software.
Hell yeah.
So that didn't last very long.
I'm trying to figure out Disney's Aladdin for Sega Genesis was Ubisoft. What? How the mighty have fallen. I want to say it was Capcom. I guess the easiest. Yeah, Capcom. Wait. No. Capcom did the Super NES one. It says here the game was released by Sega for the Sega Genesis on October 19th, 1993, as one of several games based on the film, including another game that was released in the same month by Capcom for the Super NES. Wow. That's the one I remember. I just remember the like the whatever that like jingle they play with the Capcom logo back in the old days.
Virgin Interactive made both versions, so
I saw it. Okay, cool. All right, now that we're done with that, let's move on to the next topic here. Tomorrow's Joe anime seasons 1 and 2 to stream on Crunchyroll.
Yep. So yeah, all of the first season is up now. All the first series is up now. 1 through 7.
how can it be up now, Reese? It says tomorrow.
Is it in stock?
Bro, is it in stock? All right. So once again, this is just more and more evidence to the idea that we're probably going to get a Blu-ray box set from
Discotheque.
Discotheque in the future, which would be awesome. I hope they dub it.
Yeah.
But they won't.
They're not going to.
Good luck with that.
100 plus episodes, and they're not going to dub the other half of Loop on the Third Part 2, which is arguably far more popular over here.
All right. I just need to become so fucking wealthy in the near future before anybody dies so we can make that happen. Just like Discotheque, like a brick goes through their window. And like, what the fuck? This is a hate crime. Oh, what's this? It's attached to a shit ton of money with a note that says, please dub Lupin.
Dub Loop the rest of Lupin Part 2 before you put out those Blu-rays that you're obviously going to be doing at some point.
Are you ready for this? Okay. I saw this on Reddit. We are at a point where people are censoring the word foot/feet. Random 11 CEO of Crunchyroll confirmed. Edit. I spoke to someone at Crunchyroll and they are aware of the issue. Others have reported it already today, probably people from this thread. So thank you. Fingers crossed. We'll check back in a couple of days. Whoever is dubbing these shows is purposefully censoring the word foot/feet, instead saying leg, and should be removed from the dubbing team. The dubbing team? Not the sub team?
Apparently.
I know the words leg and feet in Japanese are supposedly similar, but I feel Crunchyroll should hire competent people who can actually understand the language and judge based on the scene they are seeing. There are literally sparkles around her feet and not her legs.
Yeah.
Kara, a leg model, and Rocky, a sexy actor, right? So the idea
Well,
is
actually, the sparkles are around her hand, so she's
Yep.
a hand model.
Yep, totally. And then they also shared this one: hand, leg, stomach, and then this whole scene from ReZero. Move your leg. Are you infatuated with my beautiful legs now? Legs. The legs in question. She does have such an erotic figure, doesn't she? Anyway, so yeah, I'm wondering if they're using... See, I think it's very possible that AI is translating the subtitles. And that the subtitles, because in Japanese, yubi...
Soft?
Yubi means finger. What is the word for foot?
You beat me harder.
Fruto.
Ashi? Hold on. In Japanese,
Ashi.
foot is ashi, and leg is also ashi.
Wow, Random 11, you were quick to say, yep, that's foot. Oh.
But here's the interesting thing.
Power of ChatGPT on my side.
Here's the interesting thing about it. Oh, God damn it. Okay. When you translate it, foot, ashi, uses this kanji, but leg, ashi, uses this kanji. Anyway. So, yeah, they're very similar.
Why would they do that?
I don't know.
That's insane, Japan.
Yeah.
You have two words that are spelled the exact, or that sound the exact same, but are spelled differently. And I mean, two different parts of the body that are right next to each other. That's got to be the most confusing thing ever.
Just like scene and scene.
Well,
yeah, but at least they're not right directly next to each other, unless you're talking about being seen in a scene.
Just wait until we get to the anime news. All right, cool. Yeah, so we'll keep you up to date as much as I can.
Stan Dolan on X says nope, no
Damn.
Crunchyroll.
There is a viewer on X among the 14 that X lies to me about. Hello, Stan. How you doing? All right, in theater news, the Japanese box office for Attack on Titan: The Last Attack compilation film makes a #1 debut. So remember we talked about this. This is the compilation movie for what is it? The last 2 episodes of the entire series.
Things that you literally just got in pickups.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's the last 2 episodes, and if you can believe it, they added a post-credit scene just to force you to buy it, right? But wait, maybe you would willingly do it just to see this really strange scene at the end where the main characters of the movie are watching the movie as their younger selves in a movie theater.
in a real world setting is that Marco over Mikasa's shoulder?
Oh no, Marco! Even in the real world, he can't survive. God damn it. Yeah. Yeah. Meanwhile, Mikasa has become goth. A good choice. Like, but how do we make Mikasa even hotter than she is in the show?
I feel like I saw this somewhere before.
Mm.
Was this?
Did you watch the series? Have you seen all of it?
Did you see this perhaps last week when we were going over articles and forgot to put this in the doc?
There's a scene in the spoiler, like the mental scape, where you see these characters as they are. Like, blink and you miss it moments in the series.
Interesting. All right, moving past this. Disney's, so just prefacing this, last podcast we covered that a Disney producer made comments that would put Disney in hot water over the Gina Carano lawsuit because Gina Carano was fired allegedly for saying something inconsequential about not treating your neighbors like Nazis or something.
Yeah.
And the Disney exec full on said much worse things, and then, that puts them in hot water. Well, guess what? Disney's Snow White star Rachel Zegler offers a public apology after calling for Donald Trump and his supporters to, quote, never know peace. Says she, quote, let my emotions get the best of me. And also seemingly probably didn't actually write the thing that the apology is. Hi, everyone. I would like to sincerely apologize for the election post I shared on my Instagram last week. I let my emotions get the best of me. Hatred and anger have caused us to move further and further away from peace and understanding, and I am sorry I contributed to the negative discourse. This week has been emotional for so many of us, but I firmly believe that everyone has the right to their opinion, even when it differs from my own. Really? Really? I am committed to contributing positively towards a better tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
One might say the future looks bright. Yeah. So anyway, definitely. God, she's got a massively bad lazy eye. Ooh, like, where is she looking? She looks like moments before this, she got hit really hard in the back of the head. Right?
Grumpy must have got a little too grumpy on set.
Attack on Titan technically ending with Eren getting with Goth Mikasa in another life is the peakest possible ending you could give me, LOL. Yeah, written by a PR team. Totally. Cool. So in other news about Disney, Bob Iger surrenders on Disney's anti-Elon Musk campaign. The Walt Disney Company returns to Twitter as in advertising for the sake of advertising. So, wow, nature is healing, right? Anyway, continuing. let's go over some anime
before you
news.
continue.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
I hear you. Yeah, you sound
The
so
Crunchyroll
lovely.
thing.
Mhm.
Thank you. The Crunchyroll thing. Did we confirm, like, if the person is saying that they heard the word leg and the word leg and the word foot is both ashy, how do they know the difference without being able to see the kanji?
I think that like the get your leg off of her when the foot is the thing on her, and talking about her being a leg model instead of a foot model when she's putting, nail polish on
Yeah,
her
but I mean the
toenail.
person, the Reddit's evidence was, I know the word and I know they're saying foot. But if foot and leg are the same thing.
I think that the Reddit post was saying, yes, I'm aware. Like somebody else has already told me, you don't need to tell me in like a million times in the comments here.
Oh, okay.
Like I think that was the idea behind it.
I see.
Anyway, so into anime news here. Backstabbed in a Backwater dungeon anime announced. So this is perhaps the most try-hard synopsis I have ever read. It is so mega cringe, but also hilarious because of how cringe it is. First of all, the character's name is Light.
Another
Luce,
one?
Right? Yeah, another one. Another one.
Are we sure he didn't get reincarnated?
Is his last name Dark?
Yes, it is actually. No. When Light is kicked out of the Concord of the tribes, his former comrades instantly turn on him. Light escapes this diabolical act of betrayal by the skin of his teeth, only to find himself in the deepest part of the abyss, the most dangerous dungeon in the realm. To avoid being eaten by carnivorous monsters, he uses the Unlimited Gotcha, his sole magical skill. But where it previously only produced junk items, this time May, a gorgeous level 9999 fighter in a maid outfit, springs forth. Fast forward 3 years, and Light has carved out his own kingdom in this backwater dungeon, summoning more beautiful 9999 warriors who swear absolute fealty to him. Now, a powerful level 9999 overlord himself, Light plans to ascend to the surface and take revenge on his betrayers one by one.
All right, I have a confession.
So it's a
yes.
When I was a kid, I liked Pokemon, and I still like Pokemon.
Oh my gosh! I can't believe you just admitted that in front of us.
I know.
Ugh.
This is a safe space for you to come out with this news.
Yes, and I would collect Pokemon cards. And one year, my parents got me a present. It was a computer game / program called Pokemon Card Maker.
Oh.
And with it, I made Pokemon cards. Fake, shitty Pokemon cards. And
such as
Charizard, level infinite, with attack 999999.
Nice.
And Mew, level 200, these types of cards. They were
Officer
golden.
Jenny with sex appeal level 9999.
Officer Jenny was not included in the
99969.
It was just Pokemon images, unfortunately, and other clip art.
Okay.
So
this is like a computer program like Spider-Man Cartoon Maker you got the same year, right?
I got Spider-Man Cartoon Maker earlier. That was a few years earlier. That would have been probably like 97. This would have been probably like 2000, maybe 99. Anyway, that's what this sounds like. This sounds like I'm going to make my character. He's going to be, obviously level 99999. Like the amount, like when I was a child, I had the defense. I was cringe as a child making these guys, but I had the defense of being
a child.
Being a child. This is not written by a child, I assume.
Did you use
they do not have the
combiner?
Combiner?
Combine Pokemon?
That didn't come out until like recently.
Like
that's like a last.
Snatler?
That's like a last 5 years. Yeah, I've used that. I didn't make a card out of it though.
Hitler is a Pokemon confirmed. This is gonna be the most wild thumbnail I have ever construed. Ever. Like
thumbnail?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember the last time you made one of those.
Oh, under the bus.
All right. Yeah, back when God, my hair looks really bad back then. Thank God it's improved a little.
I think you got something in your eyes in that shot too.
Yeah.
Trump back in the White House is helping your ascending hairline.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm just enjoying the reflection on my glasses a little longer. All right, anyway. Okay. Yeah, so Kota T says, I read Backstabbed. The story of Backstab is not... Wait, no, that's not it. I read Backstabber, and yes, it is try hard. Old Man says, so many of these isekai anime are getting more edgy and derivative. It's like the publishers are running out of good stuff and are scraping the bottom of the barrel. The story of Backstabber is not like Randy's example. So it's not like 9999 Charizard example.
No.
Speaking of Jenny, it is cool you could get an idea of what a male Junsa would be designed like. Pokemon Let's Go has the same short clothes and the player character. Oh my god.
It might not be like my example, but it sure sounds like it from the preview. And next we'll see I was level 29999, like 9999 and 1.
I am leveled to Killian. From Bureaucrat
to Killian and 1.
So we haven't covered this, but I mean we've covered this many times before, but now it has a different title than what we've previously been calling it. From Bureaucrat to Villainous, Dad's been reincarnated. Like, I don't even remember what it was originally called. Maybe we were just calling it Akuyaku Reijo Tensei Oji-san. I don't know. But yeah, that's what the official Sentai title of it is going to be. From Bureaucrat to Villainous, Dad's been reincarnated. Also, I have a crush at work. Just reminding people of this lovely show that's going to probably include banging in the supply closet. Nice. The Catcher in the Ballpark anime adaptation announced for 2025.
Do you think you could catch some balls?
I was too busy wondering if that's actually beer. Am I your type, Oni-san? One day at a baseball stadium, a gyaru selling beer approaches, but she's actually a super innocent and kind-hearted girl. She's not like the other whores. The setting is a pro league baseball stadium. Many people gather there every day to work and laugh together, and human drama is born there. It's almost like a town. What is this synopsis? So why not become a resident of that town? Yeah.
And then one day she trips on the bottle and hurts her shoulder, and then she gets a home run shot in the stands. And throws the ball back, and it goes by super fast, breaking all speed records. And then she becomes a pitcher and
Rookie
wins.
of the Year watch party win. I was talking about that movie with Nick a couple days ago, or was that you actually? I was talking about it with that sound effect, and like the effect of him, like the effect of him, like winding up. Oh my god! I have a visceral reaction. It is such a horrifying thing that very crazily fits. Like it conveys to your brain. I don't know what the fuck is happening to his arm, but it sounds fucking brutal. And that throw, you don't want to be anywhere near it, because it's like when he throws that ball, like get out of the way because there's just going to be a flaming hole left where it hits. Right? Like, anyway, we should do a watch party for that. I was talking to Nick at work about like, remember back in the day, how many sports movies came out?
Yeah, we had a conversation about that before.
Yeah. And then we were discussing like the only recent ones were like Moneyball and what was the other one we were talking about?
Recently?
Yeah, Moneyball is
42.
42?
I think that was a baseball movie.
I know 61 Star, but only because Thomas Jane is in it. I
think it was like wasn't that Big Boon in like that Big Boon in like the early 90s, right? Where it was just a bunch of
where it's like you just could not fucking and I mean I guess a part of it was the cultural zeitgeist of like the Sammy Sosa, Mark McGuire thing, right? But like just it felt like every goddamn summer there was another baseball movie. Angels in the Outfield, Rookie of the Year, right? Just like constantly these movies
Little
were coming
Giants.
out. Yeah. The Sandlot. Yeah.
Oh, classic.
And then like fucking they started bringing dogs into it with like Air Bud. You know, like Air Bud and all those spinoffs.
MVP.
Yes. Get rid of these
most valuable
movies.
primate.
Yeah. Holy shit. Watch parties on the horizon. Anyway, The Moon on a Rainy Night gets a TV anime adaptation. The premise of this is that this girl is hard of hearing, and this other girl doesn't hate her because she's deaf, and they become friends or some shit like that. That's the story. Anyway, moving on. All right. I left my A rank party to help my students reach the dungeon depths. So this is the one that we were previously looking at where the girl looks like the girl from Shield Hero. Right? They were laying in the thing, and this is what she actually looks like. So it doesn't, for some reason, it doesn't look anything like her now.
The font sure looks like Shield Hero.
Right.
That chick in the bottom middle has Nafumi's outfit.
Oh. I approve of your leggings, dear. You look like a mom. I'm sorry, a MILF. Anyway. Windbreaker anime reveals Tasuku Tsubakino birthday illustration. Now,
her face looks messed up.
Yeah, what's messed up about it?
Sloped.
Masculine jawline.
Oh, no.
Would you go so far as to say that character is a tranny?
Oh no.
Because I went so far as to say, ain't no way that's a woman. Right?
They've got a very wide neck.
And I was reading here, it's November 12th in Japan, which means it's Tasuku Tsubakino's birthday. We'll get to know them better in the upcoming season of Windbreaker anime. I was like, I gotta look this bitch up. Wouldn't you know it? Gender, male. 10 out of 10.
I mean, in that case, I guess they accurately drew the character.
Yeah. Uh-huh. You know how they say that a woman is anyone who identifies as a woman. You identify as an ugly ass woman.
It's the what do they call it when you have like the negative tilt for the eyes?
Anterior eye
whatever
Deutsch
it's called.
tilt. I don't know.
the eyes are going upwards.
Droopy.
You know,
ugly as sin eye.
Reese, what were you telling me? Or you guys kind of didn't hear you earlier?
You were saying this show is the best. Everybody should watch it, right?
Yeah.
I like season 1. It didn't have this character.
Enriff says, is that actually a chick? Assuming that's a trap. I apparently was told recently that trap is a slur. And
trap is not a slur.
Recently you heard that?
Pardon?
You only recently heard that it's a slur?
Randy, didn't you hear Trump won? Slurs are back in style. What was that post from Tobuscus?
Yeah,
oh,
he's
man.
like, yeah,
I can't tell if he was joking or like.
You threw the annual.
He's
4 years of saying F slur and retard.
He's just gone off the deep end. Like,
Love
I
him.
don't know. He was posting some crazy stuff on Twitter.
I want to live in a world where saying gay and retarded is back to being normal. All right. What do we have here? Never seen the anime One Out? I have not. I am watching You Are Miss Servant. The anime is like an otaku wrote a doujinshi of Yor from Spy Family falling in love with his teenage self for no apparent reason. But at least she's hot in the thing. Shit, localization going to use they, them for this character the whole time, aren't they? It seems that way.
She, I guess.
The daily life of a middle-aged online shopper in another world anime debuts in January. Now, Reese tells me, first of all, let's acknowledge the nice shiny buttocks and boob top. Chef's kiss. Acknowledged it has been.
Scroll.
Whoa,
scroll.
the Cheshire cat there. Oh, wow.
Scroll. Keep scrolling.
Well, I've lost my interest.
I was like, yeah, blonde's kind of cute. Oh, who's this purple haired? Oh, no.
So Reese tells me that this is a direct ripoff of the concept of
campfire cooking in another world with my absurd skill, which his skill bit is called in the show. It's called online grocery.
Yeah. So I'll just say the title of this one is way fucking better than that one, right? Like the concept of this is so fucking funny. Basically, he can summon anything to the world that you can buy on Amazon. That's fucking funny, right? Like I could see this being a very funny concept, and for that matter alone, it's going to outshine the other one. Although there are, hopefully, he orders a couple razors, right? All right. Anyway, Rock is a ladies' modesty anime debuts first trailer and visual. Here she is rocking out so hard she's just bawling. Now I'm going to show you this trailer because this thing goes so hard. Even the CG in it looks pretty tolerable. Here it is.
この学園におけるレディとは犠牲と奉仕の精神を持ち一族の繁栄を支え格式こそを重んじる大和なでしこのこと。
私はお嬢様になるためにギターを捨てた。それに何一つの未練もない。だからあれは間違いだ。さあ一緒に交わりましょう。今の私にはこんなもの必要ない。もっと燃やせよ。落ちるのバロバ。ではごきげんよう。
That shit goes so hard. Can't wait.
No, gross
Guitar
CG.
Hero called. They want their graphics back.
What called?
It looks better than Guitar Hero, but like
Okay.
it's. Why do they need to do CG? Just animate it properly. You are anime.
But that costs money and it's expensive.
Good night.
I stayed up too late.
I know. And you had so many coffees yesterday.
You are Miss Servant starting to enter potential
I'm coffee shaming you. Yes.
potential older women
I slept.
harem territory and is now getting peak. I love it.
Good night, babe. Love you. All right.
You like the older women?
The peak. The word peak was in there, and it was saying
older women harem. That's what Enrim likes.
I don't know. I have to watch. Oh my God, no. All right, moving past this. Let's go back here. Okay, please put them on. Takamine-san anime reveals April 2025 debut in teaser trailers. All right. Remember how we were just talking about how ashi means leg and foot? Guess what Haite Kudasai Takamine-san means when you use a different kanji for Haite. Instead of put them on, please, it becomes vomit, please.
Oh, no.
Wow.
Yeah.
I thought we were skipping this article.
No.
We're not skipping the Crunchyroll article.
Why the fuck would we skip this?
Yeah, so I was worried that it was because I wanted to check this out, but then I was worried that the anime adaptation I was going to check out the manga, but I was worried that the anime adaptation, which I hadn't heard until yesterday, was coming out, and I was like, oh, they're going to censor the crap out of this, aren't they? But it turns out they might not. So, based off some screenshots I've seen. This.
Well, what's so about it?
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, please put them on, Takamine-san. The latest volume of Haite Kudasai Takamine-san, the lewd ero manga about a girl who constantly asks the main protagonist to remove her panties, shows the heroine rubbing the main character as a reward for helping her get her clothes off. Takamine faces off in sports against one of her rivals while also engaging in all sorts of other acts with her lucky boy toy, with her lingerie being the prime prize.
Jeez.
The new volume is being released in anticipation of the upcoming anime adaptation, which was announced earlier this month by Square Enix alongside a key visual. Well, we're doomed.
Square Enix.
Yeah, so let's just... yummy.
How far before we
And I didn't mention this last night or the night before, whenever
We've passed the line.
But,
we have not passed the line.
We've passed the line.
We haven't.
When they take
to show all of this
things, you know, especially with a show like this, it's like you gotta wonder. It's like, well, why did you? If they were to censor it, like, well, why would you make it in the first place?
Right? What's the point?
Yeah.
What's the point of if you're gonna censor it? All right, and now we are officially at the line, and now we are officially.
No, the baby does not save us.
The baby's not going to tell me that. So
Fine, just take that off there so I can find. Let me just show you how wild this gets.
Find something really, really good.
All right, you can put it back on screen. All right. I just need this to be here. Right? Yes. Yeah. Uh-huh. There it is.
Nice.
So when you see that in the thumbnail now, you understand.
I don't think you're going to get away with that in the thumbnail.
I think I will. All right. One Punch Man creator One's manga Bug Ego moves to Weekly Shonen Jump. It is by Kyoto Shitara and One. So I gotta ask, do you think, like, could it possibly be better than Mob Psycho?
Mob Psycho is pretty good, although I didn't see season 3 yet.
Well, I think the idea is that, like, One Punch Man comes out.
What short one in between Steins Gate and
what, season 2?
Season 3.
Have we done season 2 of Mob Psycho? We did, didn't we?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have season 3 on disc yet.
Yeah, you do. You got it. One.
Yeah, you got the LE.
I think.
I don't remember. I probably have it. I don't know. Anyway, so the point is that when Mob Psycho 100 came out for an anime version, people were like, "Wow, this blows One Punch Man out of the water."
I wouldn't say that.
So what about? Yeah, I don't agree either. What about Bug Ego? Will that blow that out of the water? Is he just that talented? Anyway,
he is pretty funny, and I wish he would focus on the web comic of One Punch Man.
All right. Meanwhile, voice actress Momo Asakura launches "Don't Make Me Like Itsuki-kun" manga. Wow, X-Men the manga remastered. So actress Momo Asakura is in charge of the original story for the new manga titled "Don't Make Me Like Itsuki-kun." That launched on the Ganma website on Sunday. Ayame Miyako is the illustrator, and Rie Uehara of Rented Girlfriend and Vampire Diary. I'm sorry. Vampire Dormitory is the scriptwriter. The fuck is Momo Asakura doing then?
Yeah, I was like, oh, so she's the writer then. Oh, no.
The manga
What?
is Miyako's first serialized manga as an illustrator. Yeah, she's not a very good artist.
Oh, she's
And
the
is
illustrator?
Asakura's first time creating a published story. Asakura noticed she's a fan of show. Asakura's not doing shit. Asakura shouldn't even be on this.
Wait, is she the writer or the artist?
Neither. It's written by the guy who makes Rent-A-Girlfriend, and it's
Right.
illustrated by this other bitch that's not her. I don't understand at all.
Is she like
So the voice actress
producer
is
of it?
launching. So maybe she's just producing it because it says she launches it, right? It says Kaguya-sama voice actress writes story for new age gap romance manga, but it's being screenwritten or script writing by Rie Uehara. So she's writing the story, but he's writing like the text, like the actual things that they say to each other. She's just creating the scenarios, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
First chapter's available
she's
now.
got like like a brief outline of what she wants the story to be, and this guy's like, okay, yeah, I got you. I can do that.
So it follows a woman who's around 30 years old. Oh, so the age gap is that the guy is jailbait, huh? Who is despairing after her job isn't going well, and she finds out her boyfriend is cheating on her. She meets a high school boy. Named Itsuki Seno, who saves Nagisa from someone trying to pick her up while she's feeling down. How dare you? Don't stop him from picking me up when I'm down. Wow. All right. Anyway, yeah, we'll keep an eye on that, I suppose. Meanwhile, Assassination Classroom manga has been banned in South Carolina School District. So this is just the natural progression of things after we covered it last couple podcasts or whatever, where that one mom was like complaining about it. So yeah, now it's banned in the entire school district, not just removed from that one school.
So if you wanted to bring it to class and like read it yourself, like
just make sure you also bring your weapons for your mass shooting that they inevitably think you're going to do.
Right, absolutely.
All right, let me just open a couple of these tabs.
Only
Is those ladies trying to be the next Clamp?
Yes.
Oh, Jesus.
Wait, what ladies? The one we just covered, the voice actress, or somebody else?
I guess. Older women make me peak, Enriv says.
That's a little TMI, Enriv, but all right. I do want to check out the.
Oh, yep. You want to check out what?
I do want to check out that manga, the Miss Servant one that he was talking about. I've thought about checking out the anime. Excuse me. Checking out the anime.
I mean, the chick in it looks pretty smoking, right? With that outfit.
Yeah.
Something about that, like covering, like the little like, what do you call that? Like almost like a corset, just that sits right underneath the breast, covered in the nice like blouse.
It's like a muffin top.
Magnificent.
Hopping out the muffin.
All
right. Speaking of peak, Takamine-san, let's go. Enriv said.
Takamine-san. Yep.
Whatever.
Speaking of let's going, Stellar Blade PC port is coming in 2025.
Oh.
Yeah.
I've already got it, but I might get it again? Question mark.
For science.
Yeah, for science.
Get the new mods.
Manga Lawyer says, Chud, why did you spend so much money on the 5090? Great question. I'll be playing Stellar Blade in 8K, and it's going to look so good that even Jason Schreier will have to send out a public apology and declare it a PC game of the year. Woo. All right. Developers aren't making female characters look like men. Stop lying. This is 2B's outfit in Stellar Blade versus...
You mean 2 of 11?
In an Ubisoft game.
What Ubisoft game is that? And why
I think
is
it Rainbow
Six?
Six?
Like a man? Why does that look like a man?
Right?
Is it a man?
It's probably because they have the man default model, and they're just like, how can we?
To be
Yeah.
according to Ubisoft.
Yeah.
That's like Solid Snake or someone.
It's
Is
blatant.
that Rainbow Six?
I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure it
They
is.
said here it's blatant female erasure and it's disgusting. These are artists who studied anatomy, read anatomy books, and who know the difference between a man and a woman, yet they made her look like a man. It's deliberate. The uglification of women is being done because dirty troons are offended by the female body. Holy shit. Do you know who this is?
No.
This is the girl who's the model for the character in First Descendant or whatever that game is.
The one that's adding Jiva faces.
Yeah, the one that the game. Thank you. It's all right, fine. Fine, twist my arm. We'll cover it. We're not going to have any articles left by the time we get to the new year, and it's going to be a nice, fresh start.
You're welcome.
Yes. Okay. The question is, where is
Where
is that tab folder? Let's put this in FD. Okay. Make yourself known. All right. Where are you? FD.
In a small like defending of Ubisoft here, is it possible that this is a situation like Overwatch where, yeah, they put like anime characters in Overwatch, but you're not really playing as the anime character. You're playing as the characters of Overwatch dressed up as the anime character, right? So, yeah, okay, this person doesn't look like 2B, but it like if it's in Rainbow Six Siege as a like a joke costume thing, it kind of makes sense that you're not going to be walking around as like big boobed, thin, skinny 2B in that game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It seems to if my assumptions are all correct up to this point, I'm kind of not giving. I'm not slander. Well, not slandering. What do you call it? I don't hate Ubisoft for making the choice they made.
I do. That's disgusting. Why would you even make this a costume to be worn?
That's a fair criticism,
right?
Yes.
Now, why not 9S or whatever the heck his name is?
Oh, okay, so there's, I don't know if you have it, but there, 2B did Near Automata did a crossover with Fall Guys, right?
Mhm.
So in Fall Guys, you can play as 2B, but it's in the style of the Fall Guys character. It's a little tube thing, right? No one's saying, well, if they made it look like a tube person, this is a racer of hot women. Like, no one's.
I'm not here to talk about my transition, Ubisoft 2B, aka Macho Man.
I want to remind you guys that remember when we covered what's his name, Yoko Taro or whatever?
Yoko Taro, and he's
said, like, I will collab with literally everything.
Please put 2B in a game. Give us money. Yeah.
So I could imagine easily he approaches like Rainbow Six or is like, yeah, I'm down, and they're like, okay, and then just like half-assed it. They're like, okay, dude's dressed up as 2B now.
Okay, you guys ready for this then? So this girl, Haley Era. So there's this character named Haley in the First Descendant.
Whoa. She's got some big hips, almost as big as that gun.
Mm-hmm.
Was that peach fuzz on her lips?
It's super loud. I know you can't hear it. I'm just going to turn that shit down. Yeah, so this is a character.
Gun POV character.
She has a really nice.
I fucking hate when they do that shit in movies where they mount the camera to some stationary object the character is holding. Fuck, I hate that shit. That is so awful. The only thing worse than that is when a character is running in a chase sequence and then they cut to the camera that's like mounted to their chest. They're going like, I hate that shit. Nothing takes me out of a movie more. All right, so anyway, that's the first. Oh fuck! I clicked on the link. God damn it! All right. Anyway, so Manga Lawyer says, West, you can't create realistic and beautiful female characters. There's nuance involved. Korean, the first Descendant engine, very poor choice of words. Right? Okay. Nen. Haley. I assume this is the model. I don't know. I've been posting too much Western ugliness lately. This will cleanse your timeline and bless your soul. It's time for Haley supremacy. Anyway, I'm not sure why I think this, but I think that's the model it is. She kind of looks like her in the face. So I'm just saying. This person said, this is highly a subjective opinion, but when it comes to the first Descendant, the Ice Babes give you the best of both worlds. I'm just saying. Yep. More here. This innocent face killed all of Sony PlayStation's investment. Concord, Destiny / Bungie. I must say I have to agree. She is cute AF. Anyway. These will all go in the doc later if you want to look at them. First Descendant even does black characters better than the West. Every single one of these games were rated higher than the First Descendant game because the East isn't deep-throating DEI so hard they repel at a glance. Woke journos boycott Hogwarts, screech at Stellar Blade, yet one skin makes more than the 2-week Concord flop, refund or retard. Yeah. So I guess they did like for like 2 weeks they had like a bikini skin you could do in the game, but it was like a limited thing or something like that. Games like Concord fucked up when even the fucking NPCs in the First Descendant are insanely gorgeous. Yeah. It really do be like that. First Descendant definitely reminds me of the gaming industry in the early 2000s when it comes to character designs. Good times. Here's another one. Yeah, only a couple of days left until the bikinis are gone for Viessa and Valby on the First Descendant. Yeah, so all the characters that you could, buy the bikini things for or whatever. I gotta put this here. Pretend like they're right next to each other. Okay.
Knowing about the bikini stuff would have helped before they got rid of the bikini thing.
I'm just assuming that was the thing. I don't know. Maybe you can still buy it on eBay. I don't know. Fans cheer as the First Descendant reveals new Ultimate Freyna skin, proving Concord critics right. Yeah. So there's. Yeah. Remember the golden rule, everyone. Sex sells. Yay. 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 Okay. And then what do I got here? Yep, here it is. Here it is a little bit closer. Here. Feels so nice to get these out of here. Dang. There you go.
She dresses like that in the winter.
Hey guys, I'm gonna step out for a second.
Let's do this part next.
Can you send me that link?
They will all go in the doc sooner than later. Okay.
Oh,
yeah. Western gaming. Since we lost a significant amount of money with our latest modern audience flop, let's own the chuds and make the game even uglier. Korean gaming. We must close our next quarter and quickly generate revenue. Let's release what the audience truly wants. And it's that video again, right? Versus this monstrosity. I'm a lesbian, could you tell? Like, fucking God. Whoa!
Yeah, let's give Victor Freeze more baggage than,
Oh, God damn. Nexon answers the First Descendant fan demand, adds a Tails-free option to the Twisted Worship skin. Holy shit, this is sacrilegious as all fuck and hot as hell. So yeah, this skin you can now get without the tails. So you can enjoy that ass.
What kind of game is this anyway? Like it's a shooter of some sort, but
yeah,
like
it looks like a first-person shooter type of.
Game of the year is what you meant to say.
Well, is it like Overwatch hero shooter where they sell you skins like that, or is it like Stellar Blade where it's just like, you know, campaign or whatever?
No, I think it's a seasonal thing like Overwatch and shit.
Meanwhile, Nexon, the company that already has answered fans' hopes and dreams by making a tailless option, has promised that jiggle physics are coming. And so will I be, right? Well, the jiggle physics are coming, so am I. All right. Anyway, there's no jiggle physics there, so I don't know what to do. Anyway, do we really need a jiggle physics feature? Says Screen Rant. Guess what? We do. Fuck off. Fuck off with whatever you're about to say. How about that? How about that? All right. Let's throw this down here. Nice. Okay.
I'm kind of disappointed you're still here because I literally went to the bathroom, made a sandwich. Like, no progress was made
What are
at
you,
all.
gay? Like, all right. Remedy says Max Payne remakes.
Hold on. Before you go there, go to private chat and open picture. Just so everyone knows, Val shared the image in Discord. This is what 2B looks like in Fall Guys. You know,
this is preferable to the Ubisoft version. Just
yes.
saying. Right.
Also,
it's actually adorable.
The Cool 2T says yes, random. It's a skin, but the point is that they lack any attractive models to put it on. I mean, okay, that can be a criticism. But it just seems like a lot of
female characters in the game.
Pardon?
Again, they could have used 9S. They just could have used 9S, but nah.
I don't know what 9S is.
9S is the guy in Nier Automata.
Oh. All I know is yes, you can criticize them for not having attractive models, but it's just.
They still decided to put it out there on an
it seems weird.
It's not that the characters are not attractive. It's that they are actively unattractive. Right? Like, this is the distinction. It's that there's a distinct effort made to make them ugly. Not just not an effort to make them attractive. It's the effort in the opposite direction. Solid Snake has a butt in Sumabura, Smash Brothers. Okay, great. They just removed the dark phase. I sort of noticed the female breast being a little smaller. Should have gone with the C rating. Okay. Would you buy? I mean, it doesn't look like the type of game I would actually play, but maybe yes. Definitely is there.
I bought Stellar Blade. I still have yet to play it.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, I will go back to Stellar Blade now that I can play as 2B, who is a lot more attractive than Eve, in my opinion. I do enjoy Elika's design. She's a character from New Light Mythology, Palutena's Mirror. I don't know what the fuck any of that words are. Concord got a physical. It's worth $25,000 on eBay too. Rugo's America. I don't even know what the fuck these are. Okay, nope, skipping. First Descendant is an MMO looter shooter. Oh, that sounds even worse.
So it's
Destiny. Yeah.
There's a PvE campaign shooter. I don't know if they added PvP yet.
I do not like that model. I'd never play it.
What?
The PvP, the
model
MMO looter.
See,
yeah.
MMO
looter shooter.
You have to really choose your words carefully so people know you're not gay. Right? FTM, the skin is on a female character.
Jeez, what does the base model look like? Can we see that?
Using 9S would have been worse. Look at the character. The outfit would look so wrong on a big burly dude.
That's the thing. Yeah, like he's a little pansy, so he'd look really weird.
Cool. All right. Remedy says Max Payne remakes progressing well in production. Now, I know this is an AI thing, but I just hope it looks like that. All right. So Max Payne remakes finally entered production a few months ago. This upcoming release, set to bundle the first 2 games in a collection, promises to bring the 2 games I could play whenever the fuck I want on PS2. Give me the 3rd game. Promises to bring the franchise back to its past glory with a fresh coat of paint. I don't think it needs it, honestly. The charm of the game is Sam Lake's textured face going in the slow-mo. That's half the charm. Right?
Well, then there's no point in you playing the remake then, right?
Yeah, probably not. But I'll keep an eye out for it at least.
I can't wait for them to change some of the things that you cared about, like nerfing for modern sensibilities.
Like throwing the grenade before the cutscene or something.
Mm-hmm. Well, I did talk about the fact that one, I think it might be that guy. So the game had this weird like graphic novel aesthetic to the first game. I don't remember if that came through in the second game, but like there would be like 4-panel comics as the cutscene in the first game. And one of them featured a woman coming up from under the table and wiping her lips as though she was done servicing the gentleman that she was in conversation with. And I just feel like they're not going to keep that. They should, but they probably won't. However, as we make gaming great again by virtue of just simply having won the presidency, I think possibly it's already an M-rated game. Anyway. So Max Payne Remix finally entered production a few months ago. They were going to bundle the first 2 games, promises to bring the franchise back to its past glory, fresh coat of paint. Following production, the studio has also shared a new update on the 2 games. As per Remedy's latest earnings report, Max Payne's revival is moving along smoothly. Why it matters. The franchise is closely tied to the studio's legacy as a game developer and has always been a fan favorite. As such, fans are incredibly excited to see this series return in the coming years. FBC Firebreak, previously codenamed Condor, continues in full production with a focus on, I guess literally the only part of this image worth reading is the part that's highlighted. Max Payne 1 and 2 Remake is making steady progress in full production. The development team continues their work, gradually reaching important milestones. Wow, you wrote a goddamn entire article off of that sentence! Regarding Max Payne, the company confirmed that work is progressing steadily and that important milestones are expected soon. While this is a small detail in the grand scheme of things, it serves as the first piece of information on the projects since production began in August. Moreover, the team confirms that Max Payne is currently part of its long-term business prospects. Why does this look all... the fuck? Is it me or does this look... the word Max Payne looks super blurry to me. Therefore, the remakes will likely bring the series closer to Remedy's connected universe. Oh, God. Oh, God. No. Is that a thing? Perhaps the team will even create more original entries if the opportunity arises in the future. The connected universe, meaning that, is this supposed to be Max Payne and Alan Wake? Oh. He looks horrible.
And this is where I remind everybody, including the women, that we all have like one viewer of. But like it goes the other way. Like if the males are unattractive, it's just like, yeah.
Well, the thing is that in the original Max Payne, the writer Sam Lake is Max Payne. Like it is literally just a photo of his face slapped on the model, and that's kind of the thing. This guy looks like Sam Lake. But the thing is that in the second Max Payne game, they hired an actual actor to play Max Payne, and they based the model off of him instead of Sam Lake. So I think that, and Sam Lake also wrote Alan Wake. Note the name. Sam Lake, Alan Wake, right? Like they're kind of,
kind of similar,
Max
but
Payne.
spelled differently.
Yeah.
I thought people hated self-inserts. Wait, what?
In the same report, The studio confirmed that Control 2 is set to begin production soon. Additionally, Alan Wake 2 is on track to earn a profit. Foreshadowing. 1 year after its release. Based on the current progress, Max Payne should be a more significant part of Remedy's earnings report next year. Remedy may even tease the game through an official trailer very soon, giving fans of the IP plenty of reason to be excited. Are you looking forward to the remakes? Yes, maybe, possibly. We'll see. I like the AI remake. That's great.
Is it me or does that look like Josh Brolin?
It does look like Josh Brolin. I would be okay with a Josh Brolin movie about Max Payne, with him voicing Max Payne and playing Max Payne. Anyway, I did like the Mark Wahlberg movie, but it's not really a great Max Payne movie. It's just a great Mark Wahlberg movie pretending to be a Max Payne. Welcome back, Mirage. Okay. Activist organization that encouraged game developers to denounce gamers is now begging for $80,000 in order to remain open. Again, this is from September 11th. But nature is healing. And I say that because the activist organization, take this, had received significant funding from the United States government, i.e. the taxpayer subsidized this company that has gone woke and gone broke. Yeah. Yay.
Is this like Sweet Baby Inc. 2.0 basically?
Oh, it's just they're like in the same vein, yeah. Also, after sales were over 50% worse than Marvel's Spider-Man, Insomniac reveals Spider-Man 2's PC release has, quote, no additional story content planned.
Really?
You don't say.
You know who did think to make more story content? Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, still trying to cling to life, launches new Zoe Lawton DLC to less than 300 players. Let me give you a little bit more on this. She's a race swapped character, and she's a ethical thief and communist.
Wow.
It's a little weird to make the black character a thief, but I'm just kidding. She steal bikes, so I'm just kidding. Rocksteady race swap Suicide Squad character Lawless, the ethical thief, has thoughts on vaccination. It's hard to know what's deliberate and what's accidental with these entities. Yeah, it's just crazy. It's crazy to me. I'm in the wrong brand. Because this they're making this for the crowd that's like, take the vaccine, bigot, right? But this is what they inserted.
And according to my information, y'all are the ones who let a shady government agency strip you entirely of your rights. You let them inject you with a thing you didn't understand. Like, at all.
That was kind of... So what they're doing now, according to this rumor, is that they are going to remake Batman Arkham Asylum after Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League's financial disaster. Mirage, you're in here twice. How's that?
I can't wait till they make Batman trans.
Yeah. So do you think anybody wants a remade? First of all, this game, like, this looks amazing graphically. I don't need this to be updated. Do you? Is this
the original
game or is this the Suicide Squad one?
That's Arkham Asylum.
Arkham Asylum has some. I went back and played it recently. It has not aged perfectly. I'm sure if I went back and played it from scratch, it would be better. But like the controls seemed off in the game to me. So I mean, it could use a paint job, but I would be too afraid of them fucking. I feel like the odds of them fucking it up are higher than the odds of them making it better.
Allow
What's the
me.
2015 game again?
What?
I said, what's the 2015 game again?
I don't
Arkham.
There's Arkham City, Arkham Knight, Arkham Origins, Arkham Asylum.
That was Arkham
Asylum.
Knight. Arkham Knight.
Okay, I just want to remind you.
So
I just want to remind you real quick. This is what you're going to get if they remake Arkham Asylum. Just reminding you, they there is not a single restraint whatsoever in the bodies of the people working on this game. They cannot restrain themselves. Do you see the floofy, like whatever the fuck that is?
They did
everything about this is
Yes.
trash.
I get it. After they released this game, although I don't know, like sometimes just like with movies, you'll have like a game that's been in development for like 15 years or whatever, and they might put it on the back burner and wait a little bit and whatever. But there was a Batman Arkham game that was released after Suicide Squad, specifically for VR. I forget what it was called, and I didn't really hear much about it because it was exclusive to VR. But the small amount of stuff I did hear about it, it seemed like that one was okay. Like they didn't try and push woke shit in it, from my brief understanding of that game. And the reviews seemed to be positive from what I saw, although I didn't look at like Metacritic or anything. Just the two people I heard talking about it seemed to like it. So there's always a chance that they, and you know what, actually, there is a point to be said, like, even if they do remake it and they make a shit remake, the original's not going anywhere. So if they want to waste their money on something that's going to fail because they fucked around with it, then they're just going to shoot themselves in the foot by wasting their own time and not putting out a product that will sell, right?
Was Last of Us Part 2 the first in these like long line of games where they presented it one way and like, really milked the hype just to turn around and stab you in the back?
Yes, it was.
It's hard to say if it's the first. Like, I don't know what the hell the timeline on these games
I wouldn't. I don't know necessarily if I would say the first, but goddamn, like once they found out that the leaks were true, true of Last of Us, it seems like a lot of games after Last of Us 2 like really went fucking woke.
And Riv says they already remastered Asylum in Unreal Engine 4. A remake is stupid.
So real quick,
there was an armored version. I don't know if that's what you're talking about. They released an armored version for the Wii U.
Yeah,
what do you mean by armored?
They that's what they called it. It was like Arkham Asylum Armored or something.
What a dumb name. Good.
Sorry,
They did put it out for Switch.
Oh, I was gonna say, they made an Arkham game for the 3DS, which I guess is supposed to be a follow-up to Arkham Origins, but it played like a side-scrolling beat 'em up, but it had like stealth, almost kind of like a Metroidvania. That one actually, I think, did get a remaster for modern consoles, but I haven't played that one though.
Kotaku says Arkham Asylum did great in his recent playthrough.
I never actually played Arkham Origins. The only ones that I played was Arkham Asylum and Arkham City. I tried to play Arkham Knight, but I hated the Batmobile sections because of things.
Finish what you're saying.
No, because it's just there's certain Batmobile missions that like you have to do in order to progress the story.
Yeah. One of my friends didn't like the Batmobile stuff either.
Yeah, one of them has to do with like the Riddler, like solving like a Riddler challenge. And it seemed like the game, I'm not too sure, like, because like I didn't really get like that far into it until like I gave up on it. But yeah, the Batmobile, like it does not control well. Like it's like zigzagging all over the place and shit. And there's like, time limit that you have to do. And if you fail the time limit, then like you have to do the mission all over. You don't get like a checkpoint or anything. It's really annoying.
Yeah. So for this comment, I would like to say that I went back, this was probably like 2-3 months ago, and played Arkham Asylum, but I jumped into my like 95% done save file and just jumped around a little bit, and I was like not having fun. I was like, but like I tried to say earlier, if I played from the start where it like walks you through like, press X to grapple and like, so it reminds me of all the controls and stuff, maybe it would have been okay. But jumping in at 95%, I couldn't get the controls down well enough to be like, I'm having fun.
Dude, it has been so long since I've experienced that like weird phenomenon where you're playing a game and then you switch to another game and you like have that weird like 10 to 20 minutes of like the controls aren't right. Until you get back into the muscle memory of playing the game, you're like, then you're fine. Right? That weird like mode switching from game to game.
Yeah.
That's all too familiar to me.
Arkham Knight,
why is Jump?
Arkham Knight was 2015. They killed Batman, so I will not buy it. The Arkham VR was a meta exclusive. So he tried to replace the original with the remake. Look up Poison Ivy from Arkham Asylum. There's no way they will keep those character models and animations. I mean, I didn't see any animations, but I'm not thrilled on the character models.
Yeah.
No, from Arkham Asylum.
I think they're talking about Suicide Squad.
Are you talking about Suicide Squad?
No, I think he's talking about Poison Ivy and Arkham Asylum.
Yeah, and are you talking about Suicide Squad? Oh, okay.
No.
So no, you did look up the. Okay.
I looked her up. This is the Asylum one, right? I just don't think it's like. I think it could be better. I think Harlequin in the thing and like freaking Catwoman like look great in it. I just don't. I don't personally think.
Yeah, Arkham City, which was the second game. She was a lot more sexualized.
I bet they won't cover that up at all.
No.
I don't know. I just don't. Yeah, looks gross with the leaves on the body. I don't know. I don't quite like it. Personally,
she's a plant monster.
It's gross. Gross.
That's gonna be a weird news article later. Woman sticks poison ivy up her vagina. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, no, we covered that. That was the potato one from last podcast. All right. Old doc. Okay, cool. Cool. Anyway, was not first because it was leaked. Only delusional.
Before you read this article, have you actually sat down and played Alan Wake 2 yet?
Nope. I'm not actually reading the article. This is
okay.
We're gonna speed run these headlines. So, How is the gaming industry doing after Suicide Squad and all that stuff? Sweet Baby Inc. infected. Alan Wake 2 has still not recouped its development and marketing costs. But don't worry, they think maybe they might become profitable. All right. Also, Gone Home and Stray developer Annapurna Interactive suffers mass resignation following failed spin-off talks, one of the hardest decisions. Sega sells off Amplitude Studios to members of the internal staff. Merge Games is shutting down after 15 years. Overwatch 2 dev Activision Blizzard officially axes nearly 400 employees as part of previously announced Microsoft layoffs. Shinji Mikami thought Tango Gameworks was safe after Microsoft acquisition. But in addition to that, Microsoft is reportedly laying off another 650 staff from gaming branch. Hi-Res Studios lays off numerous employees in order to, quote, concentrate on our efforts entirely on Smite 2. Netflix AAA studio Team Blue shut down after 2 years from Netflix. Diablo 4 and WWE 2K, whatever that is. Support studio Lost Boys Interactive announces mass layoffs, cuts most of its workforce in response to, quote, shifting market conditions. PlayStation closes Firewalk Studios after shutting down Concord video game. Tales of Kenzera, Zao developer, lays off entire team and puts entire games division on hiatus after previously claiming the game sales were fine. Zeno Robinson had words to say because I guess he voices the main character in this, and he was like decrying Brutus and all them, being like, hateful and blah blah blah. It's like nobody wants your fucking game. Nobody wants it. Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown dev team disbanded by Ubisoft.
This is something I was going to say. That's gonna make the physical copy, I think, go up in price.
Value? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Nobody wants it though. So.
I don't know.
Just like how Concord is now $25,000 on eBay, right? Also, Dustborn director refuses to admit game was a flop, rejects criticism regarding story's writing. Quote, "We don't feel we've made a game that's primarily about politics. No, it's about bullying and gaslighting."
The best move that they could have made is come out and said the whole game is a satirical game poking fun.
It's all satire, guys.
SJWs.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Also, actress Anya Shalatra struggles to describe Unknown 9 Awakening, but eventually claims she's, quote, never seen a game as diverse as it is.
What a selling feature.
Sweet Baby Ink Infected Unknown 9 Awakening performs worse than Concord, only manages 169 peak concurrent players. It truly is unknown. Sweet Baby Inc. developed Unknown 9 Awakening sees peak player counts decline by over 40% in its first week.
I hope they paid her a lot of money.
Oh, look away, Mario feet.
Ex-Sony president says those affected by layoffs should, quote, go to the beach for a year. Me at first, no way this is real. Me after a Google search, how the hell is the full quote worse? Former Sony pres says thousands of laid off devs can just, quote, go to the beach for a year. And don't blame greedy execs, quote, things jump out in front of you and you deal with them just like any game. So get over it.
I think we did cover that one. Anyway.
Former Sony executive Chris Deering says video game industry layoffs not the result of corporate greed and suggests laid off employees drive an Uber or go to the beach. After Multiverses spearheads a $100 million plus loss, Warner Brothers Discovery admits video game division is substantially underperforming. You know what they're doing now because of how badly it's underperforming? They're making a sequel to Hogwarts Legacy. And as they're making a Harry Potter TV series, for some reason they felt it necessary to come out and say, just because she's had some transgender issues in the past, they have not affected her lovely endorsement and involvement in our Harry Potter TV series. Like, why the fuck would you come out? That didn't need to be said. Who does that help? Who does that help in this situation? You are only going to lose more customers because people are already done with Harry Potter. They're going to stick to the movies and the books. They don't care. And the people who do care, now that you've admitted that J.K. Rowling is going to be a part of it, now will not watch it. Like,
I might watch it.
I will say that
it.
I am still in fear of what they will do for the sequel of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because the CEO was on record saying like they want to make it a live service game and you know they want to make it, you know, microtransactions and shit.
Yeah.
And the first one didn't have any of that.
No.
So if their whole game division is in the shitter, right? That's when the execs start getting like grabby, you know. They want to make sure that their investment is actually getting used appropriately in their mind, and so then they start getting their hands in and making decisions, thinking that they know what is right, and forcing their decisions down the pipe.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
regarding that,
and then we get bad games.
So the Kotuchi says the Insomniac Wolverine was also leaked, but people will pretend to be shocked yet again. Actually, I have an article that I don't have it in the doc right now. I think I already. Well, I mean, I might not. Let me just search Wolverine in my tabs real quick.
What are you gonna say, Green Line?
In regards to, and it's never gonna fucking happen, but in regards to the Harry Potter TV series, it's like, why didn't they just be like, so should we make this into an anime? Like,
right?
Like,
careful what you wish
I was
for,
thinking
Green
that
Line.
I
too,
don't think it would work as an anime.
I think I don't know. I think it could work, and I mean maybe not as like an anime, maybe like just like an animated series probably. Depending
Emmerich
on.
says Batman Armored Edition was the Wii U port, which I said. And
Yeah, that's
they were talking about the Return to Arkham collection had Asylum and City on the PS4. Okay, so I didn't know
that's
that
the
they
one that I played was the Return to
made
Arkham
a new
collection.
collection.
Okay. I'm going to put this here. We'll talk about it in a minute. All right. So after this, Marvel Rivals developer NetEase charges 9 employees with bribery and money laundering following anti-corruption investigation. You know what? Fuck it. I changed my mind. We're going to do this one first. Marvel's Wolverine creative director no longer on project due to creative decisions around the game. So the question is, was this the only sane person who said, you know what, fuck it, Wolverine is now gay and I just can't, right? I don't know. Like, is that the guy? Or is it the guy who says, let's make Wolverine gay? I'm leaving, you won't do it. You know. I don't know. Let's see what it says. According to the Stefan Totilio at GameFile, Horton left Marvel's Wolverine over the summer after being with the project since 2021. With Horton out, Insomniac replaced him with Marcus Smith as the creative director. Mike Daly is the new game director. Wow. Cameron Christian was previously serving as game director or Rain Insomniac, but who gives a shit? Tell me something I need to know about this. The timing of these decisions also appears to match up with Sweet Baby Inc. defender Mary Kenny, who was an associate narrative director working on Marvel's Wolverine, announced she left the project and joined CD Projekt Red. Just saying, those leaks may be a little bit premature. Kenny posted on LinkedIn back in early July, without further ado, it's time to announce my new job. Today was my first day as senior writer at CD Projekt Red, best known for the Witcher series and Cyberpunk 2077. She added, I can't wait to talk more about my project. I'm thrilled to be getting back into RPGs, and my team is talented, welcoming, and just flat out cool. Here's her new adventure. Before the announcement, Kenny had made it clear in an interview with Dual Shockers, her main goal in the video game industry was to inject LGBTQ themes. Seems great that she's not involved in the Wolverine thing anymore. Looks like they're talking about Spider-Man 2. The article we already looked at, or at least a headline for.
In Hogwarts Legacy, there's a it's not really a plot spoiler, but early on you go to this bar and you meet this bartender. You basically have to.
I think we covered it.
Oh, you already covered it. Okay, never mind.
I'm pretty sure we covered it.
Covered what?
But anyway, what I was going to say.
In
they have a trans character early on, yeah.
That's going to be the protagonist.
They put that character so early on, just as a peace offering to all the trannies who are going to burn down the game developer studios. So while Horton is no longer on Marvel's Wolverine, Totila revealed he has become the new creative director for Perfect Dark, which is being developed by the Initiative. New creative director, as in I'm going to come in there and fix this horrible mess?
I never understood why they're doing another Perfect Dark reboot, because didn't they already have one on 360?
Because they haven't had one in 15 years. They bought Rare and they've not done shit with it. They put out Cameo, which didn't really do well because it was kind of a new property.
Also, people don't seem to like Perfect Dark Zero compared to the original or whatever, right?
Yeah, I liked Cameo. Then they put out Perfect Dark Zero, or maybe Perfect Dark Zero was first. I don't know. Anyway, Perfect Dark Zero tanked. Then they put out Nuts and Bolts. Nuts and Bolts tanked because it completely flipped their script for Banjo-Kazooie. Yeah. And then the studio was like, "We're done with everything. We're gonna go make Viva Pinata and Kinect games," and that's what they did for fucking 15 years.
I miss Viva Pinata though. I actually like Viva Pinata.
And then they made Sea of Thieves, and that's what they've been working on since.
Okay.
So I also heard, I don't know if it's true, but what I heard was that apparently the Microsoft execs that bought Rare thought that they owned Donkey Kong with their deal. Yeah. So they were paying money to try and buy the company, assuming they were buying Donkey Kong.
That's
They didn't fucking know what they were buying.
Cool. All right. I closed the tab as you were saying that, and it brought me to the Diddy party. Oh, where did it go? Here it is. All right, where's my mouse? There it is. Okay. Yeah, it brought me to this. This definitely 100% proven very real tweet from Nintendo of America. Ain't no party like a Diddy party. Diddy Kong is back and ready to join the fun in the new Mario Party Jamboree game.
Oh boy.
No way that's real. All right. Anyway, so Marvel Rivals developer NetEase charges 9 employees with bribery and money laundering following anti-corruption investigation. So this is a mobile game, yeah?
I think so. I'm not sure.
So like the bribery is like pay to win, but you cut out the middleman and go directly to the source and suck off the developer to change code numbers or something in the game? We'll find out. Let's just read it. As a result of an internal anti-corruption investigation, Marvel Rivals developer NetEase has charged 9 of their employees of engaging in both money laundering and bribery. According to multiple sources who spoke to the Chinese news outlet Lei Fang, 7 developers and 2 then senior executives were caught after NetEase conducted an internal anti-corruption investigation into their own operations, their second since September 2023. Damn. I'm just going to mute it for now. Holy shit. The employees are charged with attempting to launder roughly 2 billion yuan, around 276.5 million USD, though they only managed to get away with somewhere between 800 million to 1 billion CNY. What is CNY? Canadian yen?
Chinese yen? I don't know.
Chinese
New Year. All right. Which is 110 to 138.2 million US dollars. Bloomberg further reports that employees were also charged with bribery and purchasing traffic to promote NetEase's top products, while Eurogamer adds that all 9 of the supposed perpetrators have since been fired over the bribery charge and had their names removed from the country's internal systems. Meanwhile, the news outlet Yikai Global reports that the 2 senior level employees involved in the scheme, the Skahime, were marketing general manager and former esports division chief Xing Lang and former head of distribution and marketing center Jin Yuchen. In an internal notice, NetEase admitted that an anti-graft investigation revealed the incidents occurred primarily within those departments. Further, those working under Yang were the ones accused of buying traffic. Along with individuals from outside the company being involved, 27 unnamed companies supposedly connected to the financial crimes were also blacklisted by NetEase. However, the details of their involvement have yet to be disclosed. I just gotta say, I am so disappointed in this article. Not a single dick got sucked in this scandal yet. And the Chinese dick needs it more than anyone, right? Like, because it's pee small, right? Proximity to Korea just indicates, right? To this end, in a statement provided by Eurogamer, a NetEase spokesperson told the outlet that Chinese police were now investigation. Good job, but declined to provide any further details regarding the situation. One of China's major tech giants, NetEase's recent video games releases include Once Human, Marvel Rivals, and Diablo Immortal, which they co-developed with Blizzard Entertainment. Holy fuck, this was a massive letdown. My God. Can we make up a story about Small Wang's dick-sucking Like, what was he giving in exchange? Like
in-game currency.
Marvel coin. Yeah. So he was selling. What was it? 2.5 dikillion Marvel coin per dick suck. All right. All right. Cool.
Dikillion.
All right. I think we salvaged it, boys. All right. Let me.
That's a new Bitcoin. Bitcoin.
Speaking of an ungodly amount of money, web fishing adds straight title for 9,999 fish bucks. Based solely on the headline alone, what do you think they mean by adding a straight title for 9,999 fish bucks?
The title image of the game is all rainbow gayness. And if you want to play the version of the game that doesn't have the rainbow gayness logo, you have to pay $10,000 or 10,000 fish bucks.
Close. Web fishing is a multiplayer fishing game where you play for cute animals, and chat with other players as you fish. Web fishing released last month to overwhelmingly positive reviews from Steam's user base, sitting at 5 stars at the time of writing with 15,880 reviews. Now, new patch House Cleaning Update Patch 1.09 has added the option to buy a straight title for your character, but you have to pay 9,999 fish bucks. For context, web fishing has an in-game money system where you earn money for catching fish. You can buy different cosmetics, some of which are just jokes, but others are used to express gender identity. For example, there are ace, gay, bi, and trans titles. Each one of them costs 75 fish bucks. The new straight title was added by the developers in response to a now closed Steam thread asking for a straight title. Steam user Jade wrote, quote, "We got gay, we got trans, we got pan, we got bi. When straight coming out?" The thread has since been closed, but managed to garner over 150 replies, most of whom were disagreeing with the need for a straight title. However, the developer has acquiesced to the request, though in a trolling fashion, considering how expensive the title is compared to the other titles. Still, the high price will likely inspire some players to try to reach it by catching more fish than they normally would have. Even if players aren't interested in the title itself, simply dangling a reward at a ridiculously high price is likely to ensure its status as a cool prize in the eyes of hardcore gamers. So, what do you think they are saying about society when
true gamers are straight?
Well, but think about it. Think about it for a minute. What do you think they're saying about society when it's so easy to be gay or trans or pan or ace or whatever the fuck, but to be straight is playing on hard mode? Well, it's like a microcosm of life with the so-called straight privilege or whatever not existing, and actually finding life gets easier when you identify as flavor of the week gayness.
Okay,
right?
Hold on. It's just a title. It's not making the game easier. That would be different. But also, the idea, I think the idea is the default.
No. You misunderstood.
It's hard to get to the.
No, I understand.
You misunderstood. What I am saying is that by pricing the straight title,
I understand
at a cost prohibitive manner, but the gay, pan, trans, bi, everything else is only 75 fish bucks. What you're effectively saying is that it is more difficult to thrive in society today as a straight person than it is to be a member of the magical rainbow.
I think it's a stretch, but also,
the default is nothing, right? So you're paying for the privilege of labeling yourself as gay, but you don't have to label yourself as anything, I would assume. And that would be the default straight. So that's why they were arguing whether or not a straight title is even needed, because it's just by default. Okay, you're straight. If you want to play as gay, then you have to pay money, and actually, then the gayness was actually harder.
But you're
hold on.
mistaking.
Okay.
You're mistaking that not having a title means by default that you're straight, when it actually just means that you're fucking broke.
Okay, so I kind of disagree with your premise, but that's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. What I think is funny is that by making it $9,999 fish bucks to be straight, you're actually incentivizing people to show that they've accomplished something, and so they're all gonna buy the stupid straight thing so they can say, look how rich I am, thus making people in your community more straight. Like I don't know if they've realized that.
Honestly, I imagine that the currency probably taps out at 9,999, right? And if it already is difficult to even get to the point where you can buy a cosmetic to begin with, getting all the way up to that point is probably a pretty monumental effort, right? So I'm just saying that I think it's funny that in a trolling manner, trying to give people what they want, what they asked for, but doing so in a way that it is difficult, they've to some manner showcased a microcosm of reality, in that though they pretend that it is so hard to be gay and trans and bi and whatever, in actuality, everybody everywhere bends over backwards to celebrate you for being those things. But being straight is the thing that is actually difficult these days, because nobody is there to acknowledge that you even are straight, right? You literally have to pay pretty much maximum payment in order to even have the privilege of identifying. Right? I'm making the joke that they seem to have accidentally sort of proven in their ecosystem that it actually is harder today to be straight than to be any of the other magical rainbow pieces.
I see the connections that you're trying to make, but I still think the option of no title is still there.
Yeah, but then you're broke and presumably some form of degenerate and not straight.
There's this other secret.
Because straight exists, if you don't choose it, if you don't pay out the ass for it, it means that you're some broke version of gay, right?
I like the super secret option. I'm not even playing the game.
That's the one I choose.
Mirage, I think you're touching your mic or moving around.
Oh my!
Your mic is picking up the movement of your hand.
Touching yourself.
No, I'm gonna mute myself for just a second.
Yeah, the Kotaku T put it well. AC is saying that it's easier to not be straight.
I understand what AC is saying. I just think he's wrong, because the option to not have a title is there.
When was the last time Randy was right?
Randy's always right. Also, I do think it's like the Cool 2TC also said they made straight the most demand title. Yes, because it is the thing that says, I'm better than all you fucks. I'm straight. It literally is that. It's like
everybody knows that. That's the default. Straight superiority has always been a thing. We're the only ones who can have babies. Right? Checkmate, liberals. Right? All right. So we're gonna start actually reading some articles here.
We haven't been reading articles up until now, but now we will.
Now we will.
Yes.
Other than the one we just read. All right. So, no rest for the wicked developer predicts AAA video game developers will continue to struggle and explains why. Actually, I lied. We're just going to read the highlights here. So, here's what he posted on Twitter. Quote, "It is absolutely not a surprise to me that a lot of AAA studios have been struggling lately, and my prediction is that it won't really get better anytime soon. I know it sounds absurd, but most of the game studios out there that hit it big were at one point just a small group of passionate folks that wanted to make games together. In a lot of cases, they were just friends. And if they were lucky, they found out in the process that they actually make a great team together. Then the games they created struck a chord, and now they scale up and become a massive studio. And then lots of other folks come in and demand this and that and unknowingly change the culture and the approach. And then we suddenly wonder what happened to this or that great studio that always delivered in the past once they're not delivering the same quality products anymore, even though everything changed in their approach to making games. I've compared companies to bands in the past because I think that analogy helps a lot of people understand understand that we're really dealing with the same issue here. Take the Beatles. They became successful, but now their record company tells John, Paul, Ringo, and George how they should write their songs. And by the way, now they should also hire Lisa Stewart, Shane, and Mary, and have them be a part of the songwriting team so they can produce more stuff. And of course, these new folks should have the same say, because otherwise we might just face diversity issues. Does anybody really think we would have gotten the same output that they had by doing it in this way? No, of course not. And it's no different for game studios or any other group of talented people that produce art together. You have to keep that magic alive that made it all work in the first place. We're dealing with humans here, and all too often the industry seems to forget that. I think that's a really interesting concept, and it expands even further into just the concept of the DEI, right? Taking the thing that works and saying, well, it'll work even better if I add blackness and gayness and all this stuff into it. It's like that fundamentally is at odds with whatever made it work to begin with, because that wasn't on the radar. Making a thing about like, we'll never get out of here because my entire existence of being a trans woman breaks his rules. Oh, right? Like all of that shit that is just some fucking therapy session that people are inserting into their media where they get to like wax poetic about their problems in life or whatever. Nobody needs that shit, right? And the thing that made whatever you're experiencing in any industry good to begin with is that it wasn't fixated on that, and it was instead fixated on the thing that made it great, be it a game, a movie, a song, whatever. So Mark Kern had this to say about sort of a similar subject. He said, quote, I think AAA devs will try to double down and get an even stronger protest message out. So this is in response to somebody saying, do you think that what we saw last night, this is November 6th, so like the election of Donald Trump, in the presidential election will be reflected in AAA games? For instance, the resounding national rejection of wokeism by our entire country. Do you think that will carry any weight in future titles? I think AAA devs will try to double down and get an even stronger protest message out. This will tank their games even harder, and investors will eventually punish them in the stock market until profit reigns over insanity. 2 years to stop the spread. Don't forget to identify as non-binary, which is what he's calling it now when you refuse to buy games that are woke. Elon Musk explains why DEI and the woke mind virus kills the art of video games, which is basically just this segment here where he says, just generally for content, the problem with sort of the DEI and woke mind virus is that it kills the art. When you can see something that is forcibly imposed on the story and it's discordant, it destroys the art. And now it's hard to enjoy the story. It kicks you out of the story because you can just feel you're being lectured. Right? So he's gone on to say, you know, echoing the same points, right? That obviously, as I was trying to say before, when it becomes like I'm sitting in on somebody's therapy session, like for example, fuck, we're not covering it tonight, but holy goddamn shit, Dragon Age the Veilguard character talking about like, do you dress like that to make your mother happy? My mother is mad that I don't dress like a woman. Blah, blah, blah. Like, okay, great. Oh, please cry some more. Also, a Halo composer, Marty O'Donnell, says that if Elon Musk starts a video game studio, he will come out of retirement. Alyssa Mercante bounced from Kotaku as the gaming website she led is decimated with layoffs. Meanwhile, Adi Shankar wants to buy Kotaku. And Sweet Baby Inc. has possibly fired Chris Kindred, who attempted to cancel Brazilian gamer Cabruz Rambo. He is literally the reason that Gamergate 2 started. Like, nobody would have cared about the Sweet Baby Inc. detected Steam curator list if not for the fact that an employee there lost their shit over it. So according to Master of the TDS, a source informed him that Chris Kindred was fired from Sweet Baby Inc. Master of the TDS's wife and Gothic Therapy co-host Writing Raven declared in the above video, quote, "We have an insider from Sweet Baby Inc. that we have heard from an insider at Sweet Baby Inc. that Chris Kindred has been fired. Chris Kindred, the person who started the campaign against Cabruz Rambo to get his account removed and to get the Sweet Baby Inc. detected group removed, has been quietly pushed out of Sweet Baby Inc. Not only that, but he tried to get him banned off of Steam. Like full on just remove his entire account and all the games he paid for and get rid of him." He added, quote, "From what I do know, apparently a lot of people involved with Sweet Baby Inc. were very angry at what Chris Kindred had done. So there had been many calls to Kim Belair and other people in charge to get him removed, and they were successful. However, to the annoyance of my source, they have not released any information publicly, so I was given the go-ahead to break it down here. In the live stream, the duo provided more information, including a screenshot from Kindred's Instagram that has since been updated where it claims he previously worked at Sweet Baby Inc. He also shared a message he received from his source. His source told him, quote, Chris Kindred isn't part of SBI anymore. Many people were not happy with what he had done. Wow, everything is like what we just read. That's great. Again, I don't want to get involved in this above. Pushed out months ago. All right. So anyway, yeah. So bottom line is, previously he worked there. So excited to be writing on this. Seeing the baby and Finji bring this game together has been such an enriching thing. Oh. Anyway, I don't think we need to read any more of this about Chris Kindred, but we've got more here. Former Sweet Baby Inc. client Square Enix takes a $350 million hit in value as stock plummets. Sweet Baby Inc. partners with the Powell Group to push its woke agenda. I don't know what the fuck the Powell Group is, but I'm going to move past this and say that Sweet Baby Inc.'s been cooking up their Powell Group partnership for a long time now. A year ago, Kim Belair did a podcast with Indie Game Business, which is a Powell Group initiative that was established on Twitch in 2018, the same year that Sweet Baby Inc. was founded. Except that the Powell Group deletes its association with Sweet Baby Inc. from LinkedIn and its website. Oof. So the Powell Group deleted its announced associations with Sweet Baby Inc. on both its LinkedIn account and on its website after it was discovered that and publicized that the company had partnered with Sweet Baby Inc. Master of the TDS and host of the Gothic Therapy channel discovered the partnership and shared it in a video. They're not just partnering with Sweet Baby Inc. They're going to help Sweet Baby Inc. reach a wider market and be able to appeal to more studios, more gamers, more companies under a name that is more trusted in the industry. So I don't know what the Powell Group is, but allegedly by partnering with them, they're able to sort of use that as the name that gets them in the door versus their own, because their own name is toxic now. We believe you need diverse voices to solve diverse problems. Together with our partners at Sweet Baby Inc., we provide sensitivity and authenticity consulting at every stage of development. We connect you to an inclusive and knowledgeable team of consultants to bring your story to life. Our approach leads with the creation of joyful and authentic experiences. We seek to be additive, not just corrective. From there, it details that this partnership allows developers to reach a bigger audience, tell new stories, and represent empathetically. It declares, quote, we believe that representation is key to connecting players and audiences, appeal to a wider reach of players with more inclusive storytelling. So it's all the same DEI stuff. But then they removed their thing about being a partner. Like, the brand is so fucking toxic at this point that nobody wants to work with them. Not even their own, brothers and sisters in the woke crowd, right? Former Sweet Baby Inc. employee confirms the company is going to double down on woke agenda. They're not going to stop us. Grant Roberts, a former Sweet Baby Inc. employee who is now the narrative director and associate studio director at Long Do, made it clear that the company has no plans to change despite massive backlash for pushing its woke ideology into video games. Roberts, who worked with Sweet Baby Inc. as a narrative director for a year and a half, told The Gamer that developers are still working with the company and that the backlash will not stop the company's agenda. Roberts first asserted that the companies were not pulling their support from Sweet Baby Inc. Quote, when it really reached its apex, when Elon Musk was tweeting about us, companies were reaching out to us privately and showing support. Nobody was pulling that support. He then attempted to explain. I love it. It's like they were reaching out privately. You don't know this, but they were reaching out privately. It's like, why were they reaching out privately? Maybe they only support you, privately. Why were they afraid to support you publicly? He then attempted to explain why there is hardly any support for the company being made publicly. Quote, I think the reason why we've had more support privately than publicly is because when people do speak up publicly, we knew that they were opening themselves up to attacks. And bankruptcy. Roberts went on to declare that he wished more companies did speak out publicly to defend Sweet Baby Inc. and its woke agenda. Quote, what I personally would have liked to see is more institutions saying that this is wrong, that this is happening, that people are being targeted in this way. Sweet Baby Inc. isn't just a DEI company or a company that makes things more woke. Not that there's anything wrong with that in the first place, but even if there was, that's not everything that we do. See, it doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter if you shit gold. The fact that you also make things woke is a net negative. It would have been nice to have seen more people and institutions learn the lesson 10 years ago. While he left Sweet Baby Inc. seemingly in October, he informed The Gamer he would go back. I would go back to work at Sweet Baby Inc. in a heartbeat. I would hire Sweet Baby in a heartbeat. Even though I've been doing this for a quarter of a century, I still learned an incredible amount of people there. I still learned an incredible amount from the people there, both about game development and otherwise. Even with the experiences of the last year and a half, which have been mostly bad, I've learned a lot doing that as well. Next, Robert declared Sweet Baby's woke agenda is inevitable. Quote, the world is the way it is now. These games are more inclusive for people. Games are more authentic. And it doesn't matter whether you think that's true or not. It's happening. And so no matter what these people do, they're not going to stop us. They're not going to stop the way the world is now, he declared. Not only did Roberts claim that the company's woke agenda is inevitable, he also attempted to claim that Sweet Baby Inc. is not injecting wokeness into video games or strong-arming developers into doing so. He said, quote, what Sweet Baby Inc. has not done is show up at game studios and say, hey, we're making your game woke now or else. Sweet Baby, yeah, see, because they go to game studios like yours where you're like, yes, please make our game more woke. Sweet Baby is a work-for-hire company like a lot of those consultant companies are. People hire us to do the work. Studios come to Sweet Baby because they want help, because they want to make their game better, and because they don't want to make money. He then bemoaned, quote, one of the most frustrating parts about the events over the last year and a half is just this incredible level of misunderstanding, both deliberate and assisted. It's not how it works. That's not what we do. We didn't put pride flags in Spider-Man 2. This has all been on the internet. It's all out there. We didn't make Saga Black in Alan Wake 2. That's not what happens. From there, he stated, quote, if it fits in, okay, regardless if you are responsible for those things are reason enough to not want to support the game. I don't care if you were involved. I don't want to support the game. If you happen to be involved in games that are making decisions that repeatedly make me not want to support them, then you are going to start showing up in a trend of games that have done poorly, regardless if you were involved in the things about them, specifically, that on the surface I can look at and say, nah, not for me, right? Specifically. So it doesn't fucking matter if you want to take credit for it or not. The fact is that you're actively pursuing going into games that are making decisions that make me not want to buy them. And if they're making those decisions, even if they're doing it on their own, they're also choosing to include you. And if their other decision that I don't agree with is sitting right next to their decision of hiring you, then I also de facto probably don't want to be associated with you. Right? From there, he stated, it fits into this sentiment that it can't possibly be true that these companies want to make their games more inclusive and more authentic. It has to be somebody forcing that on them. Amazing. Like, what reason could there possibly be to take a character from game one, a successful, profitable game, and change that character to a different race? How does that make the game more inclusive? If you want to add a character in game 2 who happens to be black, I've got no problems with that. The only issue I have is you took the character from game 1 and changed that character to be a black version of the same character and act like nobody's going to notice. Like fucking Game of Thrones when what's the guy Jack and Hagar? Is that his name?
The faceless man?
Faceless man. When he first shows up and he kills, like cuts off the heads of people at the very end of that one season, and then the very next season, it's a completely different actor. Like I thought it was a new character. I'm like, who the fuck is this?
I mean, that's the kind of point of it. They could get away with that.
They can get away with it with that character, yes. But I'm just saying, like, if you kept changing the faceless man episode after episode, scene by scene or whatever, but his outfit or whatever stayed the same, like you could make that work. But clearly what happened is you cast the guy and then maybe the next season, like, yeah, I want more money for this year. Like, yeah, fuck, get out of here. Somebody else, right? I mean, they did the same thing with the Mountain. They cast the Mountain in an early season of Game of Thrones in the jousting thing when he with the like he cuts the head off the horse or whatever, right? And then later on,
I think there were 3 different actors that played.
Yeah, the Mountain. Yeah, totally. Now with the Mountain, it's like when you see the Mountain later on, and you see like the giant actor that's playing him. You almost certainly have just forgotten about the first time he showed up in the show, right? But if you rewatch it and the Mountain comes on screen, you're like, who the fuck is that guy? You know, like this shit absolutely ruins the experience. The immersion is gone. And they didn't even race swap the Mountain. I mean, maybe they did if he went from like, you know, one form of white to another form of white. Yeah, maybe. But the point is that just even going from Spider-Man 1 to Spider-Man 2, where they changed the facial model for Peter Parker, that alone is enough where it irks you when you play it.
Oh, that's why I'm always pissed at the modern Resident Evil stuff, where it's like, yep, Leon, Chris, everyone has a completely different voice actor and, you know, actual model and everything. I mean, obviously they updated them all, but it's like not even in the vein of like Resident Evil 5 and 6 type stuff, right? Mm-hmm. They're just like, we'll do a new thing. We'll base it off the actual actor because they take priority.
Yeah, I don't know.
The Sony Marvel 2 or Marvel Spider-Man thing was so stupid. Mm-hmm. Like, look, they didn't even try to make it look.
They didn't need to make Peter Parker black for you to be irked by the fact, just simply by the fact that they changed the model, and they argued like stupid reasoning for it.
Yeah, they said that it matched closer to the bone structure of the voice actor,
Yuri Lowenthal, the voice actor,
mocap.
Right? Yeah,
who also did the mocap.
Bullshit. Fucking bullshit. Look at goddamn Silent Hill remake.
It's such bullshit just on the fact, like, okay, fine, you have to change the face a little bit. You completely changed all of the facial features and the hair. What does the hair have to do with your face?
And the biggest problem is that it is a downgrade. And this is the thing that's the most annoying about this. I understand if you need to change something because it's an upgrade, right? When you went from Max Payne 1 to Max Payne 2, it is a dramatic upgrade in graphical quality. Both games are for PlayStation 2. The original
to be fair, the PlayStation, the PS4 version of Spider-Man, and then the PS5 version of Spider-Man, there was a graphical overhaul to that game, so they did upgrade the graphics.
Right. But here's
when they made that face change.
Here's the thing, as I was saying, when you go from,
I think it was for the PS4 Pro.
When you go from here, let me pull up.
Oh no, maybe it was PS5. Anyway, it was. They did it for. They said it was going to 4K or whatever, you know.
Okay. Let me show you.
But they could have clearly kept the old model. Like every excuse in the book is bullshit. They could have kept the old model. It was Sony putting their fucking fingers in the cake.
Okay.
It costs them more to do that as well. To use the model that's supposedly closer.
Okay. Max Payne 1 is basically a texture on a very low poly model. Max Payne 2 has actual facial animation. Whereas Max Payne 1, the best thing you got out of it was that when he was hurt, it used the squinty-eyed, in pain texture of his face instead of this one. Okay? Now, it is a dramatic improvement between Max Payne 1 and Max Payne 2. And part of it is just that there's literally more polygons. Right? Now, if you went from Max Payne 1 to Max Payne 2 and you tried to improve it, but instead you made something that looked like the human characters in the original Toy Story movies,
all the
no
kids
one,
Randy.
no one would be upset if you just said, fuck it, let's throw that away. We're just going to use the original Max Payne model. Nobody would have a problem with that. Now, take that to the PS4, PS5 era. Okay? You've got a face model and character model for Peter Parker and, Mary Jane and all them that people like, that worked and was satisfactory. Then you say, okay, we're going to PS5. We're going to redo everything, but you do a shit-ass job. Nobody would be upset if you just reused the exact models from the original. Nobody would be upset.
And the thing is, too, like, I mean, Peter looked older, and he was older. Like, he was in college, like, he was, getting his, like, a doctorate, I think, or something.
And he looks like a baby in the second game or whatever?
Yeah, he looks like he's back in high school, and it's like...
Let me see if let me find a picture of that to make this clear to people. Spider-Man.
And again, if this was Peter Parker in high school and it was a high school, it's fine. But like the story was that this was Peter, in college or maybe even possibly close to getting out of college.
Oh, this is a perfect example. I'm glad you brought this up. He's a little baby on the right.
They made him look more like Tom Holland. Like that's.
Yeah, I think that's the reason, because that's my running theory is the actual reason why they,
So this is a remaster of the same game.
Yeah.
So it's not just Spider-Man 1 to Spider-Man 2. It's Spider-Man.
Yeah. They changed it for the remaster of the original game or whatever.
Yeah, they remastered the game for PS5 and PC, and that's the version on the right. That is Spider-Man 1 versus Spider-Man 2. They didn't change Mary Jane in the original Spider-Man. They were happy with her.
Peter.
They only changed Peter. He's the only character that I'm pretty positive. The only character that changed. For the remaster of the original. In Spider-Man 2, obviously other characters changed, but it's stupid.
So the point is, I mean, we've gotten very off topic here, but the point is, this irritates the fuck out of us, and all you have done is do a shit job on the second, on the upgrade, right? That's the only reason. Like that's all you've done, right? Now, coming back here, this is like, oh, they blame us for making Saga Black. And it's like, we didn't do that. It's like, I don't fucking care if you did. Okay, I actually don't give a shit. I personally don't really care about Sweet Baby Inc. I care about the games Sweet Baby Inc. works on. And regardless of whether or not you're the decision maker of these things, you say, oh, we just made the games more inclusive. No. It is not making the game more inclusive. It's not an improvement. Well, that's not a good example. It's not an improvement, right? It's not a fucking improvement. It's not about making the game more inclusive unless you're literally making this to make the Troonies or whatever they call their the dirty Troons, to quote Haley, to make that. That's the only way that's more inclusive.
They're making it more exclusive.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like add to the fact too, there's all this evidence stacked up against them, but add to the fact too that, and we've covered this, where you have behind the scenes like videos of like the people running Sweet Baby Inc. saying, yeah, we're here to just fuck up your shit. And like
that is literally the next statement here. Unfortunately for Roberts, much of his claims are directly contradicted by Sweet Baby Inc. CEO Kim Belair. In a presentation at the Game Developers Conference in 2019, Belair made it abundantly clear what her company's goals are and what kind of tactics it employs to get work. At the beginning of her presentation, she stated, we do narrative development in games and kind of beyond, and we try to bring inclusion, diversity, and new ideas kind of to the industry. She also revealed the company does sensitivity reading. Quote, we need sensitivity readers. We need risk assessment. And these are like, again, important services that I literally like list on every PDF that I send out to be like, hey, I can do risk assessment and sensitivity training, sensitivity reading. Guess what? Where is the risk in making your characters ugly as sin? Ask Concord about that risk. Okay, like legitimately, it is a greater risk now to be associated with you than anything they could do. Fucking, we've got a game. I'm going to throw this in now. Fuck me. I love tonight. We're getting so much out of here. Here. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle to feature a disclaimer clarifying that the developer Machine Games' decision to use Nazis as enemies, quote, should not be in any way construed to condone, glorify, or endorse the Nazi ideology. This is the level we are at now. Where
they have to tell us that water's wet.
We have to remind you that we put villains in our games that are Nazis, and just in case you're a fucking retard leftist, let me just put a disclaimer that says, by the way, Nazis are bad. Yeah. That's why we made them the goddamn villains.
I'm convinced that some of these people that they make this stuff for, would put forks in fucking outlets. Like, how dumb do you have to be? How do you not know Indiana Jones, first of all?
Honestly, the sad part about this is that they have to put this disclaimer because leftists these days are so infatuated with identifying with the enemy. Like, this is a dramatic phenomenon where they, for some reason, are identifying with and siding with the villains in the franchise, to the point now where Disney has gone through their whole thing of doing like redemption arcs of the villains for like Maleficent and other such things, where the Sith are getting their redemptions, and like there's all this shit, like every goddamn chance they get, they are inserting ways in order for the villains to actually be redeemed as the good guys, the acolyte, all sorts of this shit. Every step of the way. And it's like, this is not a statement anybody should ever have had to make. Just a FYI, we made the villains Nazis, and Nazis are the bad guys from World War II. They are also the bad guys in our games. And because they're the bad guys, you might mistaken them for us glorifying them as smart, good people who have a great ideology. But actually, just so you know, we don't. Like, fuck me. How retarded is the American public if this is shit that needs to even be said? Unbelievable, right?
It's probably literally just virtue signaling that it's like, oh my god, guys, we're such heroes for saying that the Nazis are bad.
I swear to God, if they ever re-release Uncharted and tell me the Nazi zombies at the end, we actually don't believe in Nazism or zombieism. Actually, they probably do believe in zombies.
They threw Nazi zombies at the end of Uncharted.
You haven't played Uncharted?
No.
Yeah, there's Nazi zombies.
Oh, you just spoiled the
I
best
did.
part. Oh.
You've had like 20 fucking years. Get over it.
When did Uncharted come out?
I don't know, for the PS3. Okay.
Maybe 15 years.
Whatever. You've had plenty of time. All right. Yeah, anyway, we already know all this stuff. She infamously showed AAA terrifying executives, cancel mobs, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, we already know this. This is all just recap. We recap. We covered that. Okay, cool. We did it. Yay. All right. Throw these in the doc. In the old doc folder, at least. Okay. All right. Now for the weirdest thing. Sweet. I just got done talking about how they identify with the villains. Sweet Baby Inc. CEO and co-founder admits a physical, and by physical they mean sexual, attraction to Nintendo's Bowser.
They got the Bowser diddle for the grief internet.
In a shocking, unearthed interview. Also, she collects skulls. You know, no biggie. Whatever. Sweet Baby and co-founder and CEO Kim Belair, a name that has come to define controversy in the gaming space, has just become a lot more controversial. In a 6-year-old podcast interview unearthed by YouTubers Master of the TDS and Riding Raven, his wife, who run the Gothic Therapy YouTube channel, Belair admitted to being physically attracted to the Nintendo character Bowser, a dragon turtle creature. Thank you for putting that in parentheses. I didn't know who that was. She then claimed that antelopes called kudus were the most attractive non-human mammal before bragging that she has the skull of one in her home. I don't want to know what she does with it. If Kim Blair's name sounds familiar to you, it's because her company, Sweet Baby Inc., has been at the forefront of what has become known as Gamergate 2. Sweet Baby Inc. is a narrative design firm with the goal of reworking game stories to make them more inclusive. Belair has stated in the past that professionals in the gaming industry should actually blackmail developers into bringing Sweet Baby Inc. into the fold. If you're creative working in AAA, which I did for many years, put this up to your higher ups, all that stuff we already said. All right, they can give you what you want. Sweet Baby Inc. garnered this the spotlight in a very negative way in the early 2024. We already know about this, for their involvement in the Rocksteady game Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. Since then, gamers the world over have been boycotting games the company has worked on, the most recent of which was Unknown Nine Awakening. This game saw a peak concurrent player count on Steam of 285 players on Friday, October 18th. Shortly after its release, it has been steadily declining ever since. Belair claims to stand for diversity, equity. Are you fucking kidding me? If the literal entire thing about Bowser is that opening sentence here, I'm going to fucking lose it. All of this is recap. You know, I'm going to look up the word. Okay, wait. I think this is it. Blair's one of the first finger waggers to line up and condemn what she sees as immoral behavior. However, in this podcast interview, on an episode of the Sexiest Podcast, the Sweet Baby head honcho seems to admit a physical attraction to both fictional and real animals. All right, we're going to listen. We're gonna listen.
Honey, would you like to read what the description of the sexiest podcast is?
Sure. And also, you can find audio of this on SoundCloud.
Yeah, we'll get to it.
The Sexiest Podcast is a weekly ranking of the sexiest everything. Join hosts Kim Belair and Ari McGillivray and their guests as they delve into
This is a podcast she runs. I was led to believe she was a guest on this podcast. She runs a podcast about finding what's the sexiest of everything. That's okay.
They're just fucking everything out here, aren't they?
Have you ever tried finding human beings sexy?
Apparently
that
not.
might improve the games you work on.
You know, there's not enough furries in this game. That's probably her feedback.
Give us the bat stables.
from movie monsters and sea creatures to emoji and ice cream to finally determine what really is the sexiest. New episodes every Wednesday.
I don't want to live on this planet anymore.
For fuck's sake. You couldn't be bothered to fucking post the clip of her saying it? God damn it. That was a waste of our time. Sorry about that. She's quoted in the interview stating that Bowser is baggage daddy sexy. I'm guessing that's his baggage. I don't fucking know. Before going on to recount her experience when podcast co-host Ari McGillivray told her to look up Bowser Day on Tumblr. She states that she then looked through pages and pages of explicit Bowser images before McGillivray went on to describe a particular part of Bowser's anatomy in great detail. Sometimes he had a turtle penis, and sometimes he had a mammalian penis, she said.
Why does she mean sometimes?
I think in the drawings, like the Rule 34 drawings, sometimes they drew him with like a turtle penis. Did the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles do this to you? I think about this a lot. Like, how did the world get here? I was talking to my wife about this on our walk tonight. Like I was thinking about like people decry, certain older generations. They decry like the swinging 70s. Like the problems in the 80s and 90s are because of the childhoods and the growing up in the swinging 70s. Right. And I was thinking about it like in the 90s when I was growing up, it wasn't such an awful time to be a little boy. But if you were a little girl, your popular culture was pretty toxic, right? Like the things that little girls in my school were obsessed with were boy bands and like singers and like Spice Girls, Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, right? All of these things that quite frankly created a very negative perception amongst their minds, like this sexualized music industry, right? That warped the perspective of what they needed to be in order to be found attractive by men, right? And the problem with that is that they're fucking 8-year-olds, right? They're not
literally
needing,
or figuratively.
Figuratively. Well, also literally, if fucking is an expletive in terms of not being the verb, but actually the adjective, right? So the point is, the point is that in the 90s, there was, and even, like among the school that I went to and whatnot, the parent circles, there was a acknowledgement of this being an unhealthy thing. And so what ended up happening is culturally, there became a pendulum swing in the other direction very fucking hard to make women not feel pressured to become unrealistic beauty standards or whatever, right? That was a thing is that when I was growing up, movies came out featuring people like Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone with an unrealistic male physique. But for a man, when you see that, when you watch Goku go Super Saiyan, you're like, well, fuck, time to go to the gym. Even though you don't look like, nor will you possibly ever look like, because it's not your job to go to the gym every single day to look like that for most people. You have an actual job, actual obligations, things you actually have to do. So therefore, it only takes a back seat, but it is still a motivator to get there and do it. But apparently for little girls, it was determined that it was harmful to their mental health. Girls were starving themselves. There's anorexia, all sorts of stuff, because they can't live up to the unrealistic beauty standards. And so nowadays, what have we wrought for telling little girls you don't have to be sexy? Modern day gaming. So I just think that, like, what the fuck happened to so many people that they have become obsessed with animal dicks? What happened to you?
Because society is pushing them away from males because males are problematic. Therefore, they seek it in some other freaking gopher or whatever they want.
I don't fucking get it. Like, what? I feel like I dodged a goddamn bullet. Like, I had a relatively normal childhood, right? There may have been inappropriate things on the internet that you can't avoid forever, that eventually you see, like, oh, wow, look at that, right? But what were these people seeing that made them addicted to horsecock? Or turtle cock in this case.
Do you
what
think
happened to you?
I think when it comes to horse, it's probably because
the important question.
oh god, oh my god. Is
Oh,
that
so
why
big.
girls like ponies? Oh no, no. Okay, sorry. Where I was going with this is,
Wow.
oh god. Where I was going with this is that
Your neck is so long. It must be popular.
Jesus Christ, no. I'm just being traumatized.
Is your dick as long as your neck?
Jesus Christ. So
That's
I'm
why
just saying,
horses' dicks are long. They're long necks.
when girls go to the fair or whatever to see the horsies, I'm sure they've probably seen like, oh, that horse is really big or something. That's probably what traumatized them into liking it for some reason.
So do you think? Because I remember growing up. Like, you remember, like, in like first grade, right? Part of your school supplies is that you had to get folders, right?
Yeah.
You had to bring folders, and you get like your Spider-Man folder or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And then they had like the girls section that had like
Ponies and
horses in a
Barbies.
meadow or kittens. I always bought the kitten ones because I was based as fuck anyway. But you're directed towards must like horses. The girls, they like horses. That's the thing. Girls like horses. But then you go see horses at the zoo. You're like, Mommy, look at the horse. And then Mommy's like, oh no, that horse is erect, right? And you're like, no, is this how it went down? I'm just dying to know. Cool Tucci says, will the Poison Ivy figure link to Wicked as well? Wicked.com.
Well, maybe you could get some insight from your wife because she seems to be awfully fond of dogs.
Yeah, but my wife is
Wow.
not fond of dog dicks. Thank God. Single player games will always
Yeah, but
be
you
able
like
to
that.
pretend. Concord was live service and required concurrent players. Yeah, be able to pretend to be successful. Yeah, like Dustborn. Most of Concord and Dustborn's players were content creators mining it for cringe content, or the developers of the games themselves being paid to play it to make it look like the game wasn't a huge failure. They really want to turn everything into a bad gay porno with bad gay acting. Straight tag for character. This is all the way back there. Will Super Straight cost 99 decillion? Diablo killed off Deckard Cain. Oh, don't know what that is. They are eating their own lunch and dinner of bodies of people careers ruined. Oh. They had magazine articles saying the idea was to change races of a character. I don't know what you mean by that. Bowser W. Notice their preferences are not prawn addiction. It's not called coming, nor is it called unrealistic or harmful to women. Okay. Hello, Hunter A.
He's just saying like how they identify their thing as like a positive thing.
Yeah.
In the same way that's like, oh,
like
well,
they will
women being
refer.
whores is a
I get you.
positive thing.
Yeah, so they will
And then-
they will use gooning and coomer and all as insults to people who actually are
Incel.
attracted to heterosexuality, right? But when they are swooning over Turtlecock Bowser, when they are doing that, it's not considered, a derogatory thing to be into that or whatever. I'm guessing that's what you mean, right? Women and girls could care less about what is attractive to men. They decide on their own what men find attractive. Well, the thing is that, and everybody knows this is like not a new concept, but women don't make themselves attractive for men. They do it to outshine other women. It is performative against other women. My wife will require to put on makeup to go outside or even like in the house putting on makeup at times. It's like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't care if you wear makeup or not. Like, honestly, I can hardly tell when she's putting it on because she looks great either way. But like, it's just one of those things where the purpose of doing it, like, she won't even get in the car in the passenger seat for me to go pick up a Starbucks at the drive-thru because she needs to put on makeup. Because the person in the drive-thru may see her, even though the drive-thru's way goddamn up here and they're looking down at me. So no, it's not happening, right? But just in case, right?
Funny enough, like my I know this is slightly not like your situation, but my mother, I was so used to seeing my mom without makeup that whenever she wore it, or my sisters, whenever they wore it, it was like it was almost awkward. Like, like it was like, what?
Who are these whores?
Is the circus in town?
Right. No, I wouldn't describe it as ugly, but it didn't look good either because I was so used to seeing them without makeup, Like it was like, whoa, that's weird.
So in response to the Schwarzenegger...
I would also like to just point out that generally women who don't wear makeup regularly aren't very good at putting makeup on. So are more likely to not look good with makeup on.
Facts. So in response to the, growing up in the 90s, seeing like Schwarzenegger and says like steroids was used. Yes. 100%. 100%. Like the unrealistic male body is a steroid body.
The unrealistic female body is plastic.
In some cases, yes. Goku actually showed his training regime. Yep. Attractive sex dimorphism with fun gameplay sells, and the majority are buying. Accurate language translating even wins. Yep. Kasumi from Pokemon is sort of my first cartoon crush when I was a boy. Oh, great. Isn't Kasumi Misty, though?
Misty.
You might be gay. I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Don't you know? Misty wears shorts. Shorts are for boys.
I was going to say
come
shorts.
on.
And now Luigi has a crippling addiction to hentai.
At least Officer Jenny, Nurse Joy, Jesse all wore skirts. So there you go. Nothing happened. AC, it's safe horny. They get thrown out of the clique for having regular heterosexual attraction. I would argue that unrealistic beauty standards are worse for girls now. At least then, the ideal for girls wasn't to become trans. Talk about an unobtainable body type. Yeah. Well, again, I go back to girls call Lizzo beautiful, but they get mad when you say they look like Lizzo, right? It's because so much of modern day is gaslighting people into pretending for the sake of others' feelings that reality isn't real. Is your neck measured in inches or centimeters? Feet. Yards. I've never seen horses' genitalia when I saw them. Yeah, me either. Right? One time in
because you
in
were
high school,
looking for them.
one time in high school in geography and current issues, the teacher decided to put on a video that featured elephants mating. And I'll just tell you, there is nothing more horrifying than being like, I didn't know an elephant had another trunk. Oh no.
Hold up. Do women just watch a lot of nature documentaries and be like, oh, and that's their like secret
I don't know why
prawn?
this was needed to be shown in the classroom. I don't think it conveyed anything for our learning at that time. It almost feels in retrospect like a weird like grooming exercise. Cute and sexy even help women grow like to the men. Oh, okay. Heterosexuals are human life for 100,000 years. Even when I was a boy, I played as Eri or Fio from Metal Slug, and they are female characters, but they don't wear dresses, bro. AC's wife, Burka Wang. Women putting on makeup while they are driving are dangerous, especially. When being sex dimorphic, beards for men and makeup for women. I do feel naked without the beard. Appearance A and Appearance B are used in Dragon Quest Report, yet women in dress are said hypocrisy. You know, I don't know if you were here, but we covered this really fucking early on for you. Skipping.
You say we don't read your comments, but you don't read the podcast.
Misty is trans in my head canon. Yeah.
Wow.
Misty's just a tomboy. She's not trans.
All right. Well, unfortunately, I have finished the comments, and now we must read more about the turtle penis.
Oh God,
Blair then seems to try and distance herself from the images before freely admitting that she scrolled through all of them. I'm one of those people who, on the internet, I'm going to click it, and when I go to the browser date tag, I can go like, oh no, this isn't what I wanted. Better look at all of it, though. These are the people who say, hey, you need to come to us and you need to get your game consulted with us to make sure it doesn't offend people. Yeah. But this is okay. This is okay to do. He then goes on to point out Belair's hypocrisy further. Quote, if you're going to stand on your high horse and pretend that you're better than other people and other gamers because you wouldn't stoop to that degeneracy, caught red-handed, you not only would stoop to that degeneracy, you are that degeneracy. So you're no better than anybody else who wants to see people from Stellar Blade and wants to see them with less clothes on. You are no better. Honestly, I don't even care about the lack of clothes. It's the fact that she's not a fucking goblin. Like, that's the oasis. How sad is that? Like, that just not being a goblin is enough for me to go, oh, I want to buy this game and support it. You are no better. You are the head of a company who is literally about trying to be inclusive and diverse and to protect women from the terrible gamers. And here you are being the same degeneracy that you claim to be against. But Gothic Therapy wasn't done with just Bowsergate. The married couple went on to uncover something else Belair said that's even more bizarre. They mentioned how former game developer Mark Kern has pointed out Belair's passion for collecting animal skulls and practicing taxidermy Writing Raven points out that some people have claimed that this is for witchcraft or Satanism, but apparently it's addressed in another of the 4 total episodes of the Sexiest Podcast. The episode in question contains a discussion about which non-human mammal is sexiest. And she says it's the antelope.
What?
The description of kudu, which is the type of antelope whose skull she has in her house. Belair described kudus as having, quote, thick, girthy necks. Watch out for them. And very beautiful, handsome faces.
Watch out for them.
Oh, no.
Do you think... Is it the anthropomorphized Disney heroes that turned women into disgusting, filthy, bestiality-loving whores?
She watched Robin Hood as a kid and was like, I want him to rob my hood.
Robin Hood, Lion King, like, can't think of any other ones off the top of my head because fuck Disney, but...
I legit thought to myself that I don't, like, I'm considering, like if I have kids that do I just not show them any of the Disney things that start animals so they don't turn into furries? Like, I legit thought about that.
Honestly, the sad truth is you, despite your best efforts, you won't be able to avoid
it because
you will never be able to protect your children.
They'll have friends that are like, I love Frozen. I love all these other properties that you kind of don't want.
The issue is, as soon as you're like, we're not going to watch Robin Hood.
Attack on Titan for children.
Well,
they'll be like, I want to watch it.
We're not watching
I don't mean that. I mean,
this house.
I mean things like Robin Hood, like Disney's Robin Hood, right, where they're foxes. You're like, I don't want my kid to watch that because it might be, too
furry,
encouraging of furriness. But then you send your kid to his friend's house for a birthday party, and then they come home. Oh, I watched a Robin Hood movie. Or you send your kid to the school, and they're like, oh yeah, I watched Robin Hood at school, and it's like, so it's, I had a friend who his parents told him.
Wait. Before you tell the story, I just want to say one thing. Footnum, perhaps you should worry less about the furry fetish they may develop. Because if you try to hide every possible fetish from them,
there's one, all of them.
There's one you can't hide them from.
The latch on the table.
And that's them accidentally shitting their pants. And Lord knows, if they haven't found another outlet for their sexuality, shitting their pants is the one you definitely don't want them to get. So be warned.
I guess they just need to be executed so they can't gain any fetish.
All right, Randy, you're sitting.
I'm tired. Let's just move on.
Blair described kudus as having, quote, thick, girthy necks and very beautiful, handsome faces. It's worse, Master of the TDS quickly states. Every single company who literally signs in with these people should be ashamed. I'm sorry, you want to pander and do whatever, do it on your own. You don't need these people. You have skulls of antelope in your house because you like antelope. You are attracted to antelope. There is something wrong with you. God. Wow. Anyway, in release news, Analog 3D brings Nintendo 64 nostalgia to 4K. Will be 100% compatible with every original N64 game ever made. Asterisk, probably. Anyway, so yeah, you can buy this. You can play your old games.
I'm pretty sure it's sold out right now.
This is the way. But wait, does that mean it's not in stock?
I would agree. It is currently not in stock.
What?
Unless they came up with a new batch, I guess. But expect it to pop back up. They do it in waves. I am personally waiting for better colors. Right now they just have the black and white. They don't even have the original They don't even have the original N64 gray.
Look,
It's
man, I'm just
black.
saying you can buy them on eBay, so you can get them. Just saying.
He's waiting for the Asian colored one, okay?
But I am waiting for the more translucent plastic color ones. They released
You want to get one in the original color of the N64 you had, don't you?
No, the original N64 I had was just the normal N64 gray.
Yeah, which they don't have pictured here.
Which they don't have. They don't have. It sounds as if they don't have a picture of it. They don't have. And they may eventually have. But I will want the translucent color ones. Because those were the ones I couldn't have as a kid. And I wanted them. They look cool.
Your parents are protecting you from the translucency fetish.
Well, I mean, we already had an N64.
It's because they're translucent.
Wait.
They saved you. You should thank them.
Footnote. Randy might be an example of what happens when you try to prevent your kid from gaining a fetish and they get the anti-fetish against feet.
Yeah, that's what I said about, like, well, I guess they'll get all of them then. Like, if I hide all of the fetishes from them.
So, Randy,
The Analog Pocket is the Game Boy thing that they've put out, and they have put out a number of different colors for the Game Boy Pocket. So I assume since they already have all the plastic for the Analog Pocket, I can't imagine they won't do the same thing for this. So I am personally waiting for that.
All right. What do we got, Reese?
Hold on.
Woo! Oh, you have it?
There you go. All right. So we have, this is from
Animego.
Animego, thank you. Nasu, Summer of Andalusia.
Andalusia,
whatever.
But
it's also up on the Media CD store, so you can get a
already ordered it.
Fancy slipcover for $8 more.
You should have ordered some for the party.
And Aniplex of America is putting out Rurouni Kenshin Volume 1.
I was so excited.
How many episodes on this thing?
It was
I was so pissed that this wasn't the classic.
Oh, this is the new one?
This is the new one.
Yeah,
fuck that. 12 episodes for $115.
Yeah, it's just your classic Aniplex.
Yeah.
They're never going to put out the original because they have the new one to replace it, right?
It comes with a soundtrack, I think. Yeah, CD soundtrack.
Whoop-de-doo.
Wow, suddenly that $112 is worth it. CDs are usually like $110.
Now it's downgrade to a 9mm.
And then they also have Volume 2, which is
God, I can't.
What? They release them at the exact same time and they're all ready to ship, but they have to separate them? What?
Are they in stock though? Are you fucking serious? Is this your logged in price?
Yeah.
So if I was to order this bitch, it'd be $150.
No, that's just the replay. There's no discount on it.
I was gonna say, man, that's the discount price, fuck this.
They never charge MSRP,
for 24 episodes,
right?
So, like, see how it shows 15% off right here.
I'm gonna take this to the sink.
So, A Certain Magical Index Season 3 is getting re-released for some reason.
I forgot we were even waiting for this. It's been so long. Jesus Christ.
Do you think they'll re-release seasons?
This is a re-release, I thought.
It is a re-release. I forgot we were waiting for the re-release because they only had the season 1, part 1, or sorry, season 3, part 1, part 2, right?
I don't know. I don't follow the series. Anyway, moving on. Jujutsu Kaisen, the hidden inventory / premature death arc from season 2.
Premature.
As a film, right? Like they're just.
Well, that's the name of the arc. I mean, that's literally like the opening.
Is it the arc or is it the arc as a movie though?
No, it's the arc. It's 5 episodes.
It is the arc.
Yes.
Okay.
Episodes 25 to 29.
Okay.
For some reason, they're releasing it as 5 episodes. So hopefully, they release the Shibuya incident as all in one 18-episode set instead of
Does
like.
it say on the spine like season 2, part 1 or something?
Nope.
Wow, they're pulling a Boruto on us?
Yep. So I just hope that they put the Shibuya arc in one set instead of splitting that one up into 2 sets of 9 episodes each. But yeah, this is really stupid. It should have just been like 12 or like 11 or 12 episodes part 1, and then whatever remaining for part 2.
Are you trying to copy Gojo's smile, Random 11?
Yes.
All right. One Piece Collection 36 is coming out. I saw that this is like what episodes was it? Up to 891, and then One Piece season 14 Voyage 2 is coming out, which is literally like this would be the second half of collection 37. So like the collections are like literally falling right behind the individual releases.
It's almost like they can discontinue these. Wow.
Yeah.
But then the people who are collecting the Voyage sets will get cucked.
I'm sorry, but if you're collecting One Piece, there's no way you're not gonna get cucked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, also,
I gave up after Fishman Island.
Like, literally $25 for 2 parts versus
25
28.
episodes, essentially.
Did you give up because of the slow pacing, Random, like we talked about? Is that why you gave up?
That and the just the art's quality went down. I was like, eh.
Are you watching the remake for the Fish remake?
I watched the first episode.
Oh, it's already out? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, the remake. I think they're on the 3rd episode now.
They're almost done filming the live action season 2, by the way.
I thought you were gonna say they were almost done filming the remake anime.
Give a shit about the live action. But...
So, I had an epiphany just a moment ago in the bathroom as I was washing this cup.
The One Piece is your dick?
No. Remember like the podcast before last, how we covered, by the way, this is eggnog, how we covered that that Moon Knight manga?
Yep.
What about a superhero and one's cucked on another planet named Goon Knight?
Oh god.
Right? Like,
I can already see the merchandise selling like hockey.
Goon Knight.
And his trusty sidekick, Edgelord.
Edgelord. No, that's the Edgelord is the arch nemesis.
Yeah.
Is he going to be a magical girl trap as well?
Oh dear.
I don't see a reason for him to be a magical girl.
Nope, that's not what I wanted to do.
Unless Goon Knight's a Fuda.
Moving right along.
No, you get it wrong. You get it wrong. It's the Gooning Knight and it's Edging Lord is what it is.
Nah, it doesn't have the ring to it.
Denied.
Right, so yeah,
That's the idea, Reese. That's the idea.
Look at that cute slime. Isn't that cute?
Nope. Don't want
my
that slime.
God.
Go away, slime.
Well, how in the hell do all these people, these creatures like Reese, see a little circle with 2 more circles, maybe a third, and they're like, "This is so cute."
I like how they put the tramp stamp on its head. Like,
Is this a dubbed release, Reese?
Probably.
What?
Is it a dubbed release?
Yes.
It probably
Okay.
is, because I don't remember the last time Crunchy actually did a sub only.
Bro, where have you been?
Dude, like 2
Where
to 3
have
weeks
you
ago.
been?
Which one?
Wow.
oh shit, Mirage has been in the back. Fuck.
The
so
back
sorry.
rooms.
No, I removed him
banished him
because
to
I
the
think
back
he's
room.
asleep. and his upload hasn't been going anywhere, so I just straight removed him.
Okay, yeah, let's leave.
Which is the one that was in the last thing that was sub only?
There was a bunch. There was go watch the VOD.
Oh, if there's so many, why can't you name one of them?
And let me finish.
You're
this
blaming me for not remembering the last time, but you can't even remember.
Did
the
they
last
dub Zillion? What was it called?
Zillion.
That was years ago, though. Like
that was sub. Returner's Magic should be special season 1. English and Japanese on that.
Should be, but isn't.
Oh, that must be sub only.
Buchigiri, complete season. I'm pretty sure.
Must be sub only as well.
That's
it is.
What?
No.
And Heaven's Official Blessing season 2.
Ugh.
I think that kind of season 1 got like a LE.
Limited edition, yeah. So now the Yaoi fans get cooked.
English, Japanese, and Mandarin. I think that's the first time I've seen Mandarin listed on.
Wow.
Maybe the first season had it too.
They're trying to break the Yaoi into the Chinese when the gulags have their thumb drives exchanged.
Tales of Wedding Rings season 1.
Now, Reese, this is the show you were telling me about.
Yes, in fact, it is. Why does it look like Mashal? Like,
does that look like Mashal to you?
Go down a little bit, my bro.
I know. He looks
Mashal.
Okay.
He looks like he's made of CG. What the fuck?
He looks like Mashal if Mashal got ass.
He's got precisely.
He looks like Mashal if Mashal gave cream pies instead of cream puffs.
Whoa.
Rising of the Shield Hero season 3.
Hi. That was a question.
You know what's pissing me off? The scheme for the spine is closer to season 1 with the. It's hard for me to articulate the pattern at the top. It's like 2 strips. One at the top and one at the bottom. That matches the season 1, but season 2 has some other design, and now they're going back. So I'm just like, son of a bitch. Like,
all right.
Hold on.
Don't worry, I've got the Walmart.
Hold on.
Everybody, calm the fuck down.
Calm your fun bags.
Oh, are we gonna look for sub onlys? Sort by will make Footnum wrong.
yeah, I forgot they had that last patch. Wait, they have Fire Force season 1 part 2. Okay.
I'm pretty sure this one didn't have.
Got him.
Nope, that was wrong.
Fuck. Look at you.
All right,
what?
Footnome's wrong. We don't care. Let's move on.
Maybe this one.
There we
Why
go.
is
We
the
got
default
Psychopath.
I'm wrong.
Psychopath Walmart exclusive.
Found it. Found one. The strongest tanks labyrinth raids. There.
Okay, there you go. Good. Now,
There's at least one from last.
All right, so apparently they're re-releasing season 1 and 2 of Psychopath as a Walmart exclusive.
Yep.
So there you go.
And it looks like it's gonna be like the slipcase idea, like they did for Yu Yu Hakusho. Because this should be 6 discs in total, but obviously it's fatter, so it's they have the 2
3 and 3
cases.
We only watched season 1 for our watch club, right?
Yeah, and that took how many months?
I was just asking, Reese. All right.
I'm just trying to shoot down the idea of season.
NIS America is not reprinting their anime titles. According to Robert's Anime Corner Store, NIS America has informed us they will no longer intend to repress their anime titles. That means the following NIS America releases are currently out of print and limited to whatever stock we have left in the Robert's Anime Corner Store warehouse. So I read this as all. No. I read this as all NIS America titles are now out of print.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's how you should read that. Yeah. So Cardcaptor Sakura Complete Series Standard Edition Blu-ray, Kimi ni Todoke for Me to You Volume 1 Standard Edition Blu-ray, Toradora Standard Edition Volume 1, Volume 2, Yuru Yurui Season 1 and 2 available availability of these is limited, so get them while they last. We also currently have stock of NIS America's releases of Community Todoke 2 and 3, Bunny Drop, Daily Lives of High School Boys, Eccentric Family, and Ground Control to Psycho Electric Girl in our warehouse. And NIS America still has a limited number of these available for retailer reorder, so they will generally remain available for a little while anyway. So just know that. That's the thing.
Okay, so should I get Toradora or should I wait till Discotheque gets...
Probably Discotheque.
Okay.
I mean, NIS America has pretty cracked discs. By that, I mean, like, the bit rate's pretty high. And
I mean, I like NIS America a lot, except for the oversized, ridiculous sets.
I'm just saying, you can get Toradora if you plan to get it. But,
yeah.
I don't know. It's up to you, man. It's dubbed, too, right?
Yeah, I know it's dubbed.
Yeah.
Are you guys ready to knock out a ton of articles after we tell you how to support the OCA podcast by going to stealthweeb.com and buying yourself
A tanga.
that one, the Nin shirt.
Holy
nice
shit.
shirt. What?
I remember looking at Toradors on Crunchyroll because it was part of the sale, and now the listings for the Blu-rays are just completely gone.
Whoa.
Like they pulled the listings off of Crunchyroll.
Wow. Okay. Also, you can shop at ocapodcast.com/store. Reese, tell the audience, is there new merch coming?
Yeah.
No, there's just Reese coming.
There is new merch
That
coming.
too. Every night. Even after the podcast.
I sent Reese a voice message. Hey, I need you to jump in our chat so that I can get your ideas on what color this shirt should be. And then I put my phone in my pocket. And then hours later, as I'm sitting there with nobody in the chat, I pull out my phone and I open Discord and it finishes sending the message. So a couple things are in the works. Anyway.
It's a shirt that, at least one shirt that will make some things hard. But it only has one of them on it.
I can say with full certainty, the other shirt I'm working on will make you soft. Anyway, stay tuned. Ghibli's Princess Mononoke teams up with Foxfire for outdoor apparel collaboration. And Random 11 says to himself, fuck me, why did I suggest we cover this? I want to go to bed, damn it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey,
really
do you think those 3 holes could fit?
Yeah, I bet I could fit my dick in this hole.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
you mean these? No, definitely.
Yeah, those. Yeah, those.
Well, someone just admitted to a micro penis.
Wow.
No, I'm referring back to the joke with Random 11 with the.
You don't.
We all know what you're referring to.
Is your micro penis going to fit in here, Footnum?
No, I'm talking about the one that was on the button.
Yeah, because I was talking about this one, and I said, "Oh wait, this? No, I don't think I can fit in there."
You said, "Oh wait, this," and it's like, well, I guess you just admitted it. No.
Anyway,
I honestly, when I saw the article, I thought it said Firefox, the browser. I was like, what? Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
Wow, sleeves.
Wow.
To want to be cool like Ashitaka?
It's a cock warmer, yes.
That's a different kind. That's a better sleeve than you can think. Instead of putting it on your arm,
you can have a cursed arm too.
A cursed dick. But a warm dick, nonetheless.
That image of on the mug there.
Perfect. You should have had that at the end and have it tie into one of the other articles.
That image, like, it looks like she's giving the dog doggy style.
Oh.
And the dog's like,
no!
Let my no-no square. All right. Mickey Mouse is now a transforming robot created by the designer of Gundam.
That's amazing.
Nature is healing? Hello.
It has to be a straight former, right?
Well, I need to see this in Kingdom Hearts.
Right?
It Assist former.
Not his ass. Oh, it does. The fucking head comes out of his ass.
You mean your butthead.
Poops out the head. All right. Anyway, so that's a thing. I guess you use the tail as a whip or some shit. I don't know.
Whoa, what the?
Anyway, there's a couple of drawings of it that look a lot cooler than the...
Yeah. No, the drawings of it look sick.
So can you buy this thing?
Probably.
Do you want to add it to your,
US dollars.
Do you want to put it next to your tank?
Oh wait, it's a Chogokin Super Change Mickey Mouse. All right. Anyway, turn clear files into works of art with cleverly designed Japanese scrolls. Just shove your clear file right in it.
But turn your clear files into works of art. That, I mean, they already are works of art. It's like why you buy clear files. Like, I don't.
Look,
no, people expect you to actually use the clear files. So
listen, man, it became even greater of a work of art when we put it in the frame, right? The Trump.
Yes.
Yeah. That's why.
I'm saying put your clear file in a frame. If anything, don't like. It looks. There's so much space with that scroll. It's just like, looks bad.
All right. A luxury hotel chain is offering karaoke in a large tub floating on the ocean.
No, unless they offer like good pussy, I'm not like going into a large tub in the middle of the ocean.
Shark repellent.
Do you think they give you the fish sperm when you're out there?
Did you see the thing on TikTok where Keith Lee ate some sushi at this place called Fob Sushi, and as he's eating it, he holds it up to the camera, and you can see it like twinge a little bit, like my hat here, and he eats it, and people are like, "You just ate a worm in your sushi."
Parasite?
Yeah. And he was like, he didn't say anything, and the sushi place was like, sometimes when you cut the fresh sushi, it's still muscle spasms, depending on how you hold it. And he was like, well, I don't think that was happening. I've held sushi before. That's never happened before.
Dude, if it's really fucking fresh, like that fish was alive the second before you sliced it into pieces and stuck it in there, yeah, it can happen.
Well, I mean, they have to freeze the fish, so I don't think it was
not
that
if it's fresh caught.
I don't think it was that fresh.
Some sushi places are like that, where the food is that fresh.
I'm pretty sure.
But also, parasites exist.
I'm pretty sure the place said that they froze the fish. Anyway, according to Keith Lee, a person is now in the hospital who ate there a day later. So, great place, Fob Sushi.
R.I.P. Keith Lee. All right, so Green Line, you don't want to float on the ocean to do karaoke, but would you pay $450 for a unique picnic dangling 295 feet over a thundering waterfall?
Oh, I don't know.
Do they include the girl that looks like she's naked?
Naked, yeah. If I paid for it, would we do this together as a podcast? What if they let us podcast from the waterfall?
Don't go chasing waterfalls.
We'd
Also,
definitely be over the weight limit.
When you wake up, Mirage, and you rewatch this podcast, I just want to point out how many articles you probably thought, AC chose not to cover those, but I've actually just been holding on to them for an eternity. So, Subway's flying restaurant will serve sandwiches 1,000 feet in the air. How to book your free ride. Oh, anyway. Also, I want to share with you, I've eaten at this McDonald's. I've probably talked about it on podcast. The Taupo McDonald's airplane in New Zealand. You place the order in the McDonald's, and then the diner where you like have all the places to eat are up in the fucking plane.
Did you go to New Zealand or did the plane come to you?
I went to New Zealand because my dad was working on Lord of the Rings. and we passed this on the way to wherever we were going, and I thought, "Fuck, I gotta eat there." And the Kiwi Burger in New Zealand has beets on it.
Gross.
Yep.
Beats
Also-
on, not beating off.
Yep. Flying Dongo, a unique tourist site where Japanese sweets are flown to you over a gorge. Greenland, would you do this?
I think I've seen a video about this actually, or something very similar to it.
Possibly, but then again, I don't like Japanese food very much.
It's candy.
Oh, it's Dongo. That's right. Yes, I probably would. Never
That's
had
just like
Dongo, but it sounds
dough.
good.
Like, isn't Dongo like just like dough, baked dough with syrup on it or something?
No, Dongo is the oh wait, actually Dongo, yeah. I was thinking of Dagashi for a second. No, you're right. Dongo is dough. It's basically dough with toppings.
It's pretty
Anyway.
dope. That looks like Random 11's marshmallow.
It looks like
that was like random 11. Hey.
Like
it's
the same-
basically.
Oh god.
I mean, I could be
Same
wrong.
pose.
I could be wrong, but maybe like Dongos are like Japanese donuts, kind of
Something
maybe
like that.
sort of.
Put some pixelation on that thing. Jesus.
Whoa, yeah.
Come on, man.
So
All right.
big.
All right. Also, just because there's an opportunity to get this shit closed, there are these hot air balloons. You'll notice this person is pointing out that it seems to be somewhat inspired by Junji Ito.
Why is there spiral in the base?
Right. And then I got more photos of it.
JT Vega posted pictures in the pickups channel of the Blu-ray. Of the Full Metal Alchemist Blu-ray.
Oh, cool. Let me take a quick
We
look.
can address that after we're done with that.
Yeah, I just want to see it. I just want to see it real quick. Okay. Buddy, you look like you're in the clear. Oh.
Yeah.
No, you're not. That looks like a black ray disc. Okay.
You think that's
we will cover this next podcast since it's after podcast 284 in the
Okay.
thing. So we'll just cover it then. Yeah. So
Maybe your lighting's just really bad, but maybe it is Black Ray.
Black Ray is a burned Blu-ray. Just a heads up. It looks like it might be burned, but
It's a
I don't.
Chinese one.
I don't see the burn line, like where they finish the writing. Usually, you can sell on these.
I can see it like around, right around the edge, maybe.
But it
But
was
like,
shrink wrapped with the
Yeah.
thing on it, right? Yeah. So I don't know. It's hard to tell. There are ways to tell based on the disc metadata, but I'll have to give you some details about that later. Anyway, all right.
They
Japanese.
They got it off of Amazon or off of Walmart.
Probably okay though. Japanese job quitting service contacted by other job quitting service because employee wants to quit. The circle completes itself. One of the more unusual developments in the Japanese business world in recent years has been the advent of job quitting services called Taishoku Daiko, job leaving proxies in Japanese. For a fee, these companies will contact your employer and break the news that you're quitting, and then act on your behalf for any other correspondence that needs to take place to sever your professional ties from your place of work. Considering that an unpleasant workplace atmosphere is one of the most common reasons for wanting to quit your job, it's not so surprising. Randy, if you're going to be moving around, the only thing I want to see is a giant black marshmallow coming up. Like,
I was trying. It's stuck on my chest somewhere. I've lost it.
Is that how long it is now?
He just pushes it through the roof.
I don't know where it will forever live on my chest now.
It's just really far in perspective up in front of the camera.
It's got the mosaic. You said you wanted mosaics.
Sticking it in yourself? Like what's going on? Bro, the hand. No, the hand is. You're doing it wrong. Yeah, there you go. That's a little better. No, it's in your butt.
Yeah. I look like the idea that he's Venom, and how Venom can shapeshift is suddenly he's like the main character in Parasite, where his arm just turns into a dick.
Actually, he's Spider-Man in the black suit.
No, because did you notice the mouth? Fail.
You need to have the blue accents on your dick.
Oh, you're right. Make big veiny blue lines in it, please. All right. Considering that an unpleasant workplace and atmosphere is one of the most common reasons for wanting to quit your job, it's not so surprising that there's demand for a service that lets you sidestep the possibility of being yelled at by an overbearing supervisor, given a guilt trip about quitting, pressured into staying, or any of the other potential awkwardness that can occur when you put in your resignation personally. Imagine resigning and then being like, "You can't resign." And then you're just like, "All right, I'm just you're already out the door." Is it that hard? Like, suck on these nuts, right? Among Japan's job quitting proxy companies is Momuri, whose name is a sympathetic play on words with the phrase "Mo Muri." I can't take this anymore. The company recently had the script flipped on it, though, when Momuri was contacted by a different job quitting proxy who informed Momuri that they'd been hired by one of Momuri's own employees who decided to quit. Momuri, which has acted as a proxy for over 20,000 resignations, related the story through a post on its official Twitter account. Why the fuck would you publicize that one of your own employees hired an outside different company to quit your worthwhile great company? The fuck? You have just given your competitors an advantage because all they have to do is say, "It was us! It was us over here! Use us! Screw Momuri! Their own employees don't want to use them!" Right? According to Momuri, before becoming an employee, the person, who we'll call A-san, had been a Momuri customer, hiring Momuri when they quit their previous job. A-san then applied for a position with Momuri when the company was looking for part-time staff. And despite A-san having a history of frequently changing jobs, after short stints, Momuri decided to hire them. A-san rarely showed up for their shifts, though, often saying that they were feeling unwell and needed the day off. A-san was scheduled to work this past Monday, but on that day, Momuri received a phone call from the other job quitting proxy instead. When Momuri asked why A-san had come to that decision, the proxy relayed that the pace of their work assignments was faster than A-san felt was a good match for their personality. We have always maintained that no matter how great of efforts they make, there will always be instances in which certain companies and workers do not mesh, says Momuri in a tweet. And that it will not be trying to talk A-san out of their decision. All we can do now is reflect on this valuable experience and put the knowledge to use to lessen such mismatches in the future, the company says, while reevaluating whether it did all it could to recognize a worker's concerns and address them and continue to try to improve its workplace environment. Momori also hopes that the new perspective of having been on the receiving end of a job quitting proxy service will help it improve how it deals with companies when it contacts them to tell them their workers are quitting. Wow, that was a fucking horrible article. Let's hope the next one's better. Man dies after surgeons remove the wrong body part. Alarming trend of surgery errors skyrocketing.
I'm going to step away for a second.
What, is it too attractive?
Is it a turtle or a mammalian?
I don't know. It's just a rod.
It looks like crying obsidian. All right. Question: what body part you think they got removed, and what penis? That's why he died, right? It was a willful death.
Trend of surgery errors.
His stomach.
Oops, we accidentally removed your heart. A 70-year-old man from Alabama recently died at a hospital in Florida when a surgeon mistakenly removed his liver instead of his spleen. This type of medical error is known as never event. As a never event, because it should never have happened. Okay. Unfortunately, they happen all too often. Never events range from the wrong organ or side being operated on, the wrong prosthesis, such as hip joints, being inserted, to foreign objects, typically surgical instruments and swabs, being left inside the patient. In the UK, provisional NHS data shows that between April 2023 and March 2024, there were 370 never events. In the 3 years prior to that, the figures were, in reverse order, 384, 407, and 364. Sounds to me like they're going down, not up. So roughly one of these events occurs each day. Fuck. Given the number of procedures performed daily by the NHS, these figures are impressively low. Although I suspect that would be cold comfort for anyone affected by one of these often life-changing errors. In the US, there has been a recent increase in never events, with 1,440 in 2022, 1,411 in 2023. Before this, never events were less than 1,000 a year. In 2023, 18% of these events resulted in the patients dying and 8% in permanent harm or loss of function. What are the most common errors? Considering the man from Alabama, it is difficult to see how a surgeon might confuse the spleen and liver, given that the basics of anatomy are taught early in medicine. And then the subsequent years of postgraduate training see doctors focus on areas of their specialty, such as general surgery, orthopedics, neurology, and others, which further reinforces their knowledge of their chosen specialty region. Many surgical careers take at least 15 years of medical training to achieve in the UK and similar lengths of time in the US and elsewhere. However, it is well recognized that where these errors take place, they are often multifactorial. The most common errors are seen on the wrong side of the body. Humans are symmetrical in many ways with pairs of various organs, so confusion over the left and right happens. Yeah, if you're a fucking idiot. In urology, studies have shown that in over 10% of cases, clinical letters fail to mention the disease side. Damn.
And then they get mad at you for writing on yourself in permanent marker. This over
side.
Here. Yeah.
You put big X, not
cut,
this.
Cut here, not here.
Yeah, like they should do the dotted line thingy before you're out. So you'd be like, yes. You know? Or they mention the wrong side. And sometimes radiology images are placed on the screen the wrong way around. These things can lead to patients having their healthy kidney removed rather than the diseased one. Do they not look healthy versus diseased? Other paired structures that are often removed from the wrong side are testicles, which can leave patients infertile.
Damn.
I was kind of right then.
Can't really draw on that one.
Yeah,
Can't be like...
You just got to shave it first. Similar surgical errors have affected women's fertility, with surgeons removing the wrong uterine or fallopian tube In other errors, healthy ovaries have been removed, or at least in one case, removed in error. It should have been the pregnant woman's appendix that was removed. How the fuck? How you fucking make a mistake? Sadly leading to the patient's death? Motherfucker. The appendicitis metastasized while we've got this healthy ovary in this jar. A study from the U.S. suggests that the most likely surgical specialty to perform wrong site surgery was orthopedics, followed by neurosurgery, and then urology. 35% of surgery. No, hold on. No. Let's not freak out. 35% of the never events are orthopedics. Not 35% of orthopedic surgery is done poorly and incorrectly, right? That's got to be what that is, right? Others have confirmed orthopedics as having one of the highest rates of wrong site surgery. 21% of hand surgeons confirm they've operated on the wrong site. Sometimes other circumstances, such as mistaken identities and clerical errors, result in death. For example, a hospital in the Bronx, New York, turned off the life support of the wrong patient.
Oh, man.
That's horrible.
You unplugged that plug? Oh,
Oh.
I said that plug.
I meant your other left. Like, in another tragic case, a 17-year-old
where
girl.
you need. Where you have a person on life support, you need to go Sharpie the outlet. Do not unplug.
In another tragic case, a 17-year-old girl was given a donor's heart and lungs, but they were blood group incompatible. She died shortly after. These types of errors are rarely published in medical journals, probably due to the legal implications. Were you going to say something?
I just said rip.
Yeah. So the media is often the first source to detail these errors. However, media reports tend to contain limited relevant medical information that might enable the wider lessons to be learned from these cases. Never events have huge implications. Honestly, they don't sound so never to me. Like these are sometimes events at best. Never events have huge implications for patients and their families, and many of them result in significant payouts. The cost of settled claims paid out by the NHS in 2015 to 2020 was over 17 million pounds. And globally, between 1990 and 2020, claims 1.3 billion. Damn. Safety checklists. There is a continuing progress towards eliminating never events. In 2008, the World Health Organization launched the Surgical Safety Checklist, which was adopted by the NHS in 2009. Similar protocols have been used in the U.S. since 2004. These sorts of protocols bring consistency across healthcare providers, and shortly after the World Health Organization's checklist was introduced, it was shown to reduce post-operative complications and deaths by 36%. However, as the statistics on never events show, there's still plenty of room for improvement. As the demand for healthcare increases, systems have to adapt to ensure patient safety is not compromised. Given that so much appears to be linked to human factors, appropriate staffing, workload, and welfare will all be of paramount importance. Wow, that was... okay, let's see. I hope the next one's better. I spent 1,200 pounds getting my penis tattooed. Now I can't have sex.
Sucks.
Would you rather be with one really hot woman or have a whole harem of uggos? Arthur O. Urso is no stranger to tattoos, with 70% of his body covered in ink, but his latest edition hasn't gone to plan. The 37-year-old DJ and influencer spent $1,200 on a penis tattoo only to discover he can't have sex for over 2 weeks while the artwork... If you're going to cuck me...
You got debated.
If you're going to cuck me, don't do it in the first goddamn Pardon, second. Arthur is known for living a polyamorous lifestyle in Brazil, at one point having 9 partners, but now he's in a relationship with 5 women. His penis tattoo, which he designed himself, depicts a polyamorous symbol that celebrates his way of life, although it seems to have left him uncomfortable in more ways than one. See, the joke here is he went from polyamorous to non-amorous. He went from polyamorous to incel for 2 weeks at least. Although the local anesthesia reduced the pain during the procedure, the recovery has been challenging, Arthur said. Arthur explains the polyamorous symbol is personal to the type of relationship he has and is a combination of the male and female symbols and the letter P connected by a singular circle. So, if you're a polyamorous man, does that mean you're fucking dudes?
Probably.
Or does that just mean that you're having sex with a lot of women? Because it sounds to me like he wants to just have sex with a lot of women, but he put the penis symbol on here too. So I'm saying there's a P and
characterized by or involved in the practice of engaging in multiple romantic and typically sexual relationships with the consent of all the people involved.
I think
he gets around.
It just means
sexes
multiple
are
partners.
Yeah. He
whore. Might be a bisexual polyamorous.
I just don't understand why you wouldn't put like pussy destroyer on your dick. Or like,
this article
fuck bitches get paid or something, you know, like
this article reminds me of an article that
I saw a post. Some, like, you know, the high school senior yearbook photo, you have like a quote. This guy used like all the elements that like their initials spelled out, fuck bitches get money.
Huh?
Like iron is F, or no, not FE, but I mean, you know what I mean.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Like,
so if you read it in the periodic table symbols, it would say fuck bitches get money.
Yeah.
Nice. Hilarious. All right, Randy, what were you saying?
Sorry.
This
there
reminds
was
me
an
of the
article. There was an article that said that Logan Paul and Mike Tyson both got suspended after their fight on Friday.
Yeah.
And then you read the article, and it turns out that they got suspended because it's part of the law that they have to have a 20-day cooling off period after any fight. So they weren't actually suspended. It was just
standard practice.
Yeah, standard procedure that they take a break.
Oh, yeah. I love those articles. Yeah. Although the local anesthesia reduced the pain on the procedure, the procedure was challenging. Extends polyamorous personal type of breast. He has a combination of male and female P. It only took 90 minutes for the tattoo artist, and I mean, you could draw that with a goddamn marker.
It's a delicate area, okay? You have to be precise.
No, I'm saying you could just take a ballpoint pen and draw this, and ta-da! Oh, it's coming! It's coming off from all the sex. All right, just give me 10 seconds, ladies. Ta-da! Again, come on.
Yeah, then you get the ink poisoning.
Nah, it makes the dick stronger, if anything. It only took 90 minutes to complete his masterpiece. I see it as an act of courage, since choosing this area was quite bold and, of course, painful.
Doesn't look bold. It looks like it's a thin line.
Looks retarded. I designed it myself.
A bold font would have required more.
Do you think his
more
urethra is like right here on the actual thing? Like, do you think he did it like that?
It's
there's
offset.
no fucking way.
You didn't put it on.
It's on the shaft. It has to.
Yeah, it's got to be right.
It's got to be on the. It's got to be on the base.
On the top, so he can see it and think, "Yeah, that's right. I fuck bitches, multiple bitches. I'm the man." Right.
I am the alpha.
Arthur's penis was numb for 6 hours after getting the ink, but going without sex has been the more challenging part of his recovery.
Imagine getting have you seen those tattoos of people getting like the Luffy fist, where like the tattoo,
it's a picture of Luffy and then their actual fist is Luffy's big hand.
Yeah. So imagine getting that on your dick. like you get a little Luffy type arm on your dick, so that when you get a boner, it goes longer.
No, you have Luffy's penis, right?
Imagine getting your dick tattooed to look like the Mario 1-Up mushroom.
I saw a YouTube video thing, like the tattoo artist one, and it's like, bro, I want like doing the Luffy thing, but it was Jesus. So it's like, yeah, Jesus' fist. Comes back like 20 minutes later, bro, we gotta change this right now because he was jacking off. It was like Jesus was jacking off. Like, yeah, Luffy jacking me off all this time. It's like, no.
The healing was the most painful part because I need to go 15 days without having sex with my girlfriends, he said. Oh, it's so painful. 15 days. What have I done? Arthur is currently, Arthur is currently understood to be legally married to these different people, or this one person who's 27 and in a relationship with a 21-year-old, a 24-year-old, a 23-year-old, and a 28-year-old. Her name is Albuquerque. Earlier this year in July 2024, he got the words "free love" inked on his hand as a protest against people who discriminate against polyamory. Nobody fucking gives a shit. Like, being poly, where 3 or more consenting adults are all dating each other, isn't uncommon. As of 2019, about 7% of UK men and women have been in a non-monogamous relationship at some point in their lives. The same YouGov survey found that 23% of adults are open to the idea of polyamory. See, 23% of adults being open to the idea of a threesome is not the same thing as polyamory, just so we're clear. You know, nobody wants to live like Destiny, sad and miserable and hating their life because they opened up their relationship to that black guy who danced behind him in that one video with his wife. Right? Nobody actually wants that. The idea is, yes, I'm gonna have sex with 2 women. And then it's like, hey, this is my friend Manuel. Who's Manuel? Where's the bitches I'm gonna fuck? No, Manuel's gonna fuck us both.
Whoa,
no, please. But getting his penis tattoo has proven to be a whole different ballgame for the influencer.
Randy got his penis tattoos.
No, those are his veins.
It's all natural.
That is not a penis. That is a black rod with blue accents.
That's a marshmallow he previously came on. All right. Getting his penis tattoo has proven to be a whole different ballgame for the influencer, who is now warning men who are considering getting penis tattoos that they won't be able to do the deed. Not a single person who's ever gone in for a dick tattoo thought, yeah, as soon as it's done, I'm going to go fuck bitches. Nobody thought that. You've had 70% of your body is fucking covered in tattoos, and you thought, yes, I'm going to go straight from here. I'm going to take off the bandage and thrust in them. Loser. You just can't get a tattoo like this on impulse. It has to be well thought out and done safely, because if something goes wrong, it's your problem alone. Wow, sounds like you're so close to figuring out the solution to your polyamory thing too. All right. Doctors warn against all-night sex sessions as man suffers life-threatening penis injury.
I thought you said all-might sex sessions.
Life-threatening penis injury.
Life goals.
Doctors have warned against prolonged, vigorous bedroom antics after treating a patient with a potentially deadly injury to his genitals. The 53-year-old man suffered inflammation in the main vein that runs along the shaft of the penis, which can lead to life-threatening blood clots. What the fuck?
Yeah.
He had a Viagra-fueled rough sex session the previous night, which had caused extreme swelling on the undercarriage of his phallus. The skin was warm to the touch and tender, with a visible bulge as a result of a buildup of fluid. The man, who has not been named, poor guy, doesn't even have a name, was treated with anti-inflammatory drugs and made a full recovery within a few weeks. but his doctors are using his case as a warning. They say doctors should be wary about prescribing Viagra to patients who are likely to have vigorous sex or who have pre-existing damage to their genitals from intercourse. Pre-existing damage from intercourse.
Ever have a broken dick?
I'm trying to think of the most pain I've caused from sex. And I don't remember anything that I wouldn't do again. God damn it. I'm trying to take a melatonin. Hold on.
I thought you were playing with the dick.
Nope. Trying to. God damn it. Why does it look like it should open right there? There it is. Okay. What? Why are we calling? They're lemon flavored melatonin. Shut up. All right. All right. They say doctors should be wary about prescribing Viagra to patients who are likely to have vigorous sex or who have pre-existing damage to their genitals from intercourse. Look, if you give a man a magic wand in the form of a pill that immediately makes his dick harder than it's ever been, of course they're going to have vigorous sex. There is no man alive who's going to be like, well, better play it safe. Come on. Come on. That's not happening. Revealing the case in a medical report, they add people should be aware of the potential risks of the erectile dysfunction drug. Around 8,000 men in the U.S. suffer a penis injury each year, with penile fractures and trauma from penetration the most common. Look, man, I'm just saying, trauma from penetration doesn't sound like trauma I'm creating. It sounds like trauma you're receiving from penetration. The latest patient was treated in Turkey, and his case was revealed in the journal Radiology Case Reports. The man claimed he had taken Viagra for his erectile dysfunction before having prolonged, vigorous sex with his partner. He was officially diagnosed with penile Mondor disease, when the veins become inflamed and cause swelling. The lesion usually appears within hours of prolonged sexual intercourse and causes immune cells to rush to the location of the injury. I don't want to see it, but I also need to see a dick erect and a dick with two erect, like the inflammation of. I just need to know what I need to watch out for.
It's for science, okay? It's
No,
not
but I
because
like
it's
legitimately. I'm a little bit like worried now, because like when you're a veiny monster, when is it too veiny, right? So the inflammation causes
of a red rocket.
the vein to swell and become sore. It also makes blood more likely to clot. I mean, I've never taken Viagra, but I assumed it was like a blood thinning. Like it makes the blood flow more freely. Is that not what it's supposed to do? It improves circulation. Is that not what it's meant to do?
Let's find out.
Let's find out, pill bottle.
Continue reading, Lollies.
Improving blood flow into your penis when you're sexually aroused. The type of drug
There you
called
go. That's your answer. Let's go.
The man was diagnosed after an ultrasound and given a course of blood thinners, anti-inflammatories, and told to abstain from sex for a few weeks. Listen, man, you shouldn't be worried about your stupid tattoo when much more dangers can happen from vigorous sex, which just goes to show me you aren't pleasing these women, that you're sleeping with all these women because it takes 9 to make you feel like a man after you've premature ejaculated in all 9 of them. Yes, I lasted about as long as a normal sexual interaction by having sex with 9 people, right? Because don't they say that, like, hormonally, human beings are designed as such that you can only finish once inside of a woman before the prolactin causes your dick to get soft, and you have to have the refractory period. But if you go to a different woman immediately after finishing the first woman, that doesn't occur, right?
I
Like,
wouldn't
so
know.
that's the purpose of the threesome and the polyamory, is that you immediately go from woman number 1 to woman number 2, 3, 4, whatever. And allegedly, from what I hear, it keeps you from going through the refractory period if you can swap partners each time. That's what I've heard. I don't know. I'm not a genius in this category. I am a one-woman kind of man.
I think you just have a problem going second or going a second time.
Round 2.
Definitely not. But maybe the 3rd or 4th time. maybe the 8th or 9th. Maybe the decade time.
Damn.
Writing in the report, his doctor said, while penile Mondor disease is not... Imagine being the person they had to name a penis disease after. While penile Mondor disease is not typically life-threatening, it can significantly impact a patient's quality of life. Life-threatening!
Heart attack originating from
Life-threatening!
your dick.
At least the last article burned me in sentence number 2, okay? Fucker. While penile Mondor disease is not typically life-threatening, it can significantly impact a patient's quality of life. Therefore, clinicians should remain vigilant about the potential risk of prolonged sildenafil. Is that the generic name for Viagra? Well, I'm just saying. The article is titled, "Doctors Warn Against All-Night Sex Sessions as Man Suffers Life-Threatening Penis Injury." And then it goes on to say, vigorous bedroom activities can result in life-threatening blood clots. This can lead to things that will fucking kill you. Life-threatening. That's not usually that bad.
Maybe
they should consider additional
inconvenience at most.
They should consider additional predisposing factors such as vascular injury from sexual activity in the management and prevention of this condition. Wow. Lame. All right, we got one more.
Made it.
We got one more topic.
No, that's the last one.
No, the last
You
topic.
lied to me.
The last topic. Audience and fellow hosts. If a centaur takes a shit.
Oh.
I must know. If a centaur takes a shit, they eat from the human portion. Therefore, they are likely to not be eating like straw. They're going to be eating normal human enjoyable foods.
Probably still a vegan.
So will the shit coming out of the horse's asshole be a human shit or a horse shit?
It'll be neither. It'll be
diarrhea.
A centaur's shit.
Maybe, perhaps you didn't understand.
Good night, everybody.
Perhaps you didn't understand the question. Because horse shits are like covered in grass.
I understood the assignment and I
apart.
answered correctly. It
Right.
will be a centaur shit.
So I'm just curious. Now, next question. You're fighting a centaur to the death. And you take your spear and you stab him. Oh, right in the heart. Does he have another heart in the horse carriage?
Yes.
You know what's a better question? I think he has one heart. And his heart is going to be lower down, but not quite the same spot as the heart of a horse.
So you gotta stab him in the human belly button.
No, worse.
The
human
penis.
crotch.
Stab him in the dick. That's where his heart is.
That's where the heart is.
Which set of lungs does a centaur breathe through?
The one in the
horse's
body.
lungs.
If the centaur is running,
human lungs can't support the
yeah,
airflow.
Exactly, right? So if a centaur is running, will he get out of breath? Because he's got human lungs and also horse lungs. Does he breathe out of his ass? Help me understand the centaur logic, please.
Yes.
These are important questions.
Yeah.
Green line, what's your input?
Yeah. Goonline, please.
Also need to see a dick erect.
We didn't even need to like download the local recordings for that one, huh?
I speed ran that one.
Does a centaur have a turtle or mammalian penis?
Oh God!
Is it circumcised?
I mean, do they do that with animals in general? Like,
I have never until this moment wondered, do animals have a foreskin?
I mean,
right. I imagine I need to go to bed. Can we kill this?
Putnam, your thoughts?
I was just gonna say, I think some animals have like a pouch that's the equivalent, or something like that.
Well, I mean, a lot of animals have
like
their
don't
peonies
dogs have the quote unquote red rocket because it comes out of the pouch or something like that?
The pouch, I like.
Have you ever owned a dog? What
The pouch is right next to the coin purse.
Yeah. All right, here we go. We're gonna read some comments. All right. So last we let off was Luigi announced that he was gay for liking a woman in shorts instead of a dress. Is your neck measured in inches? I've never seen horses' genitalia when I saw them in my youth. Cute and sexy human characters are the best. Give them fun gameplay too. Okay. Cute and sexy even help women grow like the men. Great.
I like to think that my head is on Dara's body right now. It's just got this micro head.
Daru behind him.
Oh, okay.
Oh. All right. Where were we? Okay. Misty is trans in my head canon. There we go. Okay, that's where we left off. All right. If kids don't learn about sexes until puberty, why have separate sex toilets? My Doraku comment is sort of a flashback and does talk about when you are looking at women being interested in what men find attractive. Okay.
I think you misunderstand. You don't teach them about non-binary and stuff like that. Everyone says like, "Oh, you're a girl, you're a boy," or whatever.
Cool 2T makes a great point. Was Bambi's dad an antelope?
No, that's not how biology
Is
works.
that what traumatized her, Bambi? She's like, "This is hot. Oh, that deer taking that bullet right in, like, oh."
You have no control over when your kids awaken or what random thing they were doing at the time that they linked to it. Will I get sued by Nintendo for streaming from my analog 3D? That's a good question. You can only show Nintendo games from Nintendo systems. Say Joso. Japan says it. Okay. All right.
Yeah, we have determined it is indeed a bootleg.
But he bought it from Walmart from a third-party seller, I'm guessing.
Yep.
Japan should abolish karoshi jobs. If slavery can be abolished, karoshi jobs can be too.
Slavery doesn't involve compensation.
I knew Random 11 was back.
Where it counts.
We've been saying this the whole time. George Clooney, damn it. It never gets any easier. Good night, old man.
What is that? What movie is that from?
Google it.
I don't think
ChatGPT it. Rune Factory 5 already ruined the implication that you could marry both the boy and the girl together since all the established characters are bisexuals. Okay.
I'm assuming what he means is that the characters can choose any gendered character. I don't think they're actually established as like, okay, guys, all of us are bisexual.
Look, I just want to say, when I was a child, I played Harvest Moon a lot because it was one of the only games I owned for Super NES. And in that game, you can get married. Something that happens in that game is that the way you get married is you have to buy once the girl likes you enough on like Saturdays or whatever, there is a blue feather that you can buy from the merchant in town. And the blue feather is effectively the engagement ring. So you use the blue feather. You pick up the blue feather and you use it on the girl character. Right? Now, my entire life, ever since I discovered this, I have been dying to know. In Harvest Moon, there is a walk through walls code for the game Genie.
Oh my god, you said this story
I've
before.
said this
Like,
before.
can I
If you stand, hold on. If you stand on top of an item, because you have the walk through walls code on, and then use the button to pick it up, it will duplicate the item. I am dying to know if I can use this exploit to get married to more than one woman in this game. And someday I will learn. I will.
You can like emulate it and
100%
flip through.
100% gonna happen. 100%. That's exactly how I'm gonna do it. ZSNES emulation. To my
did you play the N64 version?
Mm-hmm.
Which girl did you pick? And why was it the pink-haired one?
Definitely. I liked Anne because she is not sexually dimorphic. She wears overalls with red hair. No, so in the original game, I always pick Eve because Eve is awake at night, and in the original game, you can stay up all night. It will never become daytime. So it's really fucking easy to wow that girl because you just run up to the mountains, grab a berry, bring it to the bar, give it to Eve, run back up to the mountains, grab a berry, go back to the bar, give it to Eve, right? And the greatest thing about doing it as a ROM is that you can save state, go into the back room, check her diary to find out if she likes you more, load state so you never had to go back there and breach her trust, which will actually cause her to like you less if you keep doing it. So,
damn.
Best of both worlds. I've got this whole fucking bitches thing down in Harvest.
I always went for the.
Used to be up all night.
I always went for the pink-haired girl or
Nina?
Karen.
Karen was the short-haired brunette.
Yeah, with the like blonde bangs.
Did she have blonde bangs? Don't remember the blonde bangs.
I thought you wanted to go to bed, Randy.
Randy has been invigorated by the discussion of Harvest Moon bitches. I also need to see a dick erect. Okay. Anyway, do we have a browser? Not sure we do.
Where is?
He picked the horse to make a centaur. What? Polyamory is not how bisexual marriage works. It is fantasy. You can break rules as much as you want to. Fantasy is meant to be separated from reality. It is pretend.
Polyamory has nothing to do
Edelweiss should work on Nintendo of Japan to never worry about
hold the phone. Hold the phone on that one. Polyamory has been around for I can't tell you how many fucking centuries. Like what? What do you mean?
It has
What do you
nothing to do
mean
with
by
plowing dudes as well, though. Like, it just
we just weren't so
hard.
pretentious as to call it polyamory before.
Just a hair.
And that's the show. Good night, everyone.
I also need to see a dick erect.